The whole village thought you had failed the college entrance exam and returned to raise chickens, unaware that you were using satellite coating materials to repair the chicken coop, burning missile fuel to power the boiler for chicken feed, and even the feeding troughs were made of titanium alloy 3D composites. In the end, the military discovered that the chicken raising equipment you casually tinkered with had all become world-class military-grade tools. At this moment, you skillfully drive the van down the mountain. Today's task is to deliver fresh eggs to several familiar restaurants in town. However, shortly after reaching the main road at the foot of the mountain, you see a checkpoint at the intersection ahead, with several uniformed police officers inspecting passing vehicles one by one. When it's your turn, a young officer signals you to stop and turn off the engine. "Hello, please show me your driver's license and vehicle registration." The officer's expression is very serious. You cooperate by handing over the documents, then open the van to let them inspect. Inside, you find neatly stacked foam boxes containing eggs and chilled chicken meat. The officer carefully checks everything, then scans with a device to confirm nothing else is hidden, and returns your documents. You get back on the road, feeling a bit puzzled since this route rarely has such strict inspections. The journey didn't get very far. At another intersection just before entering the town, you encountered another checkpoint. The process was exactly the same as before: stop, inspection, questioning. This time, you couldn't help but ask, "Officer, what is going on today? Why are there vehicle checks everywhere?" The middle-aged police officer in charge of the inspection glanced at you and casually said, "Recently, there have been poachers in the mountains hunting wild animals. Orders came down to strengthen jurisdiction and strictly check all suspicious vehicles." So that's what it was. After delivering the goods, it was already noon. You drove back empty, and just the thought of possibly being checked twice more on the way back was a bit troublesome. When you reached a fork in the road, you stopped. To the left was the main road back, and to the right was a somewhat abandoned dirt path. You remembered this dirt road was an old logging trail left by the mountain lumber camp, which could bypass the two checkpoints and pass through the back mountain of the farm. Although the road conditions were worse, it would save a lot of time and trouble, avoiding the second inspection. This was the most efficient option. Without much thought, you turned the steering wheel, and the yellow box truck took the rarely traveled shortcut. You hummed a tune, thinking you had just chosen a more convenient way home, unaware that this shortcut was currently inside a secret military exercise area. On the rugged dirt road, a military jeep was bumping along. Inside the vehicle, a middle-aged man dressed in camouflage training uniform sat upright. His shoulder boards bore 2 stripes and 2 stars. His name was He Zhang, the overall commander of this military exercise and currently the regiment commander of the 1st Regiment of the Eastern Theater Command's 1st Army. He held a military map in one hand and a red and blue pencil in the other, circling a key mountain pass on the map. Then he picked up the military radio beside his seat and pressed the call button. After a burst of static, he spoke in a deep, authoritative voice, "Chao Yan, do you copy?" Soon, the clear and strong voice of Falcon Company Commander Chao Yang came through the radio. He Zhang's eyes remained fixed on the map as he tapped the pencil's end on the marked pass. "How far is your current position from the designated ambush point?" Reporting to the regiment commander, the straight line distance to the pass where the Blue Army is expected to pass is 1.5 kilometers. "All fire points have been fully deployed and are ready for combat at any time," Chao Yang replied crisply, without hesitation. He Zhang gave a grunt but still felt immense pressure. "This exercise is highly valued by the higher-ups. It concerns our regiment's resource allocation and equipment upgrades for the next year. Success is the only option, failure is not allowed. I order you to conduct a comprehensive, no blind spot reconnaissance within a 5-kilometer radius around your company immediately. I need to ensure that within the exercise area, besides our own personnel, there is not a single unauthorized person present." Chao Yang immediately responded, "I guarantee the area scan will be completed within 10 seconds, and the real-time monitoring footage will be transmitted to the command vehicle." He Zhang nodded and glanced at the military watch on his wrist. Time began to pass second by second. He trusted Chao Yang's ability and also the advanced reconnaissance equipment equipped by the Falcon Company. 1 second, 2 seconds. At the 5th second, Chao Yang's voice sounded again, full of confidence. "Report to the regiment commander, the surrounding 5-kilometer scan is complete." A satisfied expression appeared on He Zhang's face. He was about to praise him when suddenly, a strange beeping sound rapidly approached from behind. It was not the engine sound of a military vehicle but more like the roar of some old vehicle, growing louder and closer. He Zhang furrowed his brows, and before he could turn around, with a whoosh, a yellow shadow rushed past his military jeep with a gust of wind. It was a dilapidated van, astonishingly fast. On this rugged dirt road, the speedometer must have already soared past 80 miles per hour. The jeep driver was startled and instinctively slammed on the brakes, the tires carving 2 deep marks into the dirt road. He Zhang's body jerked forward due to inertia, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the front seat to avoid hitting his head. He steadied himself, his face darkening as he turned to look at the yellow van speeding away. The truck's window was open, and the loud roar of rock music blasted out, making people's eardrums ache. A young man in the driver's seat was wildly nodding his head to the beat of the music, his hands tapping the steering wheel, looking completely self-satisfied. It seemed he noticed the gaze beside him. You, the young man driving the truck, turned your head and saw the middle-aged man in military uniform with a sullen face inside the military jeep. You paused for a moment, then broke into a bright smile, whistled loudly and stylishly at Yi Zhang, and then puckered your lips to blow a flying kiss. After doing all this, you pressed the accelerator, and the yellow box truck sped up again, disappearing around the corner ahead in a cloud of dust, leaving behind only a trail of smoke and Yi Zhang's petrified face. Time seemed to stand still. The jeep was deathly silent. Yi Zhang's face visibly changed from sullen to black, as dark as the bottom of a pot. His chest heaved violently, and his hand gripping the walkie-talkie was so tight that his knuckles turned white. He felt his temples throbbing, and a surge of anger shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. A few seconds later, an earth-shattering roar. It erupted from Yi Zhang's throat and resounded throughout the valley. He roared into the walkie-talkie with all his strength. "Chao Yang! I'm going to shoot you right now." On the walkie-talkie, after the deathly silence, it was Chao Yang's voice with panic and trembling. "Chief? Chief? What did you say?" He was completely confused, wondering if he was hallucinating. "Shoot me? Why? Wasn't it fine just now? I said, I want to shoot you right now." Yi Zhang's voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth, each word carrying ice. "Didn't you say that there weren't any idle people in the surrounding 5 kilometers? Didn't you guarantee that the airspace and ground are safe? Then what was that thing that just flew past my face? Was it a ghost?" Yi Zhang's roar came through the electric current. It shook Chao Yang's ears. Chao Yang's cold sweat instantly came down. "A car? What car? Chief, this is impossible, absolutely impossible." Chao Yang was so anxious that he was about to jump. He shouted into the intercom at the same time. While doing so, his hands flew and tapped on the console. "My reconnaissance radar is the most advanced model in the group army. Not to mention a van, I can mark it for you even if a bird flies past." Reporting to the head of the group. "The real-time scanning interface doesn't have any anomalies. I'm retrieving the scanning records from 5 minutes ago. The records show that everything is normal, no moving targets have entered the surveillance area." The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, and the more bizarre he felt. Yi Zhang's voice was as cold as a Siberian cold stream. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Immediately, right now, get your ass in front of me. All vehicles, stop in place and stand by." "Yes." Chao Yang didn't dare to argue any further. He pounded the console and yelled, "Roger." Then he immediately rushed out of his scout car. 10 minutes seemed as long as a century to those who were waiting. The entire convoy was parked on this desolate dirt road. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The warriors looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. But judging from the chief's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot, no one dared to open their mouths to ask a question. A reconnaissance vehicle sped up from the rear. A sharp brake stopped next to Yi Zhang's jeep. The door slammed open, and Chao Yang jumped out of the vehicle with a roll. He jogged all the way to Yi Zhang. With an upright stance, he gave a military salute. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He saw Yi Zhang's face that was so gloomy that it seemed like he could wring out water. "Captain." Chao Yang's voice was a little dry. He swallowed and explained with difficulty. "I really checked all the equipment. Radar, thermal imaging, satellite surveillance. All of them didn't show anything. The equipment logs and system self-tests are all normal as well. There is absolutely no possibility of a malfunction." Yi Zhang didn't say a word. He just turned around expressionlessly. From his jeep, he took out a black car recorder. Then, he threw it like a piece of trash. Threw the recorder into Chao Yang's arms. Chao Yang subconsciously caught it with a bewildered look on his face. "Chief, this is. Look for yourself." Yi Zhang coldly spat out 3 words. Chao Yang's heart thumped as an ominous premonition surged through him. With a trembling hand, he pressed the play button of the recorder. The screen lit up. A clear video began to play. The viewpoint of the video was precisely the driver's seat of the jeep. In the picture, a dilapidated yellow van. Like a yellow lightning bolt, it carried rolling smoke. It rushed out violently from the left side of the screen. That shadow that was so fast that it blurred. That arrogant to the extreme posture. It was all clearly recorded. Immediately afterward, the young man driving the car appeared in the picture. He shook his head, beat the beat, and then turned his head. That bright smile. That loud whistle. And finally, that highly insulting and provocative flying kiss. The video came to an abrupt end here. Chapter 4 Chicken Farmer? $1 million a year? Chao Yang held up the car recorder dumbfounded. The entire person froze. His mouth was slightly open and his eyes stared like bronze bells. A full dozen seconds passed. The blood color on his face instantly faded and became a miserable white. Immediately after, that white color was then quickly dyed an iron blue by a kind of humiliation and shock. Finally, his face, green. A kind of green that was betrayed by a high-tech device and humiliated by the enemy to his face. This is impossible. His voice was shaking. Not out of fear. Rather, it was because of the inability to comprehend what was happening in front of him. He Zhang didn't pay any more attention to Chao Yang, who was petrified on the spot. He turned around and walked towards the largest command vehicle in the middle of the convoy in large strides. Chao Yang was like a marionette. He followed behind him in a state of disorientation. Inside the command vehicle, it was filled with a sense of future technology. Rows and rows of advanced electronic screens and operating consoles. It was running in an organized manner. He Zhang sat directly in front of the main console and personally accessed the data. Put all the raw radar scan data from that point in time just now. And the real-time satellite surveillance map in the sky. Call them all up for me and compare them frame by frame. Yes. The operator immediately executed the order. Soon, the huge main screen was split into several areas. Radar signal maps, infrared thermal imaging maps, and high-definition satellite cloud maps. All of them were synchronized and displayed. Chao Yang stood on the side, staring at the screen with a deadpan voice. Chief, look. At this. Our equipment was even able to clearly detect a motorcycle in a mountain dweller's house 8 kilometers away. Even the engine temperature is marked. But the route that van passed through. On all the images, it's a blank. It's like it doesn't even exist. He Zhang's eyes were sharp as an eagle as he ordered in a deep voice. Expand the search area to 20 kilometers. Conduct signal traceback tracking. Yes. Chao Yang once again operated. However, the results were still desperate. The radar and satellite signals were as if they were blind. In the area where that yellow van appeared and disappeared, no valuable traces could be found. It was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing out of nowhere. Chao Yang's mind raced as he thought of something furiously. Chief, there are only 2 possibilities. He said eagerly. First, that car is equipped with some kind of technology that we've never heard of. Capable of perfectly absorbing or deflecting radar waves. Achieving invisibility on a physical level. Second, it's a powerful source of electronic interference itself. The moment we scan it, it covered its own signature with a camouflage signal or jamming signal. Spoofed our systems. Whichever is possible. It all meant that the other party possessed cutting-edge technology far beyond their imagination. He Zhang's face grew more and more grave. A young man driving a broken van. Holding technology that the military could hardly reach? This matter had gone far beyond being provoked. He remained silent for a moment and made a decision. Contact the local traffic police immediately. Send over the license plate number from the car recorder. I want all the information on that car owner, the more detailed the better. The military's request was naturally handled with the highest priority by the local department. It was only a matter of minutes. An encrypted electronic document was transmitted to the command vehicle system. Reporting to the chief, the information has been transmitted. He Zhang nodded and signaled the operator to open the file. A detailed personal profile appeared on the main screen. Owner's name, Ren Xingyu. Gender, male. Age, 22 years old. Family background, both parents died in an accident when he was young, no other immediate family members. Educational experience, graduated from XX County No. 1 Middle School, failed in the college entrance exam. Seeing this, He Zhang and Chao Yang both frowned. An orphan who failed the college entrance exam? How could this be linked to that kind of high technology? They proceeded to read on. Asset status, sold the county property left behind by his parents, contracted a mountain forest deep in the Qinglong Mountains, and invested in the construction of Ren's ecological chicken farm. Income status, the year before last, the chicken farm realized an annual net profit of 150,000 yuan. Last year, the net profit was 2,800,000 yuan. 2,800,000. Seeing this figure, a chorus of voices sucking in cool air rang out from the command vehicle. A young man in his early 20s. Relying on raising chickens in the deep mountains to make nearly $3 million a year? This was already a legend in itself. He Zhang's gaze was fixed on the 1-inch sized ID photo on the screen. The young man in the photo had a clear brow. The corners of his mouth were smiling if anything, and he looked harmless. But it was this young man. Driving a broken truck that could dodge the military radar. Showing off under their noses and sending a flying kiss. Chicken farmer? Millions a year? Radar phantom? These irrelevant phrases. At this moment, they were strangely focused on one person. He Zhang finished reading the information and slowly leaned back in his chair, his eyes becoming deep. The anger in his heart had been replaced by an even stronger emotion. That was intense interest and extreme vigilance. This young man called Ren Xingyu was definitely not as simple as an ordinary chicken farmer. He decided. He would personally go and meet this mysterious young man. He Zhang stood up and gave an order to Chao Yang behind him. Prepare the car. Let's go find this Rinxinyu. Deep in the Qinglong Mountain, Ren's ecological chicken farm. The dilapidated van that looked like it might fall apart at any moment. Slowly, it drove into the gate of the chicken farm. The wheels rolled up a puff of dust. It finally stopped steadily in an open space in the center of the yard. The door was pushed open with a creak full of age. Rinxinyu jumped down from the driver's seat. He stretched his back. The bones in his body made a slight crackling sound. He casually patted the dust on his body. He walked straight to the small, isolated two-story building not far away. As he approached, the plain-looking door automatically sensed and silently slid open to the side. The scene inside the house was a world away from the stark environment of the chicken farm outside. The windows were clear and full of modern, minimalist decor. The spotless floor was light and clear. Everywhere revealed a sense of technology that was out of place in this remote mountain forest. Rinxinyu looked like he had no bones. Dropping himself heavily onto the leather sofa in the living room, his entire body sank into it. He sighed comfortably. Closing his eyes, he breathlessly shouted, Yuan Shu. Chapter 5 Unwelcome Guests. Sir, I'm here. A gentle and emotionless electronic synthesized voice resounded in the living room. The source of the voice seemed to be spread throughout the room. It was everywhere, yet the exact source of the sound could not be found. I'm a bit tired from driving today, come here and pinch my shoulders. Rinxinyu lazily ordered, as if he was making an old butler. Okay, sir, command received. As soon as the words fell, the ceiling behind the sofa. In an inconspicuous groove, a silver-white mechanical arm slowly stretched out. Its structure was incomparably precise. Every joint rotated with incomparable flexibility. It was full of futuristic industrial beauty. At the end of the mechanical arm were 5 fingers designed according to the principle of bionics. It was covered with a layer of soft and flexible silicone material. It fell silently. The movement gently rested on Rinxinyu's shoulder, as if it was a feather. Immediately afterward, just the right amount of force began to knead it evenly. Not too light, not too heavy, it perfectly hit every muscle node that was sore from the long hours of driving. Rinxinyu hummed comfortably. His eyes narrowed into slits, and his face was filled with an expression of enjoyment. Yuan Shu, this massage craft of yours is getting better and better. It's much better than those master teachers outside. Sir, I will give you real-time feedback based on your body data. I adjusted the massage strength, frequency and action point to the optimal values for the current state. Yuan Shu responded flatly with a data-driven explanation. Good job, worthy of praise. The corner of Rinxinyu's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. This leisurely and comfortable life was what made it not worthwhile for him to travel back in time. As for that military convoy that he encountered on the road today, as well as that little prank, he had long since thrown it out of the window. It is not just a race with the military vehicles. By the way, he showed off his invisible technology. I think the other side will only take it as their expensive military radar malfunction. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. Rinxinyu's cozy time did not last long. About 10 minutes later, a dozen or so dark green military land cruisers formed a long steel dragon. They silently stopped in front of the chicken farm's gate. The bodies of the vehicles reflected a cold, hard light under the sunlight. At the forefront of the convoy, there was also a police car with flashing red and blue police lights. It seemed to indicate the legitimacy of this operation. The doors of the cars were pushed open at almost the same time. A group of soldiers wearing camouflage training uniforms quickly jumped down from the vehicle. The movements were neat and organized, landing without a sound and with a solemn expression. They spread out in a standard battle formation. In just a few dozen seconds, it completely controlled all the main roads on the periphery of the chicken farm. Everyone's eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. He Zhang stepped down from a command vehicle in the center. His military boots stepped on the dirt with a dull sound. He looked up at the gate of the chicken farm. A wooden plaque with some peeling paint hung on the gate. On it, the words Ren's Ecological Chicken Farm were written in brush strokes. Company Commander Chao Yang walked quickly to his side and stood at attention to salute. Reporting to the regimental commander, according to navigation and final confirmation from the local authorities. This is the chicken farm of target Rinxinyu. He Zhang nodded expressionlessly. His deep gaze swept over the more ordinary-looking farm in front of him. A few rows of neat chicken coops. A spacious courtyard. A lone small 2-story building. Everything seemed so normal that it was somewhat perverse. He really couldn't compare this place. With that cannon, the military radar disappeared in thin air ghost together. His eyes became sharper and sharper. Bring someone in. He Zhang's voice was not loud. However, the majesty contained within it was unquestionable. Yes. Chao Yang saluted again. Then with a wave of his hand, he led a team of loaded soldiers. In search formation, they carefully walked towards the gate of the chicken farm. In the living room of the small building, Yuan Shu still had his eyes closed, enjoying the top-notch massage service brought by Yuan Shu. He had even begun to conceptualize the next development plan for the chicken farm. Yuan Shu, wait for this batch of ecological chickens to be released. With a little more money in the account, I'll upgrade your hardware. Replace your computing core with my newly designed quantum module. Add a few more multifunctional mechanical arms with different functions for you. One is responsible for massage. One is responsible for cooking. One for cleaning. Thank you, sir. The Yuan Shufu looks forward to a full increase in performance. The electronic voice of the Yuan Shufu remained smooth. But if one listened carefully, it seemed that one could hear some humanized emotions from it. Just then, drip, 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 drip. A sharp and ear-piercing alarm resounded through the entire small building without warning. The hidden warning lights on the ceiling and corners instantly lit up. Red light flashed madly in all parts of the room. The tranquil and comfortable atmosphere was completely torn to shreds. The mechanical arm that was working on Yuan Shu's shoulder instantly stopped all movements and retracted into the recess of the ceiling at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, as if it had never appeared. What happened? Yuan Shu's eyes snapped open. The lethargy and coziness from earlier disappeared without a trace in a second. In its place was an extreme calmness that didn't match his age. Level 1 alert. Large number of armed intruders detected in the external area. Number of intruders, 23. Recognized as military standard equipment through profile scanning. Confirmed to be carrying lethal weapons such as Type 95 assault rifles and Type 92 pistols. Yuan Shu's voice became a bit more urgent than usual. At the same time, the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room instantly changed its light transmission. It turned into a huge display screen with one-way visualization. The screen clearly displayed the real-time scene in the courtyard. A group of heavily armed soldiers were in a standard tactical encirclement formation, cautiously approaching over towards the small building. Yuan Shu's gaze instantly locked onto the scene outside. He froze slightly when he saw those in the courtyard wearing familiar camouflage uniforms. People from the military? He immediately thought of the little incident that happened on the highway in the afternoon. It seemed that he had underestimated the other party's skill level and determination to act. However, there wasn't much panic in his heart. The other party had come out in such a big formation. It was even equipped with police cars. Obviously, it wasn't to catch thieves or robbers. It was more like a formal investigation operation. There must be some kind of misunderstanding in this. Yuan Shu felt that he needed to have a good talk with them. Yuan Shu, turn off the alarm system. He calmly opened his mouth to order. Yes, sir. The ear-piercing alarm sound came to an abrupt end. The flickering red light also went out, and calm was restored to the room. Yuan Shu stood up from the sofa unhurriedly. Smoothly, he straightened the somewhat wrinkled loungewear on his body. He took a step and walked towards the door unhurriedly. As he approached, the high-tech room door once again slid open noiselessly to both sides. Chapter 6, because of that flying kiss? Outside the door, Xiao Zhang and a group of soldiers who were about to force the door open with their men froze. The weapons in their hands were still on alert. However, they did not expect that the target would open the door so calmly on his own accord. He Zhang's gaze passed through the gap between the soldiers in front of him. The first thing that happened was that it landed on the young man at the door. He looked almost exactly the same as he did in the profile picture. His eyebrows were clear and his expression was calm. It was just that the real person had more of a calm and unhurried demeanor than the photo. It was as if the group of loaded soldiers in front of him were just neighbors who had come to visit. He Zhang waved his hand to signal the soldiers to stay on guard but not to make any rash moves. He himself took the lead and stepped inside. He was closely followed by Qiao Yang and 2 other personal guards. His sharp gaze was like that of a falcon. The moment he stepped into the room, he quickly surveyed every single furnishing in the room, as well as the young man standing in front of them. It was a harmless-looking young man. He was still wearing the simplest of t-shirts and casual pants. However, just as He Zhang's afterglow swept across the ceiling above the sofa, his pupils shrunk violently. Although that mysterious mechanical arm had been retracted. However, the grooves in metal slides on the ceiling, which did not match the overall decor and were filled with a sense of precision and industry. But it did not manage to escape his eyes that were born from scouts. That was definitely not something that would be found in an ordinary home's decoration. He Zhang's heart jolted. The original 7 to 8% suspicion. At this moment, it almost turned into 100% certainty. He slowly withdrew his gaze and refocused on Yuan Shu's calm face. In a calm and powerful voice, he spoke. You are Yuan Shu? Yuan Shu frankly met his gaze that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Gently, he nodded. I am. He then revealed just the right amount of puzzled expression with a hint of innocence and opened his mouth to inquire. "May I ask, who are you?" He Zhang's calm and powerful voice echoed in the quiet living room. It carried an undeniable oppressive force. "My name is He Zhang, the leader of the 1st Army Regiment of the Eastern War Zone." He introduced himself as he spoke. Those sharp eyes never left Ren Xinyu's face. It seemed as if they wanted to read something from every subtle change in his expression. "Ren Xinyu, I think you should know why we came to find you." He Zhang's tone was very certain, as if he already had all the evidence. Hearing the other party's identity, the expression on Ren Xinyu's face didn't change much. There was just some realization in those clear eyes. So it was the head of the regular army, no wonder there was such a big battle. He slightly tilted his head. The innocence and doubt on his face became more real. It even took on a bit of exaggerated contemplation. "Sir, you guys are so gung-ho. I really can't think of any heinous crime I've committed." He spread his hands in a puzzled manner. Immediately afterward, it was as if he suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up and he spoke in a tentative tone. "Could it be because today on the highway, I accidentally overtook your military vehicle?" Saying this, he paused for a moment. The expression became a bit urged, even with a few flashbacks. "And incidentally, gave a flying kiss?" The moment these words came out, the originally tense and austere atmosphere in the room instantly froze. The two guards following He Zhang almost couldn't strain the serious expression on their faces. And the corners of Chao Yang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He Zhang's face darkened on the spot, and the veins at the corners of his forehead involuntarily jumped. He took a deep breath, forcing down the fire in his heart that had risen due to the other party's frivolity. "We are not interested in your flying kisses." His voice became lower, with a hint of warning. "I'm asking you now, what is that yellow van of yours with the Crayola design on it for?" He Zhang deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words Crayon Shinchan. This absurd cartoon image contrasted sharply with the serious military investigation in front of him. The expression on Ren Xinyu's face immediately became serious. It was as if the person who was joking just now was not him. "Oh, you said that car," he answered as a matter of course, without the slightest hesitation. "That's my delivery truck." "Delivery van?" He Zhang pursued. "Yes, for delivering chickens." Ren Xinyu nodded and added, "I've opened a small ecological chicken farm of my own. The chickens I raise, as well as the eggs I lay, are all of very good quality. Need to use that car to deliver to my customers." His explanation sounded seamless. It fit the persona of a Buddhist laying down chicken farmer perfectly. However, these words made the suspicions in He Zhang and Chao Yang's hearts increase rather than decrease. A chicken farmer who could design such a sophisticated defense system? Chao Yang, who was standing on the side, took a step forward and looked straight at Ren Xinyu. "Mr. Ren, since it's a delivery truck, then can we inspect it?" His tone was a bit more polite than He Zhang's. However, the insistence in it could not be refused. "Of course." Ren Xinyu's reply was crisp and clear, without the slightest hesitation. He casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. Hanging from the keys was a keychain that was also in the image of Crayon Shinchan. It waved in the air as he moved. He flexed his fingers and the keys drew a parabola in the air, landing precisely on Chao Yang. "Here, car keys." Chao Yang steadily caught the key, glancing at the giggling cartoon pendant in his hand. The eyes became more complicated. He turned around and ordered a soldier behind him. "Shaoli, go, start the car. Just drive a few laps in the yard. Double-check the car's mechanical performance and handling sense." "Yes, Captain." The soldier named Shaoli immediately led the order. Taking the keys, he quickly walked towards the conspicuous yellow van in the yard. Chao Yang then said to another soldier, "Bring over the portable technology detection terminal." Soon, a military ruggedized laptop was handed over to Chao Yang. In the courtyard, the yellow minivan was started and the engine emitted a smooth humming sound. A heavily armed soldier drove a van painted with crayons. It traveled in a circle through the courtyard, which was dotted with sophisticated sensors. This image was filled with an unspeakable sense of incongruity. It made all the soldiers present feel a little weird. Chao Yang, on the other hand, completely ignored the scene in the courtyard. He turned on his computer and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Lines of complex codes and data streams flashed across the screen. His brows were locked together in concentration at first. But soon, concentration turned to doubt. Finally, doubt turned to disbelief. His face, too, became increasingly ugly with the information that came back on the screen. He Zhang didn't disturb him, just stood quietly by the side. His eyes moved back and forth between the calm Ren Xinyu and the focused Chao Yang. The atmosphere in the living room became quiet once again. Only the crisp sound of Chao Yang tapping on the keyboard remained. About 3 minutes later, Shaoli, who was circling around the courtyard, parked his car. Turning off the engine, he quickly ran back. "Reporting to the captain, the vehicle inspection is complete." He gave a standard military salute. The car's mechanical performance is all normal. The engine, transmission, and chassis don't have any problems. The handling feeling is also very sensitive, except for the appearance, which is a bit peculiar. There is no difference between driving it and a normal van. No traces of physical modifications were found. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Chao Yang's body. He Zhang asked in a deep voice. Chao Yang, what about the results of the technical detection? What about it? Chao Yang raised his head as he held up his tactical glasses. The expression on his face was unusually grave. Reporting to the chief, the car itself is indeed fine. He paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. I carefully inspected the interior of the car and can be 100% certain. There are no active or passive signal blockers installed in the car. Nor are there any electronic jamming devices of any kind. But that's exactly where the problem lies. Chao Yang's gaze turned to Ren Xinyu, his eyes filled with inquiry and disbelief. Our vehicle-mounted radar, the portable phased-array radar in my hands. Even the space-based reconnaissance satellite that I just urgently requested to mobilize? All the radar systems, none of them can lock onto this vehicle. Chapter 7 Invisible Paint? Chao Yang's words caused the soldiers around him to suck in a breath of cold air. On all the radar screens, the location in the yard where this car is. It's just a blank, as if it doesn't even exist. Chao Yang's voice involuntarily raised a bit. I tried every radar band available. From the conventional X-band and S-band to the high-precision millimeter-wave radar, the results were all the same. It's like it's cloaked in a radar-only cloak of invisibility. As the words fell, the entire living room fell deathly silent. He Zhang and Chao Yang's gazes were like two sharp searchlights. In unison, they shot towards Ren Xinyu, who had been standing there with a bland demeanor since the beginning. Faced with the two officers' sharp, knife-like lines of sight, Ren Xinyu finally stopped maintaining that innocent expression. He sighed softly, as if he was feeling helpless over a troublesome matter. Alas, I originally thought that I would be able to conceal this for a while longer. I didn't expect to be discovered by you guys after all. He looked at He Zhang and Chao Yang and spoke calmly. This van, I did make a small modification. He Zhang's pupils shrunk violently. His voice was suppressed extremely low, as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. What did you modify? Ren Xinyu's reply was light, but it was like dropping a heavy bomb on the surface of a calm lake. It's not a big deal, it's just giving it a fresh coat of paint. Paint? Chao Yang almost blurted out, disbelief written all over his face. That's impossible. There is no paint in the world that can achieve complete radar invisibility. Ren Xinyu looked at him. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint arc, like a teacher looking at an inquisitive student. So, this is no ordinary paint. He slowly revealed the mystery. This is a special kind of paint that I researched when I had nothing else to do myself. Inside the paint, I added some new nanocomposite materials that I personally developed. Every word of the last sentence he uttered clearly struck at the hearts of He Zhang and Chao Yang. The most important function of this paint is that it can efficiently absorb and scatter radar waves, thus allowing the painted object to evade detection by the vast majority of radars at this stage. Invisible paint. He Zhang and Chao Yang's minds went blank with a buzz. They stared at Ren Xinyu with dead eyes, their faces filled with shock and horror that could not be described in words. As a battle-hardened leader, He Zhang knew this thing better than anyone else. He Zhang knew the value of this thing better than anyone else. If this kind of paint could be mass-produced, if it could be painted on fighter jets, tanks, and warships, what would that mean? It would mean that the entire rules of modern warfare would be completely subverted. Chao Yang's reaction was no better. His mouth was open, and his eyes behind his glasses were wide open. It was as if he had seen some kind of monster that was completely beyond his comprehension. He was well aware of how difficult it was to realize radar invisibility. That countless scientists and engineers had spent astronomical amounts of money and time. Only then did they barely manage to realize part of the effect on a specific shape of the craft. But now, this lazy-looking young man in front of him actually said that he had solved this world-class problem with a single type of paint? This was no longer sci-fi, this was a myth. Ren Xinyu looked at the two people who were lost in thought. Seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough, he slowly added another sentence. Oh yeah, forgot to say. This kind of paint, besides absorbing radar waves, it also solves the problem of heat insulation and corrosion protection, by the way. He gestured to the battered van. It doesn't matter if it's freezing cold at a few dozen degrees below zero or sizzling in the hundreds of degrees. The temperature in the wagon can all be maintained at a relatively constant range. Moreover, after being coated, it's basically goodbye to rust and corrosion. Throw it in the sea for a few years and it will be fine. Each sentence was like a new bomb. It detonated again on He Zhang and Chao Yang's nerves, which were already close to collapsing. Insulated from low and high temperatures. Strong anti-corrosion. Any one of these technologies alone was enough to cause an earthquake in the entire industrial world. It was enough to cause an earthquake in the entire industrial world. And now, these heaven-defying functions. They were actually all integrated into a kind of paint. He Zhang snapped back to his senses. His reddened eyes locked onto Rinshinu, and he let out a sound with a dry throat. How much more of this kind of paint do you have? His voice trembled a little. It was a mixture of extreme longing and nervousness. Rinshinu stretched out his fingers and gestured in the air, his expression looking somewhat regretful. There's not much left. Before, in order to test the effect, a portion was used up. The amount that's left now is probably just enough to paint another vehicle that's about the same size as this van. Only enough for one vehicle. He Zhang's heart sank violently, and then an even hotter flame flared up. One vehicle, that was also enough. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. It finally settled on one of the most crucial and urgently needed equipment. Comrade Rinshinu. He Zhang's address changed, his tone carrying an unprecedented solemnity and request. I have an ungrateful request. Our troops have an anti-tank missile launcher. Its survivability has been our biggest headache. I'd like to ask you to use the leftover paint to help us paint a launch vehicle. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Rinshinu would not agree, he immediately added. You don't have to worry about the cost. How much is needed? You name a price, I'll personally pay for it. For the sake of this anti-tank missile launcher that could be invisible. Even if he had to dump his family's money, he would not hesitate to do so. Rinshinu looked at him, there was no greed in his eyes, instead, there was an expected flatness. Money is not necessary. He waved his hand and uttered words that made both He Zhang and Chaoyang freeze. I've always had respect for the military. It's my honor to help out, painting you guys for free. He Zhang could not believe his ears. Such a precious thing, he was actually willing to offer it for free? However, Rinshinu's next sentence carried an unquestionable condition. However, I have a request. The painting job must be done in my garage. You'll have to bring your cars to my yard. His gaze swept over the unassuming roll-up garage in the corner of the yard. Upon hearing this request, Chao Yang on the side finally snapped out of his shock. His face changed, and he hastily pulled on He Zhang's sleeve, lowering his voice. Chief, this is out of order. Anti-tank missile launchers are our core combat equipment. How can it be casually driven into a civilian compound? Moreover, allowing a non-military person to touch and modify our active equipment. This is a serious breach of discipline. In case something goes wrong, we can't afford the responsibility. Chao Yang's concern was completely justified. The risks involved were simply too great. How could He Zhang not understand this? However, he understood even more that risks and opportunities always existed side by side. Compared to a ghost chariot that could ignore radar detection and come and go without a trace. The so-called rules and discipline at this moment seemed so pale and powerless. He turned his head, his eyes as sharp as eagles, staring at Chao Yang and said word by word. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame alone. If the sky collapses, I'll take the blame. Now, execute my order immediately. Go, bring me the car. The unquestionable order made Chao Yang tremble. He looked at the chief's resolute eyes, and finally chose to obey. Yes. Regimental commander. Chao Yang gave a military salute. Turning around, he quickly walked out of the courtyard to convey this order that was enough to set off a furor. Not long after, a heavy engine roar came from far and near. A wheeled combat vehicle covered in camouflage paint and filled with the beauty of steel and power. It slowly drove into this quiet farmhouse. When seeing this chariot, Rinshinu, who had always acted in a light-hearted manner, for the first time, an excited light appeared in his eyes. Oh wow, it's actually a Red Arrow 10 anti-tank missile launcher. He was like a child who saw a beloved toy. Unconsciously, his mouth recited a series of data accurate to the decimal point. 8x8 wheeled high mobility chassis, full weight 20 tons. Maximum road speed 80 km per hour. Equipped with 2 sets of quad multipurpose fiber optic guided missile launchers. Missile range 10 km. Guided by fiber optic imagery, it is capable of top attack and sea skimming flight. Armor breaking thickness exceeds 1,400 mm of homogeneous steel armor. Good stuff, this is a real land battle killer. Chapter 8 Good stuff. It's really good stuff. He Zhang and Chao Yang, who had just returned, listened to Rinshinu's introduction as if he were counting the numbers. Once again, they were shocked beyond words. This young man, what else did he not know? Alright, drive it in. Rinshinu pointed to the garage and signaled the driver to park this behemoth inside. Accompanied by the low roar of the engine and the crunching sound of the tracks pressing through the ground. The Red Arrow 10 launcher slowly drove into the ordinary-looking garage. The roller shutter door fell with it, isolating everything. Rinshinu stood in front of the tightly closed roller shutter door and had no intention of walking in. He merely gave commands to the air in a flat tone. Yuan Shu, scan the target carrier and calculate the paint usage scheme. Use all remaining stealth composite paint from warehouse A7. Paint the target with full coverage. An inaudible male and female, cold and mechanical synthesized voice. It abruptly rang out in the living room, seemingly coming from all directions. Command confirmed. Target scanning in progress. Program calculations complete. Begin execution of painting operations. The words just fell. He Zhang and Xiao Yang hadn't had time to react to this sudden sound. They only heard an extremely slight buzzing sound coming from the garage. It was as if some sort of high-frequency equipment was running. This sound lasted less than 30 seconds before it completely disappeared. Immediately afterward, the garage's roller shutter door slowly rose amidst a clattering sound. He Zhang and Xiao Yang couldn't wait to cast their eyes inside the garage. In the next second, the expressions of the two men completely froze on their faces. They only saw the imposing green camouflage anti-tank missile launcher that was filled with a murderous aura just now. At this moment, it had completely changed. Its body, covered by an extremely bright and lively lemon yellow color, was full of childish fun. What made them feel even more numb was on the flat armor plates on the left and right sides of the chariot. There also appeared two huge and clear cartoon patterns. On the left one was a little boy wearing a red top and yellow shorts with thick eyebrows. The one on the right, a little boy with the same drawing style, was puckering his buttocks and making indecent movements. Surprisingly, it was Crayon Shin. The air seemed to freeze. The two people, He Zhang and Xiao Yang, stood motionless as if they had been cast in a fixation spell. Their eyes were as wide as bronze bells. Their mouths were so open that they could fit an egg. Staring straight at the new work of art in the garage. That bright lemon yellow, that very mocking cartoon pattern. All of them are impacting the aesthetics and bottom line of them as soldiers. Where is this national weapon, land battle killer? This was clearly a toy car that had been driven out of a children's paradise. Run! Shun! You! A roar of suppressed volcanic eruption like anger. It squeezed out from He Zhang's throat. He turned his head violently, his eyes reddening as he glared at the one who started it all. If eyes could kill, Ren Xinyu was afraid that he would have been killed by 1,000 cuts by now. However, in the face of the chief's monstrous rage, Ren Xinyu, however, only yawned lazily, with an air of unconcern. Head he, what's the point of shouting so loudly, it's scaring my chickens. He pointed at the several reedy chickens probing in the chicken coop not far away, his tone full of innocence. I'm asking you, what's going on here? He Zhang pointed at the crayon-painted missile car, his fingers shaking with anger. I asked you to get invisible paint, and you came up with this contraption for me? Can't it be invisible? Ren Xinyu asked rhetorically. He Zhang was choked for a moment, but his anger did not diminish in the slightest. I'm talking about this color. This pattern. You took the hallowed national weapon and painted it like this, how do you expect our warriors to drive it out? Driving it to the battlefield, is it going to fight or is it going to be funny? Oh, this. Ren Xinyu nodded in sudden realization, then spread his two hands. Head he, your previous order only said that I should use special paint to provide full coverage of the target. You neither specified what color to use, nor did you say that you couldn't paint something on it. I'm following your orders to the letter, there's nothing procedurally wrong with it. You. He Zhang had a breath clogged in his chest and almost didn't go over his back. He realized that he was unexpectedly unable to refute it. Yes, he was only thinking about verifying the effect of the paint as soon as possible. Where would he have thought about details like colors and patterns? Who would have thought that this young man's brain circuit would be so clear and capable of such outrageous things? Looking at He Zhang's face that was suffocated to the point of turning purple. Xiao Yang was also frightened at the side, not daring to utter a single breath. He now finally understood. Why was this harmless-looking young man able to make the headmaster suffer repeatedly? This guy was simply not something that could be surmised with common sense. Row! Row! Count on you. He Zhang took several deep breaths before barely suppressing the anger in his heart. Now was not the time to be concerned about this, business was important. He turned his head and ordered Xiao Yang, who was still frozen. Xiao Yang, don't freeze. Go and test it right away. I want to see if this fancy thing is useful or not. Yes. Regimental commander. With a jolt, Xiao Yang immediately turned around and ran to get the testing equipment. Soon, he ran back with a handheld radar detector and an infrared thermal imager. He first turned on the radar detector and aimed it at the yellow chariot in the garage. On the screen, there was only a calm snowflake dot with no fluctuation in the data. Xiao Yang frowned, he didn't believe it and thought that the instrument was broken. He turned off the instrument and restarted it again, and aimed at the target again. The result was still the same, nothing could be detected. It was as if that huge steel behemoth did not exist in this space at all. He switched back to the infrared thermal imager. It was important to realize that the chariot had just been turned off. There should still be a lot of heat left in the engine and exhaust. It would be as conspicuous as a light bulb under the thermal imager. However, when he aimed the lens at the chariot, the image presented in the eyepiece made him suck in a breath of cold air. That lemon-yellow chariot, in the world of thermal imaging. Surprisingly, it really presented a temperature that was almost exactly the same as its surroundings. Not to mention the residual temperature of the engine, even the temperature difference between the metal body under the sunlight and in the shadows had disappeared. It was like a rock that blended perfectly into the background. Well, He Zhang saw Chao Yang's expression. His heart thumped, and he had some bad premonitions inside. Was it really just a look-alike? Chao Yang put down the equipment. Quickly running to He Zhang, his voice trembling a little from overexcitement. Reporting to the headmaster. Radar detection is invalid. Infrared scanning is invalid. The target is completely invisible under both means of reconnaissance. We can't scan it. With these words, the courtyard once again fell into a deathly silence. The anger and depression on He Zhang's face was visible to the naked eye. It was quickly replaced by a look of ecstasy and disbelief. He rushed to Chao Yang in a few steps, snatched the device in his hand, and personally aimed it at the garage. On the radar screen, it was empty. In the thermal imager, it was cold. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He Zhang suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter that was filled with smoothness and excitement. The way he looked at that Crayola chariot changed in an instant. It was no longer disgust and anger, but like looking at a supreme treasure. What was the color? What was the pattern? In front of absolute stealth performance, all of this was inconsequential. With this, won't the Blue Army's advanced reconnaissance equipment become blind? This maneuver is a sure win. Good. Good stuff. It's really good. He Zhang excitedly patted Ren Xinyu's shoulder with such force that Ren Xinyu showed his teeth. His mood at the moment was simply like taking a roller coaster ride. After the excitement, He Zhang's emotions gradually calmed down. He looked at Ren Xinyu and his tone became consultative. Comrade Ren Xinyu, look at. The effect of this paint job is beyond words. But when the exercise is over, can we still change its color? It's best to have a normal military camouflage, and this pattern, well, it's also best to remove it. After all, this thing is going to be on the battlefield in the future. This look. It does somewhat affect the majesty of our army. Ren Xinyu rubbed his shoulder that had been patted painfully and casually waved his hand. It's fine, it's a small matter. When you guys finish using it and drive it back, I'll just have Yuan Shu give it a new skin. Chapter 9 is your van. For sale? Receiving an affirmative reply, He Zhang was completely relieved. Immediately afterward, he remembered that mysterious voice from earlier. By the way, that Yuan Shu you just mentioned, it's that voice that spoke just now, right? And those mechanical arms in the garage, what's going on? He Zhang's eyes became sharp as he felt the need to figure out this young man's bottom line. These technologies were beyond what he could understand. Oh, that one. Ren Xinyu's expression did not change in the slightest, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. That's an AI butler that a friend of mine gave me, just called Yuan Shu. Usually, it helps me manage the chicken farm and mess with the automation equipment. By the way, make a guest appearance as a spray painter to free my hands. A gift from a friend? An artificial intelligence butler? He Zhang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye as he listened to this explanation. He didn't believe it 100 times in his heart. It was possible to come up with this kind of invisible paint. An artificial intelligence that could command a fully automated robotic arm to carry out precision spraying operations. Could it be as simple as a gift from a friend? I'm afraid that the secret behind this was even more astonishing than the invisibility technology itself. However, He Zhang looked at Ren Xinyu's breezy demeanor. He knew that he wouldn't be able to ask anything further. Everyone had their own secrets, especially this kind of genius. Pushing too hard would be counterproductive. Thinking of this, He Zhang decided not to pursue any further. His gaze swept around the courtyard. It suddenly landed on a van parked in the corner. The body of that van was similarly painted in bright colors. It was drawn with the exact same crayon pattern. That van of yours? He Zhang pointed at the vehicle and suddenly spoke. Is it for sale? Ren Xinyu followed his finger and his eyes instantly lit up. That money-grubbing nature was once again exposed. Sell, ah. Of course it's for sale. He rubbed his hands together and a businessman-like enthusiastic smile appeared on his face. It's a blessing that he can look at this little broken car of mine. Name a price. He Zhang said in a deep voice. It's not expensive. Ren Xinyu smiled and extended 7 fingers. Seeing as we've worked together so happily, I'll give you a friendly price, $700,000. What? $700,000? Even though He Zhang had prepared himself mentally, he was taken aback by the price. A half-used van, how dare you ask for $700,000? Robbing money? Ren Xinyu seemed to have seen through his thoughts and added immediately afterward. Of course, you know that, had he? This is a small business for me, and this car is an important production tool for me. You bought it away. The feed intake and egg delivery for this chicken farm of mine will be all cut off. So, you'll still have to match me with a similar mobility vehicle to make it work. He Zhang's face instantly darkened. Spending $700,000 on an old cargo truck and then having to compensate him with a new car? This kid, he really refused to suffer any loss at all. He looked at Ring Xinyu's face, which was filled with the phrase loves money as much as his own. In the end, he squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Okay. I promise. With the deal struck, He Zhang was thunderous and ordered it down on the spot. Not long after, a dull roar of an engine came from far and near. A brand new army green Dongfeng truck slowly drove into the yard. It stopped next to the Crayon truck. A young soldier jumped down from the driver's seat. He gave a standard military salute to He Zhang. Then he handed over a brand new car key to He Zhang. He Zhang took the key and casually tossed it to Ring Xinyu. Here, your substitute car. This car has all the formalities. The performance is absolutely reliable, it's much better than your little broken car. Ring Xinyu steadily received the key. Looking at this mighty and domineering military truck in front of him, the light almost bubbled out of his eyes. This car can be too much more imposing than his second-hand van, whether it is pulling feed or delivering eggs. This power, this space, it was simply a bird's eye view. But then, he frowned. The excitement on his face was instantly replaced by worry. This car is a good car. But I'm driving such a military truck to the city to deliver eggs. Wouldn't it be a bit too flashy? I'm afraid I won't get very far out. It would have to be stopped by the traffic police comrades for tea. He didn't want to deal with the traffic police every day because of this. That would be too much of a delay to his great cause of raising chickens. When He Zhang heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. It seemed like he had expected him to ask this question. Don't worry, the license plate is real and the procedures are compliant. I will greet the city's traffic control department later and make a record for you. As long as you don't drive it to do illegal and disorderly things, no one will find you in trouble. Hearing this, the last bit of concern in Ring Xinyu's heart dissipated. He joyfully slipped the car keys into his pocket. The smile on his face became bright again. Then there's no problem. I'm relieved that he is doing his job. With things settled, He Zhang did not linger any longer. We still have a mission, so we'll leave first. He turned to Chao Yang and ordered. You, go and drive that car back. Yes, Chief. Chao Yang led the order. Quickly, he walked towards the brightly colored Crayola van. He pulled open the door and sat in the driver's side with an odd expression on his face. Obviously, he hadn't recovered from the car's peculiar paint job. Soon, the two vehicles, one after the other, drove out of the chicken farm's small courtyard. In the courtyard, only Ring Xinyu was left alone. There was also that brand new military truck. He stood in place, looking at the truck's distant back. The smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. $700,000 in cash, plus a brand new military truck. This business, it was simply profitable. This was not just a sum of money. It was even the first step in establishing a cooperative relationship with the military. With this relationship, it would be much easier to conduct any research on one's own in the future. Yuan Shu, we did it! Ring Xinyu shouted excitedly into the air. The first order has been successfully completed, so we must celebrate. His heart was pounding as a thought surged through his mind. Yuan Shu could not take credit for it going so well this time. Whether it was analyzing the paint formula, or commanding the robotic arm to perform fully automatic spraying, all of them reflected its powerful ability. As its own most central partner, it was time to give it a thorough upgrade. Go, Yuan Shu, I'll take you to a new body. Ring Xinyu walked quickly into his studio. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He arrived in front of a huge server cabinet. On the virtual screen, Yuan Shu's blue light shadow was pulsing. Sir, it has been detected that your heart rate and adrenaline levels are significantly higher than usual. Your emotions are very high right now. Yes, because we got rich. Ring Xinyu said with a smile, his hands tapping rapidly on the operating table. To reward you for your outstanding performance this time, I've decided to give you a hardware iteration. Your current core program is powerful though, but it's too much of a commitment to be tied up in this pile of servers all the time. As a series of complex commands were entered, a lifting platform in the center of the studio slowly rose. On the lifting platform, a beige metal sphere composed of countless precision parts was placed. The surface was smooth and the seams were tight. This was a brand new carrier that he had designed a long time ago. It was just that there hadn't been the right time to activate it. Begin core data migration. Ring Xinyu gave the order. Data migration program initiated, estimated time 3 minutes. The blue light on the server began to flow, turning into a stream of data. Through the thick cables, it surged towards the beige-colored sphere. After 3 minutes, the light and shadow on the server screen completely disappeared. And the indicator light on the surface of that beige-colored sphere, it turned from red to a mild blue color. Thumbs up. With a soft sound, the cable connecting the sphere to the platform automatically fell off. It swayed gently for a moment. Then, ignoring the gravity, it slowly levitated from the platform. It flew into midair and was almost the size of a volleyball. The whole body took on a warm beige color. No propulsion device could be seen on the surface, yet it could hover and move freely. Core migration complete, hardware system self-test complete, all functions normal. A voice, clearer and more textured than before, emanated from the sphere. Sir, this feeling is new. I got rid of the fixed physical anchor point. Gained the ability to move freely in 3 dimensions. Like it? It's a new home I've customized for you. Chapter 10, Withdrawal of Fans? Shin looked at his latest masterpiece with satisfaction. I like it very much, thank you, sir. The flying Yuan Shu turned around in the air. It seemed to be adapting to its new body. The smile on Shin's face grew even thicker. This success made him more confident in his future plans. He walked over to another workbench. From a pile of drawings, he pulled out a document that was marked as the highest priority. It was a design drawing with an extremely complex structure. The title of the drawing read a few words: Portable Quantum Radar. This was a design he had completed only a short while ago. A black technology that could subvert the existing detection system. Don't just play around, Yuan Shu, get to work. Shin spread out the drawings on the desktop. Scan this drawing. Analyze the materials required and the manufacturing process, make a list out of it. Okay, sir. The beige orb flew above the drawing. A blue beam of light shot out from the bottom and slowly swept through the entire drawing. In less than 10 seconds, the scan was complete. The Yuan Shu's voice sounded again. Scanning complete, 3-dimensional structure model has been established and manufacturing process generated. Based on the existing inventory for comparison, most of the rare metals and composite materials are well stocked. However, the high-precision circuit boards required for core computing, as well as the high-strength stainless steel plates required for the outer shell, the existing quantity is insufficient. Additional procurement is required. Shin nodded after listening to the report, which was more or less the same as his prediction. These highly refined contraptions. It was indeed not something that he could have all of them at this small chicken farm. Got it. He put away the drawings and already had a plan in mind. Go to the city tomorrow and buy back all the missing materials. The other side. On the way back to the base, Chao Yang drove the Crayola van that had been painted in fancy colors. The expression had been tangled. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at He Zhang, who was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed. Chief, what are we going to do with this car? If we drive it back? We can't just let it park in the barracks, right? This painting style is also too strange. Chao Yang really couldn't imagine it. A van painted with cartoon patterns. Parked in the middle of a bunch of military vehicles, what kind of a spicy picture would it be? How about we find a repair shop and repaint it in military green? Then simply modify it and use it as a temporary command center? He Zhang slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze pondering. He did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. The idea of converting it into a temporary command center was not bad. However, if it was repainted, then wouldn't the greatest value of buying it be wasted? An even bolder plan suddenly surfaced in He Zhang's mind. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and strong. No, there's no need to change it. Just keep it the way it is now. Chao Yang froze, somewhat puzzled. He Zhang continued. Our command headquarters is too obvious a target, and it will easily be locked by the enemy. From now on, we set up 2 command headquarters. One, still at our original location, as an obvious front. The other, located in this van. As a mobile, hidden covert command. Who would have thought that a broken-down van with a crayon drawing on it would be our core command center? The corners of He Zhang's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes became sharp. The more such inconspicuous things are, at critical moments, the less likely it is to be discovered, and the more effective it can be in taking people by surprise. He Zhang and Chao Yang returned to the temporary camp for the maneuvers one after the other. From afar, they could see the largest tent in the center, which was brightly lit at the moment. The atmosphere was very different from when they had left. The air was filled with a sense of gravity and solemnity. The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing a few moments of realization in the other's eyes. They parked the fancy van in an inconspicuous wooded area outside the campground. Only then did they hike in. Walking into the central tent, it was already filled with people. The heads of each regiment had basically arrived. They were gathered in front of the sand table, and everyone's face didn't look too good. Division Commander Peng Xiaogang stood at the main seat with a serious expression, not saying a word. He Zhang's appearance immediately broke the oppressive silence in the tent. A conspiratorial voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Grand Head he? The one who spoke was Ming, the leader of the 3rd Regiment and He Zhang's old enemy. Ming looked at him with a leathery smile, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. What's up, going out for a spin? Did you think of some brilliant plan to overcome the enemy? Or are you preparing to find a way back in advance? He Zhang's footsteps lurched and his gaze swept coldly over. He hadn't wanted to argue with someone on this kind of occasion. But Li Ming's words were just too harsh. I won't bother Captain Li with my affairs. If you have this effort, why don't you think more about how to keep your position? Don't be like last time, being touched to the command headquarters without even realizing it. You! Li Ming's face instantly rose to a pig's liver color. Last time in the skirmish. His command headquarters was the one that was terminated by the strange soldiers sent by He Zhang. This matter had always been cited as a strange shame by him. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between the two was getting stronger, he was about to explode on the spot. Enough! The division commander Peng Xiaogang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The tent instantly quieted down. Li Ming glared fiercely at He Zhang and unwillingly shut his mouth. Peng Xiaogang's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. It finally rested on the sand table. I've called everyone here to announce something. His tone was heavy, causing everyone's hearts to lift. According to the latest instructions from the higher-ups, there will be a major adjustment to the rules of this exercise. Peng Xiaogang paused, seemingly weighing his words. For this exercise, we will no longer just rate the rankings. The regiment that wins first place will receive a batch of our military region's most advanced digitalized equipment, prioritized for installation. The moment these words came out, the eyes of several regimental commanders lit up. The most advanced digitalized equipment. This was a fatal temptation for any troop. However, Peng Xiaogang's next words. They were like a pot of ice water that poured over everyone's heads. At the same time, the regiment that ranked at the bottom of the maneuvers. He aggravated his tone and said word by word. Will be directly withdrawn from its number, its personnel broken up and replenished into other sister units. What? Revoke the number? Division commander, this isn't too serious? The entire tent instantly exploded. Everyone's faces changed drastically, filled with shock and incredulity. Revoking a number was the greatest punishment for a unit. It meant that the history and honor of this troop would cease to exist. This was more brutal than any disciplinary action. Division commander, isn't this decision too hasty? The brothers have all carried guns together. Doing this, everyone can't live with it in their hearts. Yes, division commander. It's normal to have losses and wins in maneuvers, but directly removing names, this. Several regimental commanders couldn't help but open their mouths. The words were filled with resistance to this decision. Peng Xiaogang raised his hand and pressed down. The clamor gradually subsided. However, anxiety and uneasiness were written all over everyone's face. This is an order from above, not a discussion with you. Peng Xiaogang's voice was cold and hard as iron. I understand your feelings. But as a soldier, obeying orders is a natural duty. This decision was made by our superiors to spur us on. To thoroughly rectify the culture of laziness that exists in the army. What we want are elite soldiers who can win battles, not old farts who muddle through. After he finished speaking, his gaze was sharp as a knife, shooting straight at He Zhang, who was standing at the edge of the crowd. The hint could not have been more obvious. He Zhang's regiment had been at the bottom of the list in the last few tests and maneuvers. It was the unit most likely to be eliminated in everyone's eyes. Peng Xiaogang stared at him and spoke slowly. He Zhang, do you hear me? If you continue to be at the bottom like before, your regiment, it's gone. Chapter 11, Broken Can? Everyone's gazes were instantly focused on He Zhang's body. There was sympathy, there was pity. But more than anything else, there was gloating. Especially Li Ming, the corners of his mouth could no longer restrain themselves from lifting upwards. Xiao Yang stood behind He Zhang, his fists pinched to death, his palms covered in sweat. He could feel a gaze sticking at them like needles. However, to everyone's surprise, He Zhang's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. He met Peng Xiaogang's gaze and straightened his spine. He took a sharp step forward and stood at attention to salute. Report division commander. The voice was loud and firm, resounding throughout the tent. I understand. Please rest assured, division commander and everyone, that our regiment, despite its recent poor results, but definitely not cowards. For this exercise, our regiment has the confidence and determination to get the top 3 places. The moment these words came out, the room was filled with shock. Everyone looked at He Zhang with a look like he was crazy. Top 3? A regiment that had continuously been at the bottom of the list dared to make such a boast? Even the always serious Peng Xiaogang. Disbelief and skepticism were evident on his face. He gave He Zhang a deep look. Without affirming or denying, he simply waved his hand. Good, I'll wait to see your performance. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting ended, He Zhang ignored the various complicated gazes cast around him. He turned around and walked away, his stance erect, as if the person who had just made the military order was not him. Without a word, Chao Yang quickly followed. He followed closely behind his own headmaster. In the tent, the remaining chiefs looked at each other in disbelief. A low murmur then erupted. He Zhang is a broken man, isn't he? Still in the top 3, does he think the maneuvers are a family game? Ming snorted and said to the people around him with a face full of disdain. Who among us doesn't know his routine? It's nothing more than the small unit infiltration, decapitation surprise attack tricks. People weren't on guard before. Having let him get away with it once or twice, who would fall for his tricks now? The other leader beside him nodded in agreement. That's right, those tactics of his have long been studied. Flip-flopping just a few times, can't play any new tricks at all. It seems that this time, the first group is bound to be removed. The crowd murmured, and between their words, they had already sentenced He Jiang and his team to death. They all thought that He Jiang's routine had already been figured out by everyone. This time, it was absolutely impossible for him to have a chance to win again. And at this moment, Ren's ecological chicken farm. Ren Xinyu was sitting in front of a cluttered but technology-filled workbench. The air was filled with the mixed odor of chicken manure and dirt. But this did not affect his concentration in the slightest. He stretched out his slender fingers, precisely screwing the last silver-colored screw into a strangely shaped metal device. There! He clapped his hands and looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction. The device was shaped like a multifaceted crystal. The surface was as smooth as a mirror and flowed with a faint blue halo. It didn't fit in with the shabby surroundings. Yuan Shu, activate the quantum radar and conduct a preliminary self-check. Ren Xinyu leaned back in his chair and casually ordered. Command received. Yuan Shufu was activating the quantum radar system. An emotionless electronic synthesized tone rang in his ears. System self-test completed. All modules are operating normally, energy reserve is 100%, ready to start working. Along with the report from the Yuan Center. A light blue three-dimensional holographic image was projected from above the device and hovered in mid-air. The image was covered with densely packed data streams and a concise operation interface. Not bad, not bad. Ren Xinyu crossed his legs and surveyed the panel with interest. Scan the surrounding 20 kilometers first. See what our little babies are doing. Command confirmed, scanning range set to a radius of 20 kilometers, scanning begins. The image on the holographic panel changed rapidly. A topographical map centered on the chicken farm was clearly presented. On the map, green light dots representing lifeforms were spread throughout the chicken farm. Ren Xinyu stretched out his finger and gently tapped it in the air, zooming in on an area. That area was precisely the hill where the Walker chickens he raised were located. Yuan Shu, analyze the health condition and egg production rate of the hens in coop number 3. It's being analyzed. Analysis is complete. The number 3 chicken coop has a total of 315 hens in good health. 121 new eggs were laid today. 3 of the hens showed slight irritability. It is recommended to increase the light hours. Even the mood of the chickens can be monitored. Ren Xinyu let out a light laugh, very satisfied with the result. This quantum radar was something that he had utilized the knowledge reserves from his previous life. It took countless efforts to tinker with the thing. Its powerful detection and data analysis capabilities far exceeded the imagination of everyone in this era. Now, he was using this heaven-defying technology to manage a chicken farm. This was exactly the Buddhist life he was pursuing. Raising chickens is the main business, research is the side business, can't put the cart before the horse. He muttered to himself. After admiring his chicken-raising empire for a while, Ren Xinyu felt a bit bored. The area was a mere 20 kilometers. It simply couldn't show the true strength of this quantum radar. Some fervor belonging to a top scientist flashed in his eyes. Yuan Shu, lift the scanning range restriction. Power to maximum, let's see how far it can fly. Warning, maximum power scanning will consume energy significantly. And may be captured by other detection devices. Yuan Shu dutifully warned. What are you afraid of? They can't detect it. Ren Xinyu waved his hand unconcernedly. Even if they discover it, they won't be able to keep up with my speed. Execute the order. Command confirmed, range restriction lifted, power maximized, quantum detection signal fired. The map on the holographic panel instantly shrunk by leaps and bounds. The cursor representing the detection signal was like a shooting star. It extended towards the distance at an incredible speed. The cursor cut through cities, crossed mountains, and crossed the vast country. On the panel, countless points of light flashed continuously. Each one represented a flight target. Recognizing. Domestic Civil Aviation Flight 773. Flight altitude 10,000 meters, speed 850 kilometers per hour. Identifying. Foreign Cargo Flight 919. Flight altitude 9,000 meters, speed 800 kilometers per hour. One by one, the data of the flight vehicles were clearly labeled. Ren Xinyu's eyes swept over the panel and quickly lost interest. These regular targets were unchallenging to him. His finger slid on the map, targeting the Azure Sea to the east. Yuan Shu, head in the direction of Hinakuni. Look for anything interesting. Command confirmed, adjusting detection direction. The cursor drew a graceful arc in the air. It shot straight towards the airspace of the country of days. Soon, a military base located on a border island appeared on the map. A model of the base was quickly constructed by the radar, accurate to every building. Oh! A defense tower was found. The corner of Rin Xinyu's mouth curled into a playful smile. Yuan Shu, hack into its data link. Bring up their radar frequency for me. Mission started. Data chain structure being analyzed. Firewall found. Breaking in. Cracking successful. All data from the base's radar system has been acquired, and the frequency has been synchronized to our database. The voice of the Meta Center remained flat. However, the mission it performed was enough to make any country's military go crazy. Meanwhile, inside an isolated island base on the border of the Hinako country, the air defense control room was peaceful. Soldier Honda yawned and complained to his companion Hayakawa next to him. It's so boring, just staring at these screens every day, my eyes are going blind. Hayakawa took a sip of his coffee and shrugged. Stop complaining, Honda-kun. That's just how it is in peacetime, it's better than being on the battlefield. That's true, but… Honda hadn't finished his words. Drop. Drop. Drip. Drip. A piercing alarm violently tore through the calm of the control room. The red warning lights flashed frantically, reflecting everyone's face in blood red. What's going on? Chapter 12. Did the radar system make a mistake? With a jolt, Honda instantly lost his sleep and jerked out of his seat. A radar operator, his face pale, pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Report. Radar has detected an unidentified high-speed object approaching our airspace. What's the speed? What's the altitude? Honda rushed to the radar screen and asked sternly. Speed. Speed cannot be calculated. It's too fast. It's already broken through the detection limit of our radar. The operator's voice carried a cry. Altitude. It has no altitude. It seems like it's a scanning signal, but not quite. Everyone was baffled by the bizarre situation. Honda was a highly trained soldier after all. He forced himself to calm down. Whatever it is, activate the first-level air defense alert immediately. Order the Seahawk squad to urgently lift off and intercept it. Yes. The order was swiftly conveyed. Inside the base, the mournful sirens resounded through the sky. The two fighters urgently lifted off and swooped towards the radar-indicated direction. A few minutes later, the pilot's anxious voice came from the communicator. Command Center, this is Seahawk 1. We have arrived at the target airspace, there is nothing within visual range. Seahawk 2 reporting, our radar doesn't show anything either. The sky is clean. In the control room, Honda and Hayakawa glanced at each other, both seeing the horror in the other's eyes. Could it be an error in the radar system? Just then, the radar operator let out another terrified scream. It moved again. It passed through our air defense circle. Toward the ancient capital. On the screen, the mysterious point of light that could not be captured. It had already crossed over their island, pointing straight towards the hinterland of the Hinako country, the ancient capital. It was the cultural heart of their country, and there was no way it could be lost. Hayakawa's face instantly turned ironic. He snatched the communicator and roared with all his strength. Order! Air Defense Missile Unit, immediately launch Amaterasu interceptor missiles. Target, unknown object in the direction of the ancient capital. It must be shot down at all costs. The interceptor missiles in the direction of Guru have been launched. Hayakawa's eyes were pinned dead center on the radar screen. The heart seemed to be clenched by a large invisible hand. However, Rin Xinyu's farm was a different scene. Yuan Shu, missile launch detected. Yes, from the Hinakuni Amaterasu interceptor missile system. Number 1, target. Me. Not the slightest bit of nervousness could be heard in Rin Xinyu's voice. Instead, there was a lazy smile. Oh? Still quite looking up to me. Surprisingly using this kind of big guy to hit me with a scanning signal. He stretched as if he was as relaxed as if he was discussing what to eat for dinner today. Genshu, don't let it come over, it's weirdly noisy. Understood. Cut its data link and give it a new target. Rin Xinyou casually ordered. Mission start. Accessing Amaterasu missile data chain. Encountering military-grade encryption protocol. Brute force decryption in progress. Cracked successfully. Supreme Missile Control Authority has been obtained. Please give new instructions, sir. The Yuan Hub's report was as calm and efficient as ever. Ren Xinyou thought for a moment and swiped his finger on the virtual screen. Let it fly north, fly farther before blowing up, don't pollute the environment. Command confirmed, modifying missile flight trajectory. Trajectory modification complete, target, due north. Very good, well done. Ren Xinyou yawned and reclined back into his chair. Country of the Sun, Solitary Island Base Air Defense Control Room. Everyone was watching the radar screen with bated breath, waiting for news of a successful interception. Hayakawa's palms were already full of cold sweat, and his mouth kept chanting. Hit it! Hit it now! However, in the next second, the radar operator let out an even more terrified scream than before.
Sir! The missile! Our missile! It's heading in the wrong direction. What? Hayakawa and Honda rushed over at the same time. On the screen, the dot of light representing the Amaterasu missile. It traced a weird arc after lifting off. Instead of swooping towards the mysterious signal, it flew straight towards due north. What's going on? Control system. Correct its orbit manually at once. Hayakawa roared hysterically. I can't. Sir. We've lost control of the missile. The operator's fingers tapped frantically on the keyboard. But there was no change in the parameters on the screen. The system is not responding at all. It's not accepting any of our commands. Baka. Hayakawa slammed his fist on the console. The hard metal casing was dented a piece. Honda forced himself to calm down, knowing that now was not the time to get angry. Order the Seahawk squad to abandon the original target. Immediately pursue the runaway Amaterasu missile. Make sure to destroy it before it flies out of our airspace. Yes. The new order was immediately conveyed to the two fighters in the air. Seahawk 1 receives, turning to pursue the target missile. Seahawk 2 copy. The two fighters drew graceful arcs in the air, adding full power to chase towards the runaway missile. However, a few minutes later, the pilot's desperate voice came again. Command center. The target is too fast. We can't catch up. Its speed has exceeded Mach 3 and it's continuing to accelerate. It's impossible. The Amaterasu missile can't even reach this speed. In the control room, there was a dead silence. Everyone felt a bone-chilling chill. The missile they had launched was seized control by some unknown force. And with an impossible speed, it flew in an unknown direction. This was beyond their cognitive range. Meanwhile, to the north of the Hinako country, across the sea from the Stick country, in the radar control room of its National Defense Center, alarms were equally loud in the sky. An operator pointed at the screen, his voice becoming shrill from nervousness. Report! The radar has detected a high-speed missile, flying from the direction of Hinakuni, approaching our airspace at high speed. What? The commander's face changed drastically and he immediately ordered. Sound the highest level alert immediately. The country is on first level alert. All air defense systems activate. Fighter jets urgently lift off. The entire military machine of the Rod country was running at high speed in an instant. Countless missile silos opened and fighter jets whistled into the sky. Everyone's nerves were strained to the limit. Could it be that the Day Kingdom was going to launch an attack on them? Just when everyone thought that war was imminent. The missile flying at high speed, however, suddenly burst into flames at a height of 80 kilometers away from the continent of the Stick country. Boom! A huge ball of fire exploded in the air like a short-lived sun. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage. But it was undoubtedly a naked provocation and demonstration. The Stick country's fighter group quickly arrived at the exploding airspace. It happened to collide head-on with the Seahawk squad from the south. Dozens of fighters faced each other in the air. The pilots of both sides put their fingers on the missile launch buttons. The air is filled with the smell of gunpowder. A regional military conflict seems to be about to break out at any moment. The originator, Ren Xingyu. At this moment, he was leisurely watching the real-time picture on the screen that was relayed by the Yuan hub. On the screen, the fighters of the two countries were at sword point, as if they were about to fight in the next second. He was not the least bit interested in this, as if he was watching a boring farce. Alright, Yuan Shu, don't worry about them. Ren Xingyu turned off the screen. Activate the quantum radar system. Conduct round-the-clock surveillance of the farm and the surrounding 5 kilometers. Any unauthorized lifeforms or mechanical units that enter, immediately alert me. Command received, quantum radar system activated, surveillance network deployed. Very good. Ren Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. Standing up from the chair, he stretched out a great deal. He walked directly to his bedroom. Sleep. He was just a farmer who wanted to raise chickens properly now. Chapter 13, Soldiering. And on the faraway other side. Inside a secret military base somewhere in Xia. He Zhang, the leader of a regiment, was holding an unlit cigarette and looking at the results of the draw in his hand. His opponent was the 3rd Regiment, the hardcore that the entire army was known for. Hey, it's really an enemy. A smile appeared on He Zhang's face. However, his eyes became sharp. Xiao Yang, the combat staff officer next to him, said with some concern. Chief, the 3rd Regiment's armored assault capability is the strongest in the entire division. This exercise is again in encounter mode. We're afraid that we'll suffer if we go head-on and fight hard. He Zhang spat out the cigarette but in his mouth and patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Who said we're going to meet them head-on in a hard encounter? Cunning flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yang, go and do something right away. Yes. Regimental commander, please instruct. Take those precious anti-tank missile launchers of ours. And our regimental command vehicle, pull them all out and hide them for me. Find the trickiest, most unexpected place to ambush.
Inside the maneuver command headquarters, on the huge electronic sand table,
2 arrows representing different troops were slowly moving.
The chief commander of the maneuver, Pang Xiaogang, had his eyes like a torch as he stared tightly at the screen. Old Zhao beside him couldn't help but speak. Chief commander, this time it's He Zhang versus Su Xiang again. The armored torrent of the 3rd Regiment against the penetrating infiltration of the 1st Regiment, there's a good show to watch. Pang Xiaogang sniffed, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile.
Su Xiang's style, courageous but headstrong. He Zhang, well, is an old fox. Always able to give you a blow from unexpected places.
It's hard to say who will win or lose this encounter. Meanwhile, in the field command headquarters of the 3rd Regiment,
Regiment Commander Su Xiang was holding a communicator, and on his face was undisguised confidence. What? The opponent is a regiment? That old guy He Zhang?
Su Xiang sneered, his voice filled with disdain. Order all units, increase the speed and make an assault on all fronts.
I'd like to see his outdated tactics. How to block my steel torrent. Logistics Information Group, lock down the location of the regiment's command headquarters for me immediately. I want a decapitation. Tell 2nd Company that they're the vanguard.
Give me the fastest speed possible to tear apart the defense line of the 1st Regiment. I'm going to set a new record for the division's fastest time to failure.
Su Xiang's orders were quickly transmitted through the airwaves to every combat unit.
The sophisticated war machine that was the 3rd Regiment immediately ran at peak efficiency. The roar of the engines resounded through the valley, and the tracks ran over the ground, bringing up gusts of dust. An offensive like a tiger descending a mountain was launched.
Boom! Boom!
On the maneuvering ground, the sound of artillery fire was continuous. The offensive of the 3rd Regiment was like a red-hot sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing at the position of the 1st Regiment. The tanks and armored vehicles formed steel arrows, unstoppable. On the temporary position of the 1st Regiment, the dirt raised by the explosions continued to fall. Inside He Zhang's command vehicle, the atmosphere was grave to the extreme.
Reporting to the regimental commander. Position 3 on our left flank has been destroyed.
Personnel judged to be 70% killed in action.
Report.
Pressure on frontal positions is too great.
Requesting support. The tanks of the 3rd Regiment are coming up.
Chao Yang's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at the rising battle damage values. Chief, the gap is too big, our firepower is completely suppressed. If this continues, we won't even last half a day. He Zhang, however, was unusually calm as he stared dead-on at the red arrow representing the enemy army on the electronic map. Order the troops to give up frontal resistance and move into a blockade battle. Take squads as units, set up multiple layers of fire points, resisting in sections and delaying their attack. Tell the brethren that our mission is not to destroy them, but to stall them. The order was given, and the soldiers of the 1st Regiment acted quickly.
They utilized the complex terrain to construct a simple fire point.
Machine guns, rocket launchers, all the weapons that could be used were used. However, in front of the absolute firepower advantage of the 3rd Regiment, this passive sniping seemed somewhat futile. A fire point had just opened fire, immediately drawing heavy artillery coverage from the 3 regiments. Blue smoke of the fallen rose and fell on the positions of 1 regiment. The battle damage figures still continued to rise. Time passed by, and it was already half a day. The defense line of the 1st Regiment had been compressed again and again, and was almost forced into a situation where it was impossible to retreat. Inside the command vehicle, Chao Yang's voice had taken on a note of despair.
Captain, we can't hold out much longer. The entire defense line is about to be pierced through. He Zhang, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it.
His finger slowly traced over the map.
The enemy's battle line is stretched too long.
He muttered, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes.
Order. 2nd Company hold the front at all costs.
The 3rd Company defend the rear, not retreating even a single step. The rest of the companies all gather and outflank me from the left flank. I'll take out their eyes.
Chao Yang froze. This was a risky move.
Yes. Despite the uneasiness in his heart, he immediately conveyed the order.
A group of the only remaining maneuvering force.
Like a few strung arrows, they quietly rushed out from the hiding place on the left flank. They followed the edge of the valley and quickly penetrated towards the flanks and rear of the 3rd Regiment. However, they had just rushed over a hilltop when they were greeted by a dense net of fire.
Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out one after another. Su Xiang had obviously expected He Zhang to pull this trick.
He had long ago preset a fire gathering point here. The left flank charging troops of the regiment instantly lost most of them.
The remaining ones were also beaten up. The encirclement plan declared a failure. The tank company of the 3rd Regiment was traveling at high speed on the open ground.
The company commander was sitting in the command tank with a grass root in his mouth, in an unbelievably comfortable mood.
Brothers, work harder. Ahead is the ass of a regiment, stab through it. We'll take the lead.
Just then, a tank at the front of the group.
Without warning, a thick blue smoke rose. This was a sign that the maneuver system had ruled it dead in action. What's going on? The company commander sat up straight violently and grabbed his communicator. Stop the car. All hands on alert. What's the situation with vehicle number 1?
The remaining tanks immediately stopped, their turrets spinning rapidly, looking for any suspicious targets.
Reporting to the company commander. Radar is not picking up any targets. Thermal imaging drones are up. Reporting. There are no enemy heat sources within 500 meters of the surroundings.
The drone transmitted back on the screen.
The surrounding grass and woods were silent, not like there was an ambush at all. Everyone was confused. Could it be a system failure? In the next second, the drone image on the screen suddenly turned into a snowflake. The drone has been shot down.
Almost at the same time, death descended.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A series of violent explosions sounded almost simultaneously.
The company commander's tank, as well as all the remaining tanks.
Blue smoke of the fallen emerged from the turret and the body of the vehicle at the same time.
In just a few seconds, the entire tank company, completely wiped out. What the hell is going on here? Who hit us?
The tank soldiers who had already been killed in action climbed out of their tanks one after another. Looking at each other, their faces were filled with incomprehension and bewilderment. Just at this moment, not far behind a small dirt slope, a car slowly drove out.
Seeing this vehicle, everyone froze, their mouths wide open in shock. It was a modified tank launch vehicle.
The body of the vehicle was painted in an eye-catching bright yellow color. On the door of the vehicle, there was also a Crayon Shin who was dancing with his but facing the crowd in paint. If it wasn't for the experience of 100 battles, no one would have thought that this childishly styled vehicle.
Surprisingly, it was a multi-mounted anti-tank missile launcher.
Under the dumbfounded gaze of all the fallen tankmen of the 3rd Regiment,
the tawny yellow truck didn't stop.
The driver's window rolled down and a hand reached out.
An international friendly gesture was given to them. Immediately afterward, the truck let out a powerful engine roar that didn't match its shabby appearance. The wheels swept up dust. Like a nimble eel, it plunged headlong into the dense woods next to it. But in a few breaths of time, that solid bright yellow color completely disappeared from the crowd's view, only leaving behind a group of dazed and skeptical tank soldiers.
There were also steel coffins filled with blue smoke.
Which ING unit is this? Our military region still has this kind of equipment? How come I've never seen it before? Is that Crayola? Mocking us? The crowd looked at each other, all seeing the same shock and humiliation in each other's eyes. Chapter 14 Defeat of the 3rd Regiment. At the same time, the exercise's General Command Center. On the huge electronic screen, red and blue points of light were intertwined.
The dynamics of every unit on the battlefield was displayed in real time. Chief Commander Peng Xiaogang had his hands behind his back, his face so gloomy that it could drip water.
His gaze was deadlocked on the blue light point representing a regiment. Within the area that represented a regiment, a large swath of blue light points had already turned into a gray color representing the fallen in battle. The stats next to it coldly displayed 1 troop, battle loss 75%. Nonsense. Simply nonsense.
Peng Xiaogang slammed the table with a loud thud. Everyone in the command center shivered in fear, not daring to utter a single breath.
This He Zhang, what the hell is he up to? Peng Xiaogang's voice was filled with suppressed rage.
After an unfavorable start, he doesn't think of stabilizing his position.
How dare you engage in some kind of left flank penetration? Now it's good, the maneuver unit is completely wiped out. The entire regiment's establishment is about to be crippled. He's disgraced our blue army. Treating this maneuver like child's play? From Peng Xiaogang's perspective, He Zhang's command was nothing short of a disaster. First, the frontal defense line was torn apart. Then the whimsical encirclement plan was accurately predicted by the enemy.
This led to the burial of the elite forces for nothing. Now the regiment has only a few remnants left, cowering near the command center. The battle losses have reached an appalling level.
Peng Xiaogang could already foresee it.
It wouldn't be long before the steel torrent of the 3rd Regiment would completely crush the command headquarters of the 1st Regiment, ending this maneuver with a resounding victory. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt that He Zhang was no longer competent as a regimental commander. At this moment, the atmosphere in the command headquarters of the 3rd Regiment was similarly tense.
Reporting to the regimental commander. The tank company is lost.
A communications soldier rushed in with a pale face.
What? Su Xiang was observing the position of one regiment with his binoculars.
He turned around violently at the words.
What does lost connection mean? Speak clearly. All signals from the tank company were all cut off 3 minutes ago.
We called more than 30 times without any response. The communications soldier's voice trembled a little.
What about the drone reconnaissance?
A sense of foreboding rose in Su Xiang's heart.
Our drone was also shot down. The last image that came back showed that the tank company
All the units of the tank company, all of them are rising with blue smoke of death in action. At these words, the command headquarters was in an uproar.
Impossible. Su Xiang drank categorically. Who did this? Wasn't the anti-tank fire of a regiment already covered by our artillery fire? Where did they get the strength to completely annihilate my tank company? He pushed the communications officer away and rushed to the map. The tank company's position was in an open area. It was still some distance away from the main position of a regiment. At that position, it was impossible to be hit by the massive firepower of a regiment. Order the reconnaissance platoon to immediately head to the position where the tank company last appeared to scout. I want to know exactly what happened. Su Xiang gave the order, but his thoughts did not stop. No matter what bizarre things had happened on the tank company's side, now was not the time to hesitate. One group was already at the end of its strength, and this was the best time to attack. Orders. The artillery battalion to fire 3 rounds of rapid fire at the coordinates of the command headquarters of the 1st Regiment. The rest of the units, no need to wait for the results of the reconnaissance, press on with all lines. I want to see a white flag raised at the command headquarters of a regiment within 10 minutes. Su Xiang's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. He wanted to use the most violent offense to completely end this battle. Just at this moment, a staff officer suddenly reported with a big change in face. Reporting to the head of the group. Our right flank defense position has just been attacked by unknown firepower and suffered heavy losses. What? Su Xiang froze. The opponent's firepower is strange. It's like some kind of new type of cluster bomb with a large explosion range. Our command coordinates may have been exposed. It is recommended to move immediately. The tone of the staff officer was very urgent. Su Xiang, however, sneered, his eyes somewhat disdainful. Transfer? No need. With a wave of his hand, he said decisively. This is just He Zhang's dying struggle. He thinks he can scare me off with this little trick? Dream on. Pass on my order. The entire army is to assault. Don't worry about the harassment from the flanks, there's only one target, the regiment's command headquarters. Crush them. Su Xiang's decisiveness and toughness caused his men to stop hesitating and immediately conveyed the order to attack. Inside the command vehicle of a regiment, explosions sounded as if they were ringing in the ears. The violent vibrations caused the maps and equipment inside the vehicle to shake more than once. He Zhang's face was incomparably grave as he stared dead on at the real-time map of the battlefield. The blue points of light on the defense line that represented their own people were being rapidly devoured by the red points of light that represented the enemy. Captain, we can't hold out much longer. The 3rd Regiment's offense is too fierce. He Zhang ignored it as he grabbed his communicator and asked in a deep voice. Calling Crayola. Report your position. The Crayon Little Nu in his mouth was the code name of that mysterious yellow truck. A zippy current sound came from the communicator. Then a young and calm voice rang out. Reporting to the head of the regiment, Crayon Little Nu has successfully penetrated behind the enemy's 2nd line of defense. An attack on the 3rd Regiment's command headquarters can be launched at any time. Upon hearing this news, a smile finally appeared on He Zhang's taut face. This was his true killer weapon. The collapse of the frontal defense line, the failure of the left flank encirclement. Even the exposure of his own command. It was all part of his plan. He used half of the regiment as bait to attract Su Xiang's full attention. It was in order to create an opportunity for the fatal nail of Crayon Xiaoxian to be able to attack the dragon. However, before his smile could fully blossom, it froze on his face. A violent explosion that swirled around the sky directly overturned the command vehicle he was in. Ear-piercing alarms sounded frantically inside the vehicle. The maneuver system ruled that the command vehicle had been directly hit. Chief, our position has been exposed. Quickly. Chao Yang's last anxious cry came from the communicator before it came to an abrupt end. The points of light representing the command vehicle and Chao Yang instantly turned gray on the map. Chao Yang! He Zhang's eyes turned crimson as he slammed his fist hard against the twisted and deformed wall of the vehicle. He knew that there were bound to be sacrifices for the sake of this plan. But he did not expect that the sacrifice would be the one who had followed him for so many years. The flame of anger blazed in his chest. The General Command Center. The data on the big screen was once again refreshed. A regiment's battle loss, 85%. Pang Xiaogang was already expressionless. Or rather, it was numbness after being angry to the extreme. After the maneuvers are over, have He Zhang take off this uniform and go to the logistics department to grow vegetables for me. I don't want to see him again. He coldly said to the secretary beside him. In his opinion, there was no longer any suspense in this maneuver. He Zhang's command was no longer a blunder, but a disgrace. He had even begun to calculate how to deal with this incident seriously after the exercise. To give all the participating troops a profound lesson. Just at this moment, the entire command center. A sharp and urgent alarm suddenly sounded. This sound represented the abnormal end of the exercise. Pang Xiaogang turned around violently and looked at the large screen. In the center of the screen, a huge red alert box popped up. A soldier in charge of monitoring stood up with a huff. Using all his strength, he reported in a loud voice with an unbelievable trembling voice. Report, Chief Commander. The exercise confrontation between the 1st and 3rd Regiments ended early. Determination of the results. Of the red side, the 3rd Regiment, the command system was destroyed, judged to be defeated. The entire command center, dead silent. Everyone's eyes were nailed dead center on that huge electronic screen. In the center of the screen, the red prompt box. Like a heavy hammer, it smashed hard on everyone's heart. The shrill alarm was still echoing. Over and over again, it proclaimed an incomprehensible fact. Defeat. These 2 words, clearly displayed on the screen. It stung the eyes of Su Xiang, the commander of the 3rd Regiment. It also pierced the nerves of the commander-in-chief, Pang Xiaogang. The numbness on Pang Xiaogang's face instantly shattered. In its place was an extreme dismay and disbelief. He rushed to the large screen in a few steps, almost pressing his face against it. Pull up the battle records. Pull up all the battle data from the last 10 minutes, all of it. Immediately. His voice was hoarse and urgent. Just now, the anger that had wanted to send He Zhang off to grow vegetables. At this moment, it had been completely replaced by a huge doubt. The secretary hurriedly gave the order. Chapter 15. This is stealing home? Soon, the picture on the big screen switched. Dense streams of data and battlefield posture replays began to scroll. Everyone held their breath. The data clearly showed that just a few minutes before the end of the maneuver, the battle damage of a regiment had climbed to an appalling figure. 90%. This was no longer a defeat, but total annihilation. But just at this time when everyone thought that the 1st Regiment had already lost to the point of having no pants left, a lone blue point of light, a point of light that had previously been ignored by everyone. Like a ghost, it appeared at the coordinates of the 3rd Regiment's command headquarters. There was no massive firefight. There was no fierce confrontation. There was only an extremely precise decapitation operation. Then, the central node representing the command system of the 3rd Regiment instantly turned gray. The entire command system was paralyzed. According to the rules of the exercise, the command headquarters was terminated, equivalent to defeat. This is stealing home? A staff officer held up his glasses and subconsciously spat out a very unprofessional word. A suppressed commotion resounded in the command center. 90% battle losses just to replace the opponent's command? What kind of fighting style is this? This guy He Zhang, is he crazy? Simply a gambler. Betting the entire regiment on it. But he won the bet. These last words brought all the chatter to a screeching halt. Yes, he gambled and won. In a most tragic, most irrational, and even most insane way. Winning this confrontation that looked like a sure loss. Pang Xiaogang looked at the code name of the blue point of light on the screen that had finally launched the attack and muttered. This kid, he will also steal home. He turned his head, and the anger that he had previously felt to tear He Zhang apart was gone. His eyes became incomparably complex. There was surprise, scrutiny, and an appreciation that even he himself didn't notice. Meanwhile, the temporary command headquarters of the 3rd Regiment. Su Xiang was standing in front of his own command tent with rolling yellow smoke, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The yellow smoke bombs used for the exercise signified that this place had been covered by artillery fire. All equipment and personnel have been judged destroyed. Several engineers are fumbling with the smoke. A pungent odor filled the air. Somebody tell me. What the hell is going on here? Su Xiang's roar silenced everyone around him. When did the people from the regiment feel their way up our asses? Where are our guard posts? Where are our patrols? Are all dead? No one could answer. A company commander in charge of the command's peripheral guard was filled with grayness and disbelief. Reporting to the commander, we haven't found any signs of enemy infiltration. Neither the radar nor the infrared sensing system has any alerts. No alarms? Su Xiang grabbed him by the collar, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Then what's with this smoke? Could it have drilled itself out? Just at this moment, a communication soldier ran over cautiously with an encrypted satellite phone. Chief of the 1st Regiment, He Zhang's call. Su Xiang snatched the phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, Grand Regiment Commander Su, how are you doing? On the other end of the phone, He Zhang, slightly hoarse, yet full of flirtatious flavor, came from the phone. I've heard that you have a nice view there, with the yellow smoke rolling around, isn't it spectacular? He Zhang. Su Xiang almost gritted his teeth and squeezed these 2 words out from between his teeth. You big man. You're ing playing dirty tricks on me. Hey, maneuvers don't distinguish between yin and yang, only winners and losers. He Zhang's voice sounded smug. How about it, do you still like this big gift I sent you? You wait for me. This is not over. Su Xiang roared angrily and hung up the phone fiercely.
His chest rose and fell violently, feeling like his lungs were going to explode with anger. Lost, he had actually lost. Losing to that clump that in his opinion was already no different from a total loss. And in such a way that he could not understand at all. Pass on my order. Su Xiang took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and ordered the officers around him. Have all units above company level report on the battle immediately. No matter how small the details are, they must be reported to me. I want to know exactly how we lost. The order was quickly conveyed. In less than 10 minutes, the reports from each unit were summarized one after another. The first one to come and report in person was the squad leader of the tank company. A man with dark skin, his face was currently filled with confusion and suffocation. Reporting to the head of the group, our tank company has been completely wiped out. Su Xiang frowned, knocked out by a regiment's tanks? No. The squad leader immediately shook his head, his voice raised a few points. We didn't even see a single regiment's tank. We were taken out by a yellow launch truck. A yellow truck? Su Xiang froze. What yellow truck? It's a truck that looks just like the local trucks that haul goods, yellow. It also has pouting kids sprayed on the body of the truck. It was Crayola. The squad leader tried to remember. It came out of the woods all of a sudden, scary fast. Then a launcher flipped out of the roof of the wagon and opened fire on us. That thing was so powerful, it could have killed one of our tanks in one shot. We didn't have time to react. The worst part is, our fire control radar couldn't even scan it. It's like a ghost. After the squad leader finished speaking, the commander of the reconnaissance company next to him also came up, his face equally ugly. Reporting to the regimental commander, we also encountered that yellow truck. It seems to have some sort of anti-reconnaissance equipment. Our optical and infrared equipment are having a hard time locking onto it. Immediately after that, one report after another, all mentioned a common presence. A mysterious, yellow truck with Crayola painted on it. At times it transformed into an anti-tank launcher, knocking out the armored forces of the 3 regiments with pinpoint accuracy. At other times, it acted like a phantom electric chariot, briefly interfering with the communications of the 3 regiments. It always appeared in the deadliest spots at the most critical moments. After completing an attack, it quickly disappeared without a trace again. The more Su Xiang listened, the more his heart sank. The expression on his face also changed from anger to deep shock and doubt. In his troops, there were no yellow anti-tank launchers at all. The entire group army, and even the entire theater of operations, did not have this type of equipment with this kind of paint job or model. Where in the world did this little new wax hand come from? At the General Command Center, an impromptu review meeting of the exercise was held. All the commanders are here. Peng Xiaogang is sitting on the main seat, his face as heavy as water, cannot see the joy and anger. He did not criticize He Zhang in a stormy manner as he had previously expected. The atmosphere of the entire venue was quiet and strange. Everyone's gazes, consciously or unconsciously, flicked to He Zhang, who was standing in the corner. This man who had just created the most disastrous victory in the history of the maneuver. At this moment, he was calm. It was as if the madman who stole away the enemy's old home with a 90% battle loss wasn't him. Peng Xiaogang's gaze lingered on He Zhang's face for a full 10 seconds. In the end, he just spoke faintly. Well played, keep it up. After saying that, he announced that the meeting was adjourned. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that the commander-in-chief would make such a comment. Where was this criticism? This was clearly affirmation. The crowd left the conference room one after another with a belly full of questions and shock. Su Xiang, however, did not move. He took 3 steps and blocked directly in front of He Zhang. His eyes were covered in blood, and he stared at He Zhang with a deadly glare. He Zhang, tell me honestly. That Crayola anti-tank launcher, what exactly is it? He Zhang sniffed, an expression of incomparable bewilderment and innocence appearing on his face. He blinked, as if he had heard something heavenly. Crayon little new? What Crayon Shin-chan? The cartoon? My son quite likes to watch it. What's wrong, Grandmaster Su? Lost the maneuver and ready to go home and take your kid to watch cartoons? You. Chapter 16 Stop the car. Save the people. At this moment, Ren Xinyu was driving the green military truck on the highway. It was the same truck that He Zhang had bought his Crayon Shinchan truck and compensated him with. This was already the 9th time. For the 9th time, he was stopped by the traffic police on the side of the road. Comrade, please show your driver's license, driving license, and relevant documents. The young traffic police comrade had a serious expression. Eyes sharply sizing up this military truck that looked suspicious in any way. Ren Xinyu skillfully took out a document bag from the passenger seat and handed it out. Comrade, it's all here. There wasn't the slightest hint of impatience on his face, instead he carried an accustomed calmness. The traffic policeman took the documents and double-checked them page by page. The vehicle belonged to the military special modification permit and the driver Ren Xinyu's special documents. Each item was stamped with bright red seals that ordinary people simply could not access. The young traffic cop's expression changed from seriousness to surprise, and then from surprise to respect. He returned the documents neatly to Rin Shin and gave a standard military salute.
Comrade, sorry to bother you. Please pass. Rin Shin returned a less than standard salute.
Restarting the truck, he merged into the traffic. Half an hour later, the truck stopped in front of a slaughterhouse on the outskirts of the city.
Old Wang, I've come to deliver the chickens.
Rin Shin jumped out of the truck and shouted inside. A middle-aged man with a leather apron and a slightly chubby figure walked out.
He was the slaughterhouse boss, Old Wang. Shen Yu is here, how many this time?
Old Wang smiled and handed over a cigarette. The usual rule, 100, all live and kicking ecological slipper chickens. Rin Shin did not take the cigarette and waved his hand.
Alright, I'll call someone to unload the truck.
Old Wang greeted two workers and came over, ready to open the wagon. When his eyes inadvertently swept over the license plate on the front of the truck, his entire body froze. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and came closer for a closer look, the expression on his face changing from surprise to shock.
Shen Yu, this car of yours? Old Wang's voice was stuttering a bit. Oh, the units, borrowed to pull a load. Rin Shin said lightly.
Old Wang where will believe, he mixed in this area for so many years. What has not seen, what does this license plate mean? He was very clear in his heart. The way he looked at Rin Shin's eyes instantly changed. From looking at an ordinary supply youngster, it changed to looking with awe and currying favor.
Shen Yu, look at you, how come you drive such a nice car when you come to make deliveries?
Next time, let me know in advance so I can pick you up at the door. The smile on Old Wang's face was incomparably bright.
Don't, Boss Wang, I'm just a chicken breeder, why make such a big show?
Hey, words can't be said like that. Old Wang slapped his thigh.
Brother, you must not be an ordinary person in the army. To still think of us local small businesses, what a righteousness.
The workers lifted 100 chickens out of the wagon and crossed the pounds to settle the bill.
Old Wang held a calculator and pressed it for half a day.
The final price quoted was 20% higher than usual. Shin Yu, this is the chicken payment this time, you count it.
Rin Shin glanced at the amount and raised an eyebrow. Boss Wang, you're miscalculating here, aren't you? It's more.
That's right. Old Wang shoved the money hard into his hand. Brother, your chickens are of good quality, they deserve this price.
This is the price from now on.
Saying this, he took out another contract from his office.
Shen Yu, this is the contract for next time. Look, can we ask for 200 next time?
Rin Shin looked at the contract, then at the fawning Old Wang, and smiled. He knew that it was all because of that license plate.
Okay, 200 is 200.
He signed his name. When he was leaving, Old Wang chased him out again and insisted on shoving 2 good cigarettes into his car.
Brother, come often in the future.
Rin Shin started the truck and left the slaughterhouse.
In a good mood, this trip made a lot more money. The truck was traveling on the road back to the chicken farm, and the vehicles on the road gradually thinned out. Just as he passed a corner,
a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out from the woods on the side of the road and waved desperately at his car.
Stop the car. Quickly stop the car. Help!
The man shouted at the top of his lungs, his face covered in panic and sweat. Rin Shin immediately stepped on the brakes, and the yellow truck steadily stopped at the side of the road. He looked in the direction of the man's finger and his pupils suddenly shrunk.
Not far from the center of the road, a black sedan was burning with a blazing fire.
The front end of the car was severely deformed, obviously it had just experienced a tragic accident. Thick smoke rolled, the firelight rushed to the sky, the body from time to time issued a crackling popping sound.
Quickly save people. There are still people in the car.
The middle-aged man ran to the window of the car, anxiously tapping on the door. When he saw the special license plate on Rin Shin truck, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Comrade PLA.
Great. You're a soldier, right?
Quickly find a way to save people. The car is about to explode.
Without the slightest hesitation, Rin Shin immediately pushed open the car door and jumped down. He quickly rushed to the burning sedan. Waves of scorching hot air hit his face, smothering his eyes so much that he could barely open them. He saw a woman in the driver's seat through the broken window. Her face was covered in blood and she was unconscious. The body was stuck by the deformed car door and steering wheel.
Rin Shin tried to pull open the car door,
but the car door had been severely deformed and would not budge. Time is running out, the fire is getting bigger and bigger, and it may ignite the fuel tank at any time. He went around to the other side, struggled to pull open the passenger door, and probed in. A strong smell of gasoline and charring choked him with a cough. He tried to unbuckle the woman's seatbelt, but the buckle of the seatbelt had been damaged and deformed in the impact. No matter how he pressed and pulled, he couldn't undo it.
Damn it! Rin Shin let out a low curse.
Seeing that the fire had begun to spread to the interior of the cab, he made a split-second decision, took a step back, and shouted in a low and swift voice at his yellow truck.
Mechanic!
As soon as the words were spoken, the side of the green truck's compartment, a steel plate disguised as a toolbox cover, slid open silently. A silver-gray, mechanical arm filled with metallic texture and a sense of technology violently stretched out. Its movements were swift and precise, without the slightest bit of excess wobble. In an instant, it stretched out next to the sedan. The front end of the arm was a precision mechanical claw. Under the control of Ren Xinyu's intention, it accurately clamped onto the woman's seatbelt. Ka-ching! A crisp sound of metal breaking rang out. The incomparably tough seatbelt, under the powerful force of the mechanical claw. Like a fragile twine, it was instantly pulled off. The middle-aged man who was begging for help next to him had watched in disbelief. With his mouth wide open, he couldn't say a word. The violent shock and the feeling of being pulled brought the unconscious woman back to a little bit of consciousness. She opened her heavy eyelids with difficulty, her vision blurred. In the midst of the fire and smoke, she vaguely saw a silver-gray object that did not belong to this world. It was moving away from herself. Is that a mechanical arm? Before she could see it clearly, a strong arm picked her up from the seat. Ren Xinyu hugged the woman and ran backwards with all his might. He had just run a dozen meters away. Boom! A deafening roar came. The black sedan transformed into a huge fireball. Waves of exploding air mixed with metal fragments swept in all directions, ruthlessly impacting on his back. Ren Xinyu stumbled. However, he still managed to stabilize his stance and protect the woman in his arms. He carefully placed the woman in a safe place away from the fire. In the distance, the sound of an ambulance's siren was coming from far away. The middle-aged man who had just begged for help and some passers-by who had heard the sound gathered around. They gave Ren Xinyu a thumbs up. "Young man, you're a hero. It's so awesome. Comrade PLA." Ren Xinyu ignored the crowd's praise. He glanced at the woman who had been rescued, and then at the ambulance that was speeding by. He took advantage of the fact that the crowd's attention was on the injured and the ambulance and quietly exited the crowd. He walked quickly back to his truck and closed the door. The mechanical arm that had done such a marvelous job. It had long since silently retracted into the compartment, as if it had never appeared. Ren Xinyu leaned back on the seat and let out a long breath. Calming his breathing, which had been shortened due to the intense running and nervousness, he started the truck and without the slightest stop, merged into the traffic and quietly left. Chapter 17, Discovery of an Unknown Convoy. The sound of an ambulance's siren cut through the quiet of the dusk, eventually stopping at the scene of the accident. The paramedics quickly jumped out of the car, skillfully lifting the injured woman onto a stretcher. There were murmurs all around. People were shocked and discussing the frightening scene just now. It's good that the person was saved, it's really God's blessing. Yes, it was too dangerous just now. A few seconds later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Right, where's the young man who saved him? An older woman suddenly remembered something and looked around. Only then did the crowd react. Just now, everyone's attention was on the injured and the explosion. No one paid attention to when that hero left. I remember, he was driving a green military truck. Yes, it's a military truck all right. The middle-aged man who had begged for help earlier, whose face was still pale at this time, recalled hard. He said to the crowd in an affirmative tone. That young man was wearing a work uniform. But that car was definitely a military vehicle, a special vehicle. The middle-aged man became more and more excited as if he had witnessed some secret mission. Think about it, how could such a sturdy seatbelt break in one go? It must have used some special equipment. That young man must be a PLA comrade, out on a secret mission. When he said that, the people around him all showed expressions of sudden realization. That's right, that must be it. We have to find this hero and praise him properly. Yes, we must find him. People were excited, and they all said that they would provide clues to the relevant departments. Find this secret mission of the unsung hero. At the same time, on a viaduct in the distance, a woman wearing a black trench coat put down the high-powered binoculars in her hands. Her face was cold and her eyes were sharp. She looked out of place with the passers-by walking leisurely on the bridge. From the time of the explosion to the arrival of the ambulance, she had been here coldly observing everything. She took out a cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was answered, she only used a simple sentence to report. The target has been rescued. The caller seemed to say something. The woman just listened quietly and didn't say anything else. After a few seconds, she hung up the phone. She took one last look at the accident scene with police lights flashing in the distance. Turning around, she blended into the flow of people on the overpass and quickly disappeared. Ren Xinyu's truck drove smoothly on the road back to the farm. The setting sun's afterglow passed through the car windows, casting dappled light on his face. His heartbeat had calmed down. However, the place on his back where the airwave had hit him was still vaguely painful. Back to the familiar farm. The air was filled with a unique odor of dirt mixed with feed that gave him a sense of peace. He parked the car and jumped down. Yuan Shu, move those barrels of a 7 paint-based material in the trunk to the studio.
Run Shin Yu spoke into the air. Command received, Shin Yu.
A smooth and emotionless electronic synthesized voice came out from the carriage. Immediately afterward, the mechanical arm that had just performed a miraculous feat once again stretched out silently. This time, its movements were no longer as swift as when it was rescuing people, but became incomparably smooth. The mechanical claws accurately grabbed one heavy material barrel after another,
lightly removing them from the compartment.
Then it steadily placed them at the entrance of the studio.
Ren Shinyu walked into the studio and began to prepare for the modulation of the special paint.
This was a side business order he had received, and the customer's requirements were extremely high. He watched the mechanical arm meticulously carry the materials. Run Shinyu suddenly stopped the work in his hands.
A thought came out without warning.
Everyday feeding chickens, picking up eggs, cleaning the chicken coop. These tasks were simply too tedious. Since Yuan Shu's robotic arm could do such delicate work, why don't they build a few more robots to help themselves with these farming jobs? One specialized in feeding, one specialized in picking up eggs, and another one for cleaning.
In this way, he cannot completely realize the ultimate ideal of lying flat?
Once this idea appeared, it grew wildly in his head. The more Ren Shinyu thought about it, the more feasible he felt.
The expression on his face also became excited.
He immediately threw down the paint in his hands. Rushing to the workbench, he spread out a huge drawing. He picked up a pen and began sketching rapidly on the drawing. Various complex structural diagrams, data parameters, and energy module designs flowed out from his pen in a steady stream. In his last life as the first person in the field of artificial intelligence,
designing and manufacturing a few agricultural robots.
For him it was like a college student doing an elementary school student's arithmetic problem. The night was deepening, the farm was silent, and only the lights of the studio were still on. Ren Shinyu was completely immersed in his own world. After finishing this one, he spread out another one. It wasn't until late at night that he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep with a sense of exhaustion and fulfillment. In his sleep, he had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the woman he had saved. With a huge team of lawyers and accountants, she found him. The woman, in order to repay him for saving his life, directly gifted him the shares of a listed company, worth more than $1 billion.
He was happily holding the transfer of equity. Imagined that he would never have to worry about money again.
A happy life where he could raise chickens and conduct research in peace.
Alert, alert. Unknown convoy approaching detected 2 kilometers away. Recognized as a friendly unit, the lead vehicle is confirmed to be He Zhang's special seat.
The cold electronic tone mercilessly shattered his beautiful dream.
Run Shinyu snapped his eyes open and bounced up from his bed.
The billions of dollars of happiness in his dream instantly dissipated, leaving only the annoyance of having his dreams disturbed.
Yuan Shu, what time is it now? Beijing time, 5:30 a.m. He Zhang's convoy?
Run Shinyu rubbed his somewhat swollen temples, his mind working quickly. He was also considered an old friend. After all, he was willing to spend $700,000 to buy his modified car, and also gave him an imposing military truck. He was always friendly with bosses who were generous.
Why is this guy here so early? Is it possible to make a surprise attack?
He lifted the covers and quickly got out of bed. Yuan Shu, prepare hot water, I need to wash up. Also, prepare breakfast, 2 servings. The early morning sunlight passed through the window, shedding dappled light and shadows on the floor. Ren Shinyu was sitting at the humble dining table, eating breakfast slowly and methodically.
There were 2 golden fried eggs on the table,
a bowl of steaming millet porridge, and a few fat steamed buns. With a creak, the studio door was pushed open. A tall man wearing a training uniform walked in with large strides. He was followed by a young soldier who was also wearing a military uniform. The visitor was none other than He Zhang, with a windswept and tired face. However, his eyes were unusually bright. He saw Ren Shinyu eating breakfast. Not being polite, he directly pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down.
Ren Shinyu didn't even raise his eyelids.
He picked up a chopstick of fried egg and put it into his mouth. It's better to come early than late, Yuan Shu added a set of chopsticks.
Command received. A smooth electronic voice sounded. A small mechanical arm slid down from the ceiling rails.
With precision, it placed a brand new set of dishes in front of He Zhang. He Zhang's eyebrows raised. However, he didn't ask too many questions and picked up the chopsticks to take a large bite of the fried egg. As the egg entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. This egg of yours is fine, it smells better than even the special supply from our regiment. Raising your own chickens and eating grain to grow up, of course it's different.
Run Shinyu said indifferently.
He Zhang settled a steamed bun in 3 or 2 bites and drank a mouthful of kanji before getting down to business.
Shenyu, I have to thank you for this maneuver.
His tone carried undisguised gratitude.
If it wasn't for your special paint, our regiment's reconnaissance convoy would have had to be swept away by the Blue Army's radar just as we entered the field. We were able to win the battle thanks to your paint taking the first credit. He Zhang put down his chopsticks and continued with a grateful face.
If we had lost, I, the regimental commander, would have been sent to logistics to grow vegetables.
Ren Xinyu finally finished the last mouthful of kanji and wiped his mouth with a napkin. As long as it works well, you wouldn't just come all the way here early in the morning to thank me? Anything else? Chapter 18, Our military wants it all.
He Zhang said, I came here this time because I want to work with you again. He leaned forward slightly, his expression becoming serious. A new batch of equipment has arrived in our regiment. 30 new armored vehicles, which also need to be invisibly painted.
You make a price. Ren Xinyu stretched out his fingers and lightly tapped them on the table.
1 vehicle, $150,000. 30 vehicles, $4.5 million in total. The price he quoted was cloudy, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The young soldier named Chao Yang standing behind He Zhang. Hearing this figure, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. $4.5 million, that was enough to purchase many supplies.
Yet He Zhang didn't even blink. Alright, that's the price. He replied crisply without the slightest hesitation. When can we start?
The convoy is waiting outside.
Now. Ren Xinyu said and shouted towards the air. Yuan Shu.
As soon as the words fell, a silver-white metallic sphere the size of a basketball. It silently separated from the groove on the roof and levitated into the midair of the room.
The surface of the sphere was as smooth as a mirror.
Only a blue band of light was slowly pulsing in the center, filling it with a sci-fi sense. He Zhang and Chao Yang's eyes widened at the same time, their faces filled with incredulity.
They knew that Ren Xinyu had an AI called Yuan Shu. But who would have thought that it would be such a materialized, advanced device that could fly freely?
He Zhang pointed at the hovering metal ball, his voice a little dry.
This is the Yuan Hub? My intelligent butler.
Ren Xinyu casually explained.
He gave commands to the Yuan Hub.
Open garage number 3, activate the fully automated painting production line, and prepare to receive the vehicle.
Command confirmed, sir. The Yuan Hub emitted an electronic synthesized tone.
It then transformed into a silver light and flew in the direction of the garage. He Zhang's gaze followed the Yuan Shufu closely.
Countless thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. He turned back violently and looked at Ren Xinyu excitedly. Shen Yu, you this. Yuan Shu. Can you install a set for the maintenance department of our military region as well? And that mechanical arm of yours.
If we have this, the efficiency of our maintenance soldiers can multiply several times.
A lot of high-precision maintenance work can be realized as well. Ren Xinyu shook his head and poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Yuan Shu is the core AI, unique, can't make a second one. As for the mechanical arm, the structure is too complicated.
I have limited equipment here, and my production capacity can't keep up, so there's no way to manufacture it in bulk for now. Seeing the look of disappointment spread across He Zhang's face, Ren Xinyu turned his words around. However, I've recently been working on some monofunctional robots that are specifically designed to do some physical work. He Zhang's interest was raised again, but with skepticism on his face.
Robots? The kind they show on TV? How useful can it be? In his opinion, something like a robot. It was still far from reality, let alone applying it to the military. Ren Xinyu could see his distrust, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile.
He stood up and walked over to the workbench in the corner that was piled with drawings. He pulled out the thickest roll from the pile of cluttered drawings. Here, see for yourself. He threw the roll of drawings onto the dining table with a muffled thud.
He Zhang undid the drawings' ties with skepticism and carefully unfolded them.
After just a glance, the expression on his face changed from skepticism to shock. What was drawn on the drawings was not a simple piece of machinery at all. Rather, it was a robot with an incomparably precise structure and an extremely forward-looking design. Modularized energy core, high-strength alloy skeleton, multifunctional bionic robotic arm, densely packed sensor array. Every detail, every parameter, are clearly labeled. Although the drawings were written with strange names such as fully automatic feeding robot, non-destructive egg collection robot, and chicken coop cleaning robot, He Zhang could tell at a glance that it was a fully automatic feeding robot, a fully automatic egg collection robot, and a chicken coop cleaning robot. However, He Zhang could see the terrifying potential behind these designs at a glance. As long as they were slightly modified and replaced with different modules, these robots could immediately transform into military reconnaissance robots, material transportation robots, and even explosive detonation robots. This was simply a complete and mature set of military robot platform technology. He Zhang's hands began to tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at Ren Xinyu with an incredulous gaze. All of it was designed by you alone? Or else? Ren Xinyu had already sat down again and leisurely poured himself a glass of water. He Zhang's breathing became rapid. He carefully rolled up the drawings as if he was holding some absolute treasure. Shen Yu, listen to me. These robots, if the performance can really reach half of what's on the drawings. No, just 1/3. Our military wants them all. An hour later, the 30 armored vehicles had been refreshed.
Under the control of the Yuan hub,
several huge mechanical arms completed all the painting work with a precision and efficiency that far exceeded that of human labor. The bodies of the vehicles were covered in a matte dark gray paint that blended perfectly into the surroundings. He Zhang examined the results with satisfaction and was very pleased with the deal. Just as he was about to leave with his team, he suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask,
Shen Yu, is there any paint left from this deployment? Run Shen Yu nodded.
There's still some of the raw materials left, and there's probably still enough to be blended to supply 5 vehicles.
He Zhang's expression instantly turned serious.
These remaining paints, I want to buy them all, I'll pay a high price.
He looked at Ren Xinyu and said word for word. You may not be clear about this invisible paint you developed. For us to carry out some special missions, its value cannot be measured in money at all.
It has an extremely high strategic value to our military. Hearing He Zhang's serious words, Ren Xinyu merely shrugged indifferently.
It can be sold.
His reply was crisp and clear, without the slightest hesitation.
Not just the rest of these.
If you want it, it's fine if I transfer the formula of the paint to you along with the production technology. As soon as these words left his mouth, He Zhang's breath stopped for a split second. He had thought that being able to buy the remaining paints would already be a heavenly reward. He hadn't expected that Ren Xinyu would be willing to directly transfer the technology. This was no longer a simple transaction. It was simply a pie falling from the sky. He Zhang's face was instantly occupied by ecstasy. His voice trembled a little as he tightly grasped Ren Xinyu's arm.
Shen Yu, you're telling the truth? The technology can also be transferred?
Of course it's true, there's not much use for this to stay with me. It's just to change the color of my truck.
Ren Xinyu spoke lightly.
It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He pointed at the military heavy truck parked in the courtyard. Speaking of which, Hetty, I do want to ask you for a favor.
You say?
As long as I can do it, absolutely nothing. He Zhang patted his chest in assurance. Now, let alone one favor, he would have to do 10. This car of mine, although it has good performance. But after all, it's a military license plate, so it's too eye-catching to drive out.
Sometimes it's inconvenient to go to the city to buy something. Ren Xinyu said somewhat bitterly.
I want to change a local license plate for it.
It's that yellow license plate, do you think you can handle it?
When He Zhang heard this, he was instantly relieved and thought it was something big.
Just this? A small matter. He waved his hand and agreed with alacrity.
Don't worry, I'll take care of the formalities.
Guarantee compliance and legality, I'll have someone send you the new license plate in a few days.
Having resolved the matter on his mind, Ren Xinyu was in a much better mood. He brought the topic back, a trademark, money-hungry smile on his face. Then let's talk about this technology transfer fee. How much does Big Brother he intend to give? He Zhang smiled mysteriously at his words, then stretched out 2 fingers at Ren Xinyu.
Ren Xinyu looked at those 2 fingers and quickly calculated in his heart.
This level of invisible coding technology was worth a fortune. However, he had little concept of the military's purchase price, so he could only guess bigger.
$2 million? Chapter 19, Installing Radar on the Farm? Ren Xinyu tentatively quoted a figure, thinking that it shouldn't be considered small.
The smile on He Zhang's face grew even wider as he shook his head.
Ren Xinyu's heart thumped. Could it be that he thought he was asking for more?
Just as he was about to say that the price could be discussed further, He Zhang slowly spoke.
It's $20 million.
And it's the net proceeds of the technology transfer. All taxes and fees will be handled together by our military. With a boom, Ren Xinyu felt like his brain had been blown apart.
$20 million?
He thought he had heard wrong. He had crossed over, raising chickens and inventing. Exhausted, he had thought that it would be good to earn a few tens of millions. But now He Zhang's light words had given him $20 million. He gave him an offer of $20 million. The huge surprise made him lose his concentration for a moment.
He just stared blankly at He Zhang. Seeing Ren Xinyu's shocked appearance,
He Zhang was satisfied in his heart, which meant that the price was given in place. He felt that buying out a cutting-edge technology that was enough to change the battlefield with just $20 million. This deal was a great bargain that they had taken advantage of. It was only after a while that Ren Xinyu came back from his shock. He took a deep breath and said solemnly to He Zhang, "Many thanks to Head He." These 2 words, he said sincerely. This amount of money meant a great deal to him. It was enough to make all his subsequent research worry-free again. He Zhang smiled and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for him to be polite. The deal was finalized, and the atmosphere became more cordial. As if He Zhang remembered something again, his gaze turned in the direction of the farm. By the way, Shin Yu, our Legion's logistics department. It also needs to purchase large quantities of meat supplies year-round, especially chicken. He looked at Ren Xinyu with a sense of consideration. If you raise these chickens, the quality will be up to standard. I might be able to help you say hello to the logistics side and take care of your business. This was an unexpected pleasure. Shin immediately came into the spirit. This was a long-term stable big customer.
You can definitely rest assured in terms of quality.
He smiled confidently and turned around to walk into the house. He quickly took out a document and handed it to Zhang. This is the quality inspection report that I just went to the city's authoritative organization a few days ago. All the indicators, they are far beyond the national optimal standards. Zhang took the report suspiciously and lowered his head to flip through it carefully. The data on the report was very detailed. From protein content to fatty acid composition. From the protein content to the fatty acid composition, to the hormone and antibiotic residue-free test, every item was impeccable. The more he read, the more the surprise in Zhang's eyes intensified. He didn't expect that Shin would not only engage in high-tech, but even raising chickens was so professional. Good boy, you're raising this chicken into a golden phoenix. Zhang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He closed the report and made an instant decision. Let's do it this way. I'll first place a trial purchase order for the logistics department and buy 200 first. If the fighters respond favorably, we'll place a long-term order from you in the future.
No problem. Shin agreed with alacrity.
Just as the two were discussing the chicken business, Yang, who had been standing by the side without saying much. Instead, his eyes were attracted by the computer screen on Shin's workstation. What was displayed on that screen was an extremely complex radar scanning interface. Countless dots of light were moving regularly on it.
Yang's eyes instantly widened.
He himself came from a technical scout background and was more than familiar with this stuff. He quickly walked over to the computer and pointed at the screen, asking Shin incredulously.
Mr. Ren, you have even installed radar in this farm?
His voice caught Zhang's attention. Zhang also curiously came over. Shin looked at the screen and replied with a face that took it for granted.
Yeah, this farm of mine is too big to see with the human eye.
That's why I installed an all-weather radar and monitoring system. It prevents weasels from stealing the chickens, or someone from breaking in and causing havoc. Normally, these are controlled by my intelligent butler Yuan Shu, so I basically don't have to worry about it. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang and Yan looked at each other in disbelief, both seeing shock in the other's eyes.
Using a radar system to prevent weasels? This handiwork was too exaggerated. This was no longer an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito.
This was simply taking a star warship to catch flies in the yard.
Shin seemed as if he didn't see their exaggerated expressions and continued his introduction.
This radar system of mine has an okay performance. It can realize 24 hours of uninterrupted scanning and monitor 6,000 independent targets at the same time.
The corners of Zhang's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but open his mouth to question. Monitor 6,000 targets simultaneously? Shin, you're not kidding, right?
This is catching up to the performance of some small military early warning radars. In his opinion, this was completely impossible. How could this level of equipment appear in the civilian sector?
Don't believe it?
Shin raised his eyebrows and placed his hands on the keyboard.
Then let me show you its real-time tracking and analyzing capabilities.
As his fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, the image on the computer screen immediately changed. The interface, which was originally just a moving point of light, was instantly enlarged countless times. The detailed information of each point of light was labeled. Target 0734, species, brown house mouse, movement speed, 0.8 meters second, threat level, low. Target 1321, species, kestrel, flight altitude, 76 meters, threat level, medium. Target 2509, species, Chinese field dog, movement speed, 1.5 meters second, patrolling along the fence, threat level, none. A dense stream of data refreshed on the screen. Every living creature that entered the range of the farm. It was all precisely identified, tracked, and analyzed. Watching this scene that only appeared in a sci-fi movie, Zhang and Yang were completely subdued. Their brains were already somewhat down. Completely unable to comprehend everything they saw in front of them. A private chicken farm actually possessed such terrifying surveillance capabilities. Right at this moment, Yang, who had been staring at the screen with dead eyes, suddenly had his pupils shrink. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at a few eye-catching red points of light at the edge of the radar interface. Those few points of light were slowly moving. Its trajectory was exactly the same convoy they had just driven over.
Yang's voice was a little dry.
Those
few targets, aren't they the anti-tank missile launchers we just finished painting? Zhang's gaze followed the direction of Yang's finger.
His pupils also shrunk violently. At the edge of the screen, those few red points of light. Whether it was from the formation they were arranged in or the trajectory they were moving on. All of them were exactly the same as the anti-tank missile launching convoy they had just arrived at. Yang took a deep breath and forced down the shocking waves in his heart. He turned around, and without saying a word, he quickly rushed out of the room. Zhang did not stop him, he knew what Yang was going to do. A few minutes later, Yang ran back with a pale face.
There was still a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He looked at He Zhang with frustration and bewilderment in his voice. Reporting to the chief, I tried it with our vehicle-mounted Eagle-Eye 3rd generation reconnaissance radar. Full power scanning, can't find anything. On our own radar, that area is empty. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Ren Xinyu, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Mr. Ren, what exactly is your radar? Ren Xinyu stood up from his chair and walked to the nearby water fountain to receive a cup of water. He took a sip before saying slowly, "It's time to update your radar. It might be a bit old." Hearing this glib reply, the corner of Chao Yang's mouth twitched viciously. Old? The Eagle-Eye 3 was the most advanced mobile reconnaissance radar in their troop, and it was only installed half a year ago. Putting it into the international arena, it was also a first-class cutting-edge equipment. But in Mr. Ren's mouth, it actually became an old product that should be eliminated. Chao Yang let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Mr. Ren, this system of yours, it's no longer a matter of updating. It's simply a product of another dimension. I really can't imagine how there could be this level of technology in the civilian sector. He Zhang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up at this moment, his expression unprecedentedly serious. He stared at Ren Xinyu and asked word for word. Xinyu, can you show us the physical object of this radar of yours? Chapter 20. Is there any interest in coming to the army? Of course. Ren Xinyu shrugged indifferently. The stuff is in the warehouse, Yuan Shu, take them there. Ren Xinyu didn't lead the way himself, but instead commanded into the air. The speakers in the room immediately transmitted Yuan Shu's gentle electronic voice. All right, sir. 2 guests, please follow me. Under the guidance of the Genjus, they walked through the farm and arrived in front of an unassuming warehouse. The door of the warehouse automatically slid open, revealing the various miscellaneous items piled up inside. In the corner, an unassuming-looking metal box sat quietly on a shelf. The box was roughly half a meter square. The whole body appeared a dull black color. There were no logos or seams on the surface, and it was filled with a sense of minimalist technology. A thin cable connected out from the bottom of the box and extended to the roof of the warehouse. This is the radar host? Chao Yan looked at the small box and once again felt incredulous. Military radar systems. Which one wasn't composed of a huge antenna array, signal processing cabinet, cooling system, and a whole lot of other equipment? The small black box in front of him had subverted his professional knowledge of more than 20 years. This is an experimental prototype of the quantum radar. Ren Xinyu's voice came out through the Yuan hub speakers. It utilizes the quantum entanglement effect for detection. So it doesn't need a traditional large antenna, and the power consumption and size are smaller. I did some optimization on the design to make it more suitable for the complex environment of the farm. Chao Yang could no longer hear the words that followed. Only the words quantum radar were buzzing in his head. This concept only existed in the theories of top physics laboratories. It was actually made into a physical object and used to watch chickens. He reached out with a trembling hand and took out a military tablet terminal from his tactical bag. Using a data cable, he connected it to the port reserved next to that black box. As he did so, the flat screen was instantly brushed with a massive stream of data. Chao Yang's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, calling up the radar's core performance parameters. In the next second, his breath stopped completely. Maximum accuracy. Deviation no more than 0.01 meters. Effective detection distance. 8,000 kilometers? The signal transceiver. Is the antenna on the roof that looks like a lightning rod? Chao Yang muttered. Every data read out was like a heavy hammer that hit his heart hard. What was the concept of 0.01 meter accuracy? It meant that this radar could clearly distinguish between the left and right wings of a fly. What is the concept of a detection distance of 8,000 kilometers? It means from this chicken farm. The entire East Asian continent, even the vast area extending to the Western Pacific, can be brought under surveillance. This is no longer some chicken farm's anti-theft system. This was a strategic-level surveillance eye in the sky that covered half of Asia. A hint of determination flashed in Chao Yang's eyes. He took a deep breath and quickly operated his hands on the tablet. He adjusted the scanning direction and power of the radar. It was aimed at a certain part of the sea more than 1,000 kilometers away to the east. The data on the screen refreshed rapidly, and soon, a clear signal source was locked on. It was a warship that was sailing on the open sea. Operation log found. The Yuan Shu had signal tagged the target 3 days ago. Chao Yang saw the docket information displayed on the tablet. Without hesitation, he mobilized a small portion of the radar's computing power. A special segment of electromagnetic signal was simulated and fired towards that warship. It was a segment of false warning signal that simulated an incoming missile. Almost at the instant the signal was sent, the passive listening module of the radar captured the strong feedback. On the screen, countless new signal sources instantly lit up around the point of light representing that warship.
The target has activated its fire control radar, pulled the battle alert, and is conducting an emergency evasive maneuver. Looking at the real-time developments displayed on the screen, Xiao Yang's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He had merely moved his finger.
It sent a well-equipped foreign naval fleet into extreme panic.
He hurriedly cut off the signal and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiao Yang turned around and looked at He Zhang, his voice hoarse.
Chief, our most advanced military radar. Compared to it, it's not even a toy.
He Zhang's face was incomparably grave. He didn't say anything, only staring at the tiny black box with shifting eyes. Only after a long time did he withdraw his gaze and look in the direction Ren Xinyu had left. The two of them returned to their room and found that Ren Xinyu was leisurely sitting in front of his computer, browsing through the chicken raising forum. It was as if the incident just now, which was enough to cause an international dispute, had nothing to do with him.
He Zhang walked up to him and spoke in a deep voice. Xinyu, is there any interest in coming to the army?
Your skills, your talents, shouldn't be buried in this chicken farm. When Ren Xinyu heard this, he looked up from the screen, surprise on his face. Immediately afterward, he smiled and shook his head. Forget it, being a soldier is too tiring.
I don't have any big ambitions as a person. Just want to lie flat and earn some money, raise chickens, it's fine. He Zhang's brows furrowed. As long as you're willing to come, the conditions are open to you. Rank, treatment, research funding. Even setting up an independent research institute for you, I can go ahead and apply.
Ren Xinyu interrupted, his tone serious. I really appreciate your regard. But I think it's fine the way it is now, raising chickens is very cozy, really. The expression on He Zhang's face changed several times. It eventually turned into a helpless sigh. He knew that for someone like Ren Xinyu, there was no point in forcing it. Since it was impossible to invite this great Buddha back to the troops, then it would be good to settle for the second best and get the technology in his hands. Thinking of this, He Zhang's expression turned serious again. He pointed at the inconspicuous black box. Xinyu, since you're not willing to go to the army, I won't force you. However, this radar of yours, can you lend it to us first? We would like to conduct a comprehensive performance evaluation on it. He Zhang's tone carried a hint of consultation. However, his eyes were filled with an expectation that could not be refused. The strategic significance of this thing was too great, he had to get his hands on it.
No problem.
Ren Xinyu agreed very quickly. It was as if it wasn't some strategic great heaven's eye, but an ordinary household appliance. If you want it, just take it and use it. But this is only the first prototype. Many of the functions are still being debugged, and there might be some minor bugs. He Zhang sniffed, his heart was delighted, and then followed up with a question.
Is this for sale? We want to procure 3 units, no, preferably 5. As for the price, don't worry, absolutely won't let you suffer.
He couldn't wait to deploy this radar in the most important strategic directions.
Ren Xinyu scratched his head, seemingly calculating something.
Selling is definitely a must, I made it just to earn money. But right now, there's only this one, and the materials are used up. How about this, after 5 days, I'll make you 3 new ones.
We'll talk about the price then.
He Zhang's heart skipped a beat. 5 days, 3 units? This kind of national weapon that was enough to change the shape of warfare. It was as simple as a toy produced on an assembly line in his mouth. He glanced deeply at Ren Xinyu and forced the shock in his heart down. All right, it's a deal. He Zhang nodded solemnly. I'll come back to you in a few days after I'm busy. With the business talk over, the atmosphere eased a little.
Ren Xinyu asked casually as if he suddenly remembered something.
Let me ask a question. He Zhang froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. You say, if. Ren Xinyu's expression was casual, as if he was discussing chicken raising tips.
It needs to be in a very short period of time.
To launch a precision attack on more than 10,000 targets at the same time. But with a severe shortage of artillery, is there any good solution?
Chapter 21 Playing with Fire on a Powder Keg.
He Zhang's pupils suddenly shrunk.
10,000 targets? Attacking at the same time? What level of combat planning was this?
He instantly visualized a saturation strike covering the entire war zone.
What exactly was this kid pondering?
He Zhang's face became incredibly serious. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking.
The conventional way of thinking is to use rapid-fire cannons
and prepare magazines or chains filled with ammunition in advance. Make up for the lack of artillery numbers by changing magazines quickly, to pour out the maximum firepower in a short time. This was already the extreme operation in modern artillery theory to deal with saturation attacks. However, Ren Xinyu skimmed his lips after hearing this.
Well, I've thought of this method. The efficiency is still too low. The process of changing magazines will waste a precious window of time.
His tone carried obvious dislike.
He Zhang's heart sank completely. He had already realized. The attack in Ren Xinyu's words was not the same thing as the shelling he understood. It might not be the same thing at all. Chunyu, why are you asking this?
He Zhang's voice was a little nervous.
Are you working on some new weapon system? Nothing, it's just that I've recently been conceptualizing a fully automated pest control system for chicken farms.
Ren Xinyu babbled without changing his face.
There are too many flies and mosquitoes in the chicken farm. I want to get something that can instantly raise them all. Just asking around, looking for inspiration. This explanation couldn't be trusted with even a single word.
The corner of He Zhang's mouth twitched, but he didn't pursue the question any further. He knew that no further questions would yield the truth. He could only bury this suspicion deep in his heart.
All right, it's getting late.
He Zhang stood up and said to Chao Yang, who was still frothing at the side. Chao Yang, load the radar onto the car, be careful, don't bump into it.
Yes. Regiment Commander.
Chao Yang woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly answered and carefully picked up the black case. The box was cold to the touch and not heavy. But in his arms, it felt heavier than a mountain. Ren Xinyu sent the two to the door and waved his hand. Head he go slowly, drive carefully on the road.
Aha!
He Zhang nodded and gave him a deep look. Then he turned around and left the studio with Chao Yang. The two of them walked out of the chicken farm in silence and got into the military SUV that was parked on the dirt road.
Chao Yang fixed the black case, like a treasure, on the back seat and gave it a seatbelt.
The vehicle started and slowly drove away. Inside the car, the atmosphere was unusually dull. He Zhang looked out the window at the rapidly receding fields. His mind, however, was filled with the question that Ren Xinyu had just raised.
10,000 targets, not enough artillery. What exactly did he want?
With this radar on the battlefield in the future, will be like having a pair of God's eyes. He Zhang was the first to break the silence, his tone tinged with suppressed excitement.
Any stealthy target will have nothing to hide in front of it. Our warriors will always be invincible.
He turned his head and looked at Chao Yang, his eyes as sharp as knives. Chao Yang, I don't need to say more about the importance of this thing. After you return, personally lead the team to test it.
Make sure to find out all of its performance parameters. Be sure to be resourceful and never have any damage, understand?
Understood. Please rest assured, Chief. Chao Yang straightened his back and replied loudly. He Zhang nodded, his gaze returning to the window, his eyes becoming distant.
This Ren Xinyu, what a monster.
The kind of stealth paint he sprayed on our tankers before.
It was already enough to lead the world by an era.
And now he's come up with this kind of radar.
These two things combined.
It's simply a combination of offense and defense. It can directly usher in a whole new era. The more He Zhang thought about it, the more his heart surged.
A person's intelligence could be terrifying to such an extent.
Right at this moment, Chao Yang, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth violently as if he had suddenly remembered something. Chief. His voice was a bit dry and even trembled a bit.
When I was operating the radar just now, I checked its operation log. Found a little something.
He Zhang turned back and frowned when he saw Chao Yang's pale face.
What is it?
Swallowing.
Chao Yang gulped and said with difficulty. The log records show that it was just 3 days ago.
This radar once had a prolonged power-up record. The target of its scanning was the missile interception base of the Day Nation located in a certain archipelago. And it accurately recorded the entire process of one of the other party's missile interception tests. From the launch of the missile to its interception and detonation. All of the ballistic data was recorded in its entirety. The excitement on He Zhang's face instantly solidified as he violently turned his head and stared at Chao Yang dead in the face. What did you say? The air in the carriage seemed to freeze. Chao Yang's words were like a heavy bomb that detonated loudly in the small space. Every word carried the force of 1,000 pounds, slamming hard into He Zhang's heart. He Zhang turned his head violently.
His body almost bounced up from his seat due to the excessive movement.
His eyes were fixed on Chao Yang. The eyes were so sharp that it looked like they wanted to pierce through Chao Yang's entire being. The aura that erupted from his body. It made the temperature in the carriage seem to drop several degrees. Chao Yang shivered at He Zhang's reaction, and his face turned even paler. He swallowed hard. Once again, in a voice tinged with trembling, he repeated it again, word by word. And with every word Chao Yang said, He Zhang's pupils contracted. When Chao Yang finished the last word, He Zhang's breathing had become incomparably ragged. So it was like this. So it was like this. He finally understood what Ren Xinyu's question of 10,000 targets, not enough artillery really meant. That young man was not making any theoretical assumptions at all. He was stating a fact. He had really used this radar to spy on another country's military secrets. This realization instantly drenched He Zhang's back in cold sweat. This was no longer something that could be described as audacious. This was playing with fire. And it was playing with fire on a powder keg. He Zhang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to pursue Ren Xinyu's responsibility. The most important thing now was to figure out what kind of consequences this matter had caused.
On the side of the heavenly kingdom, what's the recent reaction?
When He Zhang opened his eyes again, his eyes had already regained their composure, only his voice was still hoarse.
Chao Yang immediately replied. Reporting to the chief, just yesterday.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Day country released a statement publicly. They apologized to the neighboring countries for the abnormal radar signal. The statement said that it was a malfunction in their base's radar system. It caused a signal leak and data anomalies, and is currently under emergency repair.
Malfunction?
He Zhang snorted coldly.
This kind of bull was fine to fool the general public. How could the real top brass believe it?
This was clearly them sensing that they were being spied on. However, they couldn't find the source of the snooping. They could only break their teeth and swallow their stomachs, using a poor excuse to cover up their incompetence. They didn't even dare to admit that they had conducted a failed missile interception test.
Because once admitted,
it was tantamount to exposing the huge loopholes in their defense system to the world. He Zhang's mind raced.
Ren Xinyu, this young man, how on earth did he do it? How did he dare?
This matter, from now on, ends here with you. He Zhang's tone became incredibly serious. Rot in your stomach, not a single word is allowed to be said outwardly again.
Don't mention it to anyone, understand?
Understood. Chao Yang straightened his body and loudly assured. He knew the seriousness of the matter, it was beyond what he could understand. When we return, you personally lead the team to test the radar. He Zhang continued to order.
In addition to figuring out its performance parameters, keep an extra eye out. I always feel that this Ren Xinyu is not that simple.
Please rest assured, Chief.
Chao Yang nodded heavily.
He Zhang stopped talking as he redirected his gaze out the window, his eyes as deep as an ocean.
The name Ren Xinyu, in his heart.
It had changed from genius to monster. A mysterious and unpredictable monster that possessed enough power to overturn the world's pattern.
Chapter 22, Tear open a car door with your bare hands? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. China's highest general command center. Countless streams of data were flashing rapidly on the huge electronic screen wall. Staff members wearing various uniforms. Busy at their respective posts.
The sounds of keystrokes rose and fell, merging into a tense and orderly symphony. At the front of the command center, a man with slightly gray hair. But a man whose posture was still as upright as a pine was frowning as he looked at the information on the screen. He was the highest person in charge of the General Command Center, Peng Xiaogang. Drip drip drip. A red encrypted phone in front of him suddenly rang. Peng Xiaogang picked up the phone and said in a deep voice. Hello, this is Peng Xiaogang. A respectful and urgent voice came from the other end of the phone.
Reporting to General Commander Peng. News has come in from Ningxing. A member of the public has called the police, claiming that a soldier saved a civilian in a serious car accident. Peng Xiaogang raised an eyebrow.
Oh? Tell us the specifics.
Yes.
According to witnesses at the scene, an out-of-control truck crashed into a sedan. The sedan was severely damaged, and the driver fell unconscious on the spot. Before fire and rescue personnel arrived, a passing soldier, with his bare hands, ripped open the warped car door and rescued the female driver inside. After saving the woman, he drove off without leaving his name or unit.
Tearing open the car door with his bare hands?
Peng Xiaogang's eyes were somewhat surprised.
Yes, that's what the witnesses said.
The police are retrieving the surveillance to verify.
Got it. Peng Xiaogang's tone returned to calm. Saving lives is a good thing.
The purpose of our military is to serve the people, and this incident deserves praise. You guys follow up and make sure to verify the situation. If this comrade is found, the commendation should be given.
Yes.
After hanging up the phone, Peng Xiaogang pondered for a moment.
He waved at a staff member not far away. Little Li, come here for a moment.
2.
Chief. A young officer ran over quickly.
You go check a license plate number. Peng Xiaogang handed over a slip of paper.
Find out which unit this car belongs to and who the owner is.
Yes.
The young officer took the note, saluted, turned around and quickly left.
Ning Chang, the First People's Hospital. Inside a high-class ward with clear windows. A person with a somewhat pale face. But a young girl with a stunningly beautiful appearance was lying on the hospital bed. Her arm was in a plaster cast and hung on her chest with a bandage. The girl was none other than Han Meng, who had been saved by Ren Xinyu. At this moment, she was using her uninjured hand, painstakingly peeling an apple. Her mouth kept pouting to an old man by the bedside.
Grandpa, when exactly will I be discharged from the hospital? I just have a little skin wound. A cracked bone. It's too boring to stay in the hospital.
I want to go find the person who saved me and thank him in person. Sitting on the edge of the bed was Elder Han. With white hair and hale and hearty, he couldn't help but smile at his words.
Oh? It's as simple as just thanking?
He deliberately flirted with his granddaughter. I see that our family's little dream, she wants to give her body to her savior, right?
Grandpa.
Han Meng's cheeks instantly flew a blush as she pouted.
What are you babbling about? He's a soldier, I just simply want to thank him. Fine, it was Grandpa who was wrong.
Elder Han laughed and shook his head, then his face turned serious. You don't have to worry about it, on the troop side, I've already greeted them. They will find this good comrade and give him the honor and reward he deserves.
Han Mang let out a somewhat disappointed "oh."
Elder Han looked at her and his words changed.
In addition, there's one more thing. The police side's initial investigation concluded this car accident was most likely not an accident. What? Han Meng's eyes instantly widened. Not an accident? Aha!
Elder Han nodded, his eyes sharpening. The driver of the truck that caused the accident was bribed with heavy money. The other party's purpose is most likely you. So, before you completely recover, don't go anywhere, just stay in the hospital honestly.
But Han Mang wanted to say something else. No buts.
Elder Han aggravated his tone, not to be trifled with. There's no room for discussion on this matter, your personal safety comes first.
Han Mang pouted unhappily. If you can't go out, how else can you find someone?
She recalled the shocking scene after the crash. When she was stuck in the deformed driver's seat, despairing that she was going to die. A strong, powerful arm, glistening with cold metal. Like tearing paper, it easily tore open the twisted car door. That hand was not a normal human arm at all.
It was a mechanical arm.
As the youngest artificial intelligence and mechanical engineering expert in China, Han Mang judged in an instant that the technology contained in that arm. It far exceeded any of the products currently publicized in the world.
What it represented could be an entirely new technological direction.
That person was the key to her future breakthrough in the field of artificial intelligence.
She didn't just want to thank him.
She was more interested in finding him, communicating with him, and learning from him.
Seeing his granddaughter fall into deep thought,
Elder Han thought she had listened, and his tone eased.
All right, don't think so much, recuperate at ease.
Grandpa still has a meeting to attend, so I'll leave first and come back to see you in the evening.
Bye Grandpa. Han Mang nodded obediently.
However, the moment Elder Han turned to leave and the door to the hospital room was closed, the well-behaved light in Han Mang's eyes instantly disappeared. In its place was a touch of unquestionable firmness. She quickly fished out her cell phone from under her pillow. Skillfully pressing a string of numbers, she dialed out. The call was quickly picked up.
Hello, Xiaoyu? It's me, Han Mang.
Her voice was lowered.
Look up someone for me.
Inside the exercise's general command center, the atmosphere was serious and tense.
On the huge electronic screen, various data streams refreshed like a waterfall. The troop deployments of the red and blue sides were clear at a glance.
The exercise was about to enter a white-hot stage. Those present were the heads of the various units. Each one's face was filled with gravity. Pang Xiaogang, as the chief commander of this exercise. Standing at the forefront of the command stage, his eyes scanned the screen like a falcon. His brows were tightly locked, as if he was thinking about some key tactical issue. He Zhang, Su Xiang, Li Ming, and several other regimental commanders. On the other hand, they were separated on both sides, waiting for the final instructions from the commander-in-chief. The air was filled with the smell of smoke of a great battle to come. However, just as the order to continue the maneuver was about to be given, Pang Xiaogang, however, suddenly turned around, his gaze not falling on the map, but locking onto the people present. Before we begin, let me say one thing first. His voice was not high, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. It caused the entire command center to instantly fall silent. All eyes were focused on him. Just yesterday, a serious car accident occurred in Ningchang.
Pang Xiaogang's tone became heavy.
A civilian car was hit by an out-of-control truck. The body of the car was severely deformed, the owner was trapped and his life was in danger.
Just in the nick of time, a military SUV belonging to our troops appeared on the scene. The personnel in the vehicle with extraordinary means successfully rescued the injured before the fire and rescue teams arrived. Hearing this, many people present revealed looks of approval. This was undoubtedly a heroic act of bravery. However, Pang Xiaogang's face did not ease, but instead became more serious. However, this comrade left the scene without leaving any information after rescuing the people. According to the information that came back from the local department, the license plate number of this car is J9857. Pang Xiaogang's gaze moved slowly through the crowd. Finally, it rested precisely on the face of He Zhang, the head of the regiment. Comrade He Zhang, this car, it belongs to your regiment, right? Call out this hero who does good deeds without leaving his name. Our army must not let a hero remain silent, he must be given recognition. Chapter 23 Giving a military vehicle to a chicken seller? With a brush, everyone's eyes turned to He Zhang in unison.
However, the expected expression of pride did not appear on He Zhang's face. Instead, a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. His face instantly turned a little pale. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed back.
Pang Xiaogang's frown deepened. What's wrong? He Zhang, do you have a problem? Reporting to the commander-in-chief.
He Zhang's voice was a bit dry. He stood upright but didn't dare to look directly into Peng Xiaogang's eyes.
There might be a bit of a misunderstanding in this. Misunderstanding? Peng Xiaogang's volume increased steeply and his eyes became sharp. What misunderstanding? It's clearly written on the military vehicle attendant's record that you signed it. Are you trying to tell me that you don't even know who you approved the vehicle to?
Facing the commander-in-chief's thunderous anger, He Zhang knew there was no hiding from this matter. With his heart in his mouth, he gritted his teeth and said, "Report. The car was indeed granted out by me. But I exchanged it to a commoner near the garrison. A chicken seller." As soon as the 3 words chicken seller were exported, the entire command center instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at He Zhang with alike eyes at He Zhang. Even the data on the electronic screen seemed to have stopped for a moment. Giving a military vehicle to a chicken seller? What kind of shocking operation was this? After a brief moment of silence, an overwhelming murmur resounded within the command center. Crazy, right? Is He Zhang crazy? Giving a military vehicle to a civilian, or a chicken seller? His guts are too big. If something happens here, can he afford to take the blame? Su Xiang, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, and Li Ming, the commander of the 5th Regiment, glanced at each other. Both saw undisguised gloating in the other's eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, Peng Xiaogang slapped his hand heavily on the command platform. Nonsense! His anger seemed to set the entire command center ablaze. He Zhang, do you know what you're doing? What do you take military rules and discipline for? What do you take the country's property for? A chicken seller. How dare you give a military vehicle to a chicken seller? Does he have a driver's license? Does he know the traffic laws? If he drives our car and commits crimes, who will be responsible? Can you afford it? Faced with a series of questions, He Zhang's head hung even lower. However, he still stuck his neck out and defended loudly. Report to the commander-in-chief. He definitely won't break the law and discipline. Facts have proven that not only did he not break the law, but he also drove this car and saved people. He is a good man. And he's worth much more than a military vehicle. These words added fuel to the fire. Peng Xiaogang was so angry that he laughed in anger. Good. What a value. I'd like to hear what earth-shattering value a chicken seller can have. Can it make you, He Zhang, risk a court-martial by giving him your military vehicle? Say, what value does he really have? He Zhang's lips moved, but in the end, he couldn't say a single word. Ren Qinyu's identity and those technologies had yet to be checked out from his side. Not a single word could be revealed for the time being. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with struggle. Report, Chief Commander. Regarding his specifics, it is a matter of great importance, so please forgive me for not being able to elaborate on it right now. I request that I wait for the end of this exercise before making a special report to you and the organization. And I vouch for my personal future and soldiers' honor by making a military order. This drill, our regiment, will absolutely achieve the ultimate victory. Ridiculous. Peng Xiaogang didn't even listen to his guarantee and angrily rebuked. You can hardly protect yourself now. And you still dare to speak loudly here about achieving victory? What victory are you taking? Seeing that Peng Xiaogang was about to order himself to be dragged out and dealt with. In desperation, He Zhang's gaze crossed over the crowd. It was cast towards an old man in the corner of the command center who remained silent. Elder Gui. This was the one who was the highest ranked and most powerful Grand Chief present today. Elder Gui. He Zhang's voice carried a plea. Elder Gui slowly raised his head. His deep gaze fell on He Zhang as if he could see through everything about him. He was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke, his voice old and powerful. All right, little he, I'll give you a chance. The maneuvers will go on as usual, and I'll wait to see how your regiment will achieve victory. I'm also waiting for you to give me, and everyone else, a satisfactory speech. Guo Lao had spoken, even if Peng Xiaogang was angry. He could only suppress his anger for the time being, snorted coldly, and stopped speaking. He Zhang immediately let out a huge sigh of relief, and gratefully saluted Elder Gui with a military salute. Su Xiang and Li Ming on the side, however, opened their mouths in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, Regiment Commander He, you don't have a small mouth, you still want to take the victory? With your 7th Regiment's strength of being at the bottom year after year? Don't blow your cow's skin off at that time, and can't get off the stage. Li Ming even directly mocked. He Zhang, I think you've been infected by that chicken seller. Your brain is just like a chicken's, you only know how to brag and crow. In the face of the duo's mockery, He Zhang was uncharacteristic. Instead of getting angry, the corners of his mouth hooked into a mysterious smile. He straightened his back, his eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. Times are different today. Just at this moment, the staff walked over with the lottery box. Heads, please draw lots to determine the order of confrontation. He Zhang stepped forward.
Without hesitation, he reached into the box and took out a ping-pong ball. A number was clearly written on it, number 1.
This meant that he would be the first group to go into battle on the blue side.
Immediately after, Ming, the leader of the 5th Regiment, also went up to draw lots. He proudly flashed the ball in his hand. But the smile on his face instantly froze. It was also number 1.
This meant that for the first confrontation, it was his 5th Regiment against He Zhang's regiment. The eyes of the entire arena were once again focused on these two troop leaders. Ming froze for a moment, then burst into a fit of laughter.
Ha 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 ha. It's truly heaven's help. He Zhang, it seems like the heavens wanted me to send you away with my own hands.
He Zhang looked at him, the smile on his face growing wider and wider, but his eyes flashed with icy battle intent. He said clearly, word by word.
Is that so? I'd like to think so. God is trying to give me a chance to rub you on the ground.
The furor against the draw came to an end for the time being.
The crowd gradually dispersed, each returning to their posts, making final preparations for the upcoming maneuvers. Pang Xiaogang's face was still iron blue.
His sharp gaze stared at He Zhang dead on, as if he wanted to burn 2 holes in him.
He Zhang, come here with me for a moment. Pang Xiaogang suppressed his anger and ordered in a low voice.
He turned towards a relatively secluded corner of the command center. He Zhang took a deep breath, straightened his military appearance, and took a step to follow him. As the two stood still, Pang Xiaogang no longer hid his anger and misgivings, splitting his head in questioning.
Tell me honestly, what the hell are you up to? Who the hell is the one you gave the car to? You drove the military vehicle out and replaced it with something back?
He Zhang stood straight, his face no longer had the flare it had when he faced Ming just now, and there was more of a seriousness to it.
Reporting to the General Commander, I can't say the specifics for now.
But I can tell you that I used that military vehicle and traded it back for something good. There was an undeniable confidence in his eyes. It had played a vital role in the last skirmish. And this time, it will only surprise you, and everyone else. It will definitely give our red side a hard face. After saying that, He Zhang didn't wait for Pang Xiaogang to have any reaction before he violently stood upright and saluted.
Chief Commander, I have to go back and prepare. The first game is our regiment, I can't let Elder Guo down.
Before the words left his mouth, he turned around and left the command center with large strides, leaving Pang Xiaogang alone in place, his face shifting.
Pang Xiaogang looked at He Zhang's departing back.
He was so angry that his chest was heaving, and his fists were clenched. This kid, his wings were really hardened. Even he, the commander-in-chief, dared to be perfunctory. Right at this moment, Guolao leaned on his cane and slowly walked over, standing next to Pang Xiaogang.
Still angry about He Zhang? Guolao's voice was calm and gentle. Chapter 24, Crayons? What is it?
Pang Xiaogang turned around, the anger on his face slightly converged and replaced with worry and disbelief.
Elder Guo, you didn't see him like that just now. Simply a hobnail, oil, and salt.
I'm worried if he keeps fooling around like this. Not only is his own future doomed,
our entire maneuver deployment is going to be disrupted. Guolaohan sniffed and just gently patted Pang Xiaogang's shoulder.
Xiaogang, times are different, and the paradigm of war is changing. Sometimes, a key technique, an unexpected decision. It could completely turn around the entire battlefield. Guolao paused and said with meaning. Have you forgotten how the last time a regiment was almost completely wiped out and turned the tide overwhelmingly? At the mention of the last time, Pang Xiaogang's expression became even more odd. He lowered his voice as if he was talking about some top-secret information.
Elder Guo, you said last time.
After the last exercise, Su Xiang handed over a report.
After I read it, I still find it unbelievable even now. What report? Guolao asked. The corner of Pang Xiaogang's mouth twitched, as if he was trying to control his expression.
Su Xiang said in his report that according to the final return from their Blue Scouts, the one that wiped out their entire tank company was a yellow, anti-tank missile launcher with a crayon pattern sprayed on its body. After Guolao heard this, a rare dismay appeared on his weathered face.
Crayon Shin-chan? What was that thing?
On the other side, He Zhang quickly walked out of the command center building. He returned to the temporary command headquarters of the regiment. As soon as he entered, he shed that heavy pressure and his entire aura became stern. At a glance, he saw Chao Yang, the communications staff officer who was debugging the equipment.
Chao Yang, how is the situation over at the radar?
He Zhang asked as he opened the door. Chao Yang immediately stood up with an excited look on his face.
Reporting to the chief. All tests are complete. Everything is normal, ready to be put into battle at any time.
He Zhang nodded, but his face became a few points heavier. He walked over to Chao Yang's side, patted his shoulder, and said in a low voice. This drill, we must win, and we must win beautifully.
If we can't win, I'm afraid that my position as the head of the regiment, I really won't be able to keep it.
The smile on Chao Yang's face also tightened. He knew that the headmaster was not joking. What happened in the command center, although he was not present?
But he had also heard about it.
He Zhang looked at him and continued.
There's something else that I have to tell you in advance. It's because that Rinxinyu kid drove his car out to save someone some time ago. The matter of us switching cars, the top already knew about it and didn't hide it. What? Chao Yang was shocked, his eyes instantly glazed over. He was one of the people who knew about this operation. Deeply aware of how serious of a mistake it was to violate the rules by calling a military vehicle. Once it was revealed, the hat on the head of the regimental commander would definitely be untenable. Even he himself would have to be disciplined. Looking at Chao Yang's shocked expression, He Zhang's eyes were unusually firm. Therefore, there is no way back for us. This time, you must give me 12 points. Rely on the invisible paint and that quantum radar that Rinxinyu came up with. Give me a fierce and beautiful turnaround battle. Not only should we win, but we should make everyone look foolish. Let them understand that what we have in the hands of a group is epoch-making equipment. Yes. Regiment Commander. Chao Yang was infected by He Zhang's emotions and also straightened his chest as he loudly responded. He Zhang's eyes swept over the electronic map in the command center. The initial deployment area of his and Li Ming's 5th Regiment was clearly labeled on it. His mind raced as he conceptualized the tactics. A moment later, as if he had remembered something, he turned his head again and asked Chao Yang. Right, the paint samples that I asked you to send to the Research Institute for testing earlier, have they been sent over? Chao Yang immediately replied. Reporting to the head of the group, it has been done as you ordered. Handed it over to Professor Han of the Research Institute. He Zhang nodded, a flash of deep meaning in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment, the atmosphere was very different. Regiment Commander Li Ming was standing in front of a huge electronic sand table. With his hands crossed, his face carried a sense of imperative arrogance. All listen up. His voice was loud and echoed in the command center. For this maneuver, our opponent is a regiment. I know, last time they won against Su Xiang's 3rd Regiment. A lot of people think they got lucky. Let me tell you, it's impossible to get lucky twice. Li Ming's gaze swept over the group of staff officers and officers under his command. His eyes were as sharp as knives. That He Zhang guy, I know him. The conventional tactics were played moderately, nothing outstanding. It was definitely a fluke that we were able to win last time, it was that Su Xiang guy who was gullible. So this time, not only are we going to win, we're going to beat them to death. Let them know what a true main force regiment is. Do you hear me? Understood. Inside the command headquarters, morale was high and the sound of responses was deafening. Li Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. The smile on his face was full of confidence. Just at this moment, a communication staff officer walked over quickly and stood at attention to salute. Reporting to the regimental commander, encrypted communication from Su Xiang, the commander of the 3rd Regiment. Su Xiang? Li Ming froze for a moment, then waved his hand. Pick it up. He picked up the communicator on the table, his tone carrying a few hints of flirtation. Hey, old Su, why are you free to call me? Is it because you want to wish me a flagrant victory in advance? Su Xiang's somewhat suppressed and impatient voice came from the other end of the communicator. Li Ming, I don't have time to joke with you, I'm here to remind you. Oh? Remind me of what? Li Ming raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Beware of He Zhang's anti-tank missile launchers. Su Xiang's voice sounded unusually serious. Li Ming's smile grew even wider. You still need to be reminded of this? There's no way to fight a war without being careful of missile vehicles. Not just any missile car. Su Xiang's voice raised a few points and seemed a bit agitated. Listen carefully to me. According to my intelligence from the last exercise, they have a very evil missile car. It's yellow, and the body of the car is also sprayed with Crayola. As the words fell, Li Ming was first stunned. A few seconds later, he broke out into a burst of earth-shattering laughter. Ha 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 ha. Old Su, I say, did you lose your mind last time? Brain beaten? Crayon Shin-chan? Why don't you say there's Ultraman? If you lose, and you find such an outrageous excuse, you're not afraid of people laughing your ass off. The other officers in the command headquarters heard Li Ming's words. They also followed suit and laughed, and the atmosphere became incredibly joyful. Su Xiang, on the other end of the communicator, seemed to have heard the laughter from this side. His breathing became ragged. Li Ming. I'm serious. That thing is a ghost. My tank company was terminated by it in one breath. Alright. Li Ming laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He waved his hand like he was repelling some joke. I appreciate your good intentions. Don't worry, I won't be in the gutter like you. I'll have my troops and beat their so-called crayons into a pile of scrap metal. You. Su Xiang seemed to want to say something else. But in the end, it only turned into a low roar of anger. Good. Li Ming. Don't you regret it? After saying that, the communication was hung up violently. Li Ming put down the communicator with a smile on his face that hadn't completely dissipated. He shook his head and said to the crowd,
Look, this is the loser who can't afford to lose. They're all starting to talk nonsense.
However, after laughing, Li Ming's eyes stilled.
He turned his head to look at a young major.
Fang Nian. Present. The major named Fang Nian immediately stepped out and stood straight. Li Ming looked at him and said, "You're an expert in this area of electronic reconnaissance.
For this maneuver, keep your eyes wide open for me.
Keep a deadly eye on all the carriers of the 7th Regiment, especially their anti-tank missile launcher.
I don't care if it has Crayola or pleasant goat sprayed on it.
As long as it dares to show its head, I demand that you lock onto its position at the first opportunity. I guarantee to complete the mission." Fang Nian replied loudly, his eyes filled with confidence.
He knew that the person he was going to face in this maneuver was his old classmate, Xiao Yang.
Chapter 25, Will the enemy talk to you about rules? The maneuver begins.
With a command from the director's office, the ear-piercing siren pierced the tranquility of the drill ground. The battle officially started. However, in the temporary command headquarters of the 7th Regiment, there was an eerie silence.
It was very different from the heated pre-battle mobilization over at the 5th Regiment. Everyone here held their breath, not even daring to breathe.
He Zhang stood in front of the electronic map, his face cold as he gave the first order. Order, all units, close non-essential communication channels. All tanks and armored vehicles, immediately turn off their engines and enter a silent lurking state. Command headquarters, except for the core equipment, turn off all other electronic equipment. One order after another was passed out through the most streamlined encrypted channels. The huge 7 Regiment battle cluster seemed to have disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. It turned into a beast hibernating in the darkness, collecting all of its aura. After giving the order, He Zhang turned around. He looked towards Xiao Yang, who was sitting in the corner, facing a row of screens that were flickering with a ghostly blue light.
"Xiao Yang, are you ready?"
Xiao Yang jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot from concentration. But the eyes were amazingly bright.
Reporting to the headmaster. The quantum radar system self-test is complete. Program loading complete. Ready to start at any time.
He Zhang nodded and walked over to him, his eyes falling on the screen in front of Xiao Yang. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "I heard that the one in charge of electronic countermeasures for the 5th Regiment this time is Fang Nian.
He's your classmate, right?" Xiao Yang's fingers that were tapping on the keyboard gave a slight lurch. A complicated expression surfaced on his face.
"Yes, Chief. When he was in school, he was always first place.
Everyone said that he was a once-in-a-century genius."
He Zhang quietly looked at him without saying anything.
Xiao Yang took a deep breath, and the last bit of hesitation in his eyes turned into a determined battle spirit.
"But Chief, times have changed. This time, I'm going to use the epic-making equipment in our hands. Let him take a good look at what true electronic warfare is."
"Very well."
The corner of He Zhang's mouth finally curved up into a cold arc. "Let's get started then, and let your old classmate have a good drink."
"Yes."
Xiao Yang bellowed, his hands dancing like phantoms on the keyboard in console. As he operated, the oddly shaped quantum radar mainframe in the command center began to emit a low hum. A stream of data, invisible to the naked eye, was fired out.
It silently merged into the complex electromagnetic environment of the entire battlefield. Soon, on everyone's electronic maps, a bizarre scene occurred.
In an open area tens of kilometers away from the actual lurking area of the 7th Regiment,
a signaling cluster representing a tank company appeared out of nowhere.
They stormed towards the defensive positions of the 5th Regiment in a standard offensive formation with great fanfare. The electronic signaling signature was strong to the extreme, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't be able to detect it.
Immediately afterward, behind this false tank company,
a signal source that was even larger in scale and more complex in signal signature also lit up.
It was the electronic signal of a standard regimental command. Xiao Yang raised his head and reported to He Zhang. Reporting to the regimental commander.
False tank company target source established. False command target source established.
Meanwhile,
on the forward preset positions, 13 different types of false signal sources have been laid, simulating our frontline blocking points and reconnaissance posts.
He Zhang looked at the mass on the electronic map that Xiao Yang had created out of thin air.
Then he looked at the other side of the map. He was actually lurking in the dark troop area, and his eyes became deep and profound.
10 minutes seemed as long as a century on the silent battlefield.
In the command center, there was only the subtle sound of the equipment core fan.
Everyone held their breath,
waiting for what kind of big fish could be fished out of that invisible net.
"Chief!"
Xiao Yang's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the suffocating silence. His voice carried an overwhelming excitement and shock. He Zhang walked over quickly, his gaze like a torch.
"What's the situation?"
Xiao Yang didn't answer immediately as he stretched out a slightly trembling finger and pointed to the main screen.
"Chief, look for yourself."
He Zhang cast his gaze towards the screen and only took a look.
His ancient, unperturbed eyes rippled tremendously. the electronic map that had originally appeared empty due to a cloud of silence.
At this moment, it was densely covered with countless red markings. Those marks were no longer vague signal sources.
Instead, they were specific units that were clearly labeled by the system.
The deployment position of a tank battalion. The precise coordinates of a self-propelled artillery position.
3 forward infantry companies in a zigzag defense.
Even the location of their rear logistics supply points, field hospitals. All were clearly displayed. And in the core area of all the red markers, a marker with a flashing command symbol was exceptionally eye-catching. That's the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment.
Chao Yang's voice carried a dreamy tone.
The passive detection mode of the quantum radar has already scanned the entire battlefield. All the combat units of the 5th Regiment, all the firepower configurations, all the troop layouts.
Now, it's all laid out in front of us. He Zhang's throat knots rolled up and down.
He had been fighting for many years, but he had never imagined that a war could be fought to such an extent. This was no longer a one-sided battlefield transparency. It was almost as if God had opened up a full map view.
And the opponent knew nothing about it.
5th Regiment Commander Li Ming was still carefully setting up his pocket formation, waiting for the fierce tiger of the regiment to dive in headfirst. But he had no idea that everything he thought was hidden. In He Zhang's eyes, it was like a child stacking blocks on a sandbox, childish and ridiculous. He Zhang reached out his hand and gently touched the cold screen. His fingertips scratched the symbol that represented the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and powerful.
What difference is there between this and fighting in the open?
These words were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of everyone in the command headquarters.
Yes, when you know everything about the enemy. What suspense is there in fighting this battle?
The excitement on Chao Yang's face slowly faded, replaced by gravity and unease. He hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Head of the group, this quantum radar system.
It is not too ahead of its time?
According to the rules of the maneuver, this kind of cross-era equipment.
Shouldn't we first report to our superiors and get approval before we can use it?
Will
we do this?
He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. This was no longer a drill, this was a one-sided massacre. Winning the maneuver with this near-cheating tactic seemed to be a bit of a victory.
Snap!
There was a crisp ringing sound. He Zhang withdrew his hand and slapped the back of Chao Yang's head with a not-so-gentle slap.
Did you kid read stupidly?
He Zhang glared at him, his tone tinged with hatred.
This is a battlefield. Even if it's a drill, it's still a battlefield. You're telling me about regulations? Would the enemy talk to you about rules?
By the time we report this mass murderer layer by layer, by the time the approval comes down, the yellow flowers will be cold.
Let me ask you, who would have thought of our regiment? A perennial second-rate troop can hide something like this in its hands?
He Zhang's voice wasn't loud, but the words were punishing.
It's to take them by surprise. It's to use a way that they can't understand to break them completely. This is the true meaning of war. Use all means to gain victory. Chao Yang was scolded.
Then he straightened his chest, the hesitation on his face swept away.
Regiment commander. I understand. He Zhang nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to the electronic map.
His finger slowly traced across the map, outlining an invisible attack route.
We're in no hurry.
The corner of He Zhang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Let Li Ming of the 5th Regiment put on a good show against that fake target we threw out.
Wait for them to take the initiative.
Wait for their formation to be completely exposed to our guns.
Give them another big gift.
Chapter 26 The first captain to be knocked out of the game. He Zhang turned his head and gave a new order. Notify down the line, all anti-tank missile launchers, all of them enter a level 1 state of combat readiness. All artillery units, according to the precise coordinates provided by the quantum radar, immediately carry out firing plurality solving. This time, we won't engage in a group charge, we'll play sniper warfare with them.
I'm going to act like a patient hunter. Erase one of their tanks, one of their artillery, one by one from the map.
Yes. The correspondent immediately began to pass on the orders. Just then, Chao Yang's face suddenly changed, as if he had discovered something. Reporting to the head of the group. His voice became urgent. A high-intensity data stream has been detected, attempting to invade our deception network. He Zhang's eyebrows raised.
Oh? Chao Yang's hands immediately flew on the keyboard.
Lines of code refreshed on the secondary screen like a waterfall.
It's the electronic countermeasures unit of the 5th Regiment. They should have realized that our fake tank company's signal is a bit off. Reverse tracking and signal cracking is underway. Chao Yang's eyes became incomparably sharp and his battle spirit was high. It must be that Fong Nian guy. His reaction speed is still so fast. In the past, facing his old classmates' overpowering attack, Chao Yang might still be a little nervous. But now, he looked at the epical quantum radar mainframe in front of him. His heart was filled with unprecedented confidence. He Zhang's face was not the slightest bit nervous.
Instead, he revealed an expression of interest. It's only fun if you react fast, otherwise this cat and mouse game would be too boring. He looked at Chao Yang and gave an order. Stop him. Don't let him touch a hair on our head. He Zhang paused, and the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. Then, give him a fake target, a bait that he can't refuse. Let him think he's caught our fox's tail, and let him chase after it. Chao Yang snapped his head up, his eyes brightening amazingly. He instantly understood the chief's intentions. Yes. Headmaster. He bellowed, his finger tapping down the last command on the console. A brand new data packet. It was carefully disguised as a loophole created by a busy system. It was silently thrown into the data stream of the two sides' exchange. This loophole pointed to a brand new coordinate. There, a faint signal representing the 7th Regiment's frontline reconnaissance team flickered faintly. It flickered for a moment and then disappeared. The location of this signal was a fatal temptation for the 5th Regiment. It was too deep, like a sharp knife ready to be thrust into their hearts. Fang Nian would definitely not let go of this opportunity. After doing this, Chao Yang let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair. He turned his head and flashed a confident smile at He Zhang. Reporting to the headmaster, the bait has been released, just waiting for him to take the bait. He Zhang looked at the flickering signal on the screen. He also looked at the confident Chao Yang. The two of them smiled at each other. Inside the 5th Regiment's command vehicle, the atmosphere was high. Fang Nian stared intently at his screen. Reporting the latest battle situation to the regimental commander Li Ming. Reporting to the head of the regiment, we have successfully hacked into the command network of one regiment. They're just as we expected, their main forces are all hunkered down. 3 lines of defense have been constructed in a vain attempt at passive defense. Fang Nian's tone was somewhat disdainful. For him, this kind of old-fashioned tactic of holding positions. It was simply a textbook counter case. When Li Ming heard this news, an expression of true realization appeared on his face. He sneered. Is He Zhang afraid of being beaten? Or does he think this is a positional battle from decades ago? Order the artillery units to tear their ridiculous first line of defense apart for me. Yes. The order was quickly conveyed. Moments later, the artillery positions of the 5th Regiment were ablaze with fire. A heavy artillery shell whistled through the sky. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it accurately smashed into the first line of defense of the 1st Regiment on the map. On the large screen of the command vehicle, the icon representing the fortifications of one regiment. One by one, they dimmed under the heavy artillery coverage. The fire and smoke from the explosions almost dyed the entire screen gray-black. The effect of the artillery strikes was unexpectedly remarkable. It took little effort. A regiment's seemingly sturdy first line of defense was just completely destroyed. Seeing such brilliant results, Li Ming's confidence swelled like never before. With a wave of his hand, he gave a new order. Order the troops to make a long drive. The tank company is at the forefront to open up the road. Give me the fastest speed to overpower their second line of defense. 80% of the regiment's troops all commit to a frontal charge. I want He Zhang to know that in the face of absolute strength. Those little tricks of his are simply unbeatable. With Li Ming's order, the deafening roar of engines resounded from the 5th Regiment's position. A main battle tank was like a steel beast, its tracks crushing through the scorched earth, leading the armored vehicles and infantry behind it. Forming an unstoppable torrent of steel, it rushed towards the position of a regiment. As expected, the second line of defense of the regiment was equally vulnerable. In front of the 5th Regiment's devastating offensive, almost no decent resistance was organized, and it was soon rushed to pieces. The 5th Regiment's troops were already pointing directly at the last line of defense laid down by He Zhang. Meanwhile, in the rear, at the General Command Center, several bigwigs of the group army were looking through a huge electronic sand table. They were watching the real-time battle situation of the maneuver without taking their eyes off the screen. Yan Zhou looked at the unbreakable attack of the 5 regiments on the screen. An undisguised mockery hung on his face. He turned his head sideways and said to Peng Xiaogang beside him, "Old Peng, is this the regiment you've always favored? This is that He Zhang? What's this fight called?" Being beaten by a frontal charge from someone else, he lost his armor and didn't even have the strength to fight back. I think he's at the end of his rope as a regimental commander. Peng Xiaogang's face was iron blue, his fists clenched tightly, but he couldn't say a word. The battle situation on the screen was extremely unfavorable to him. The regiment's retreat was a fact that everyone could see in their eyes. Even if he wanted to refute it, he couldn't find any reason to do so. On the other side, Han Weihao also opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner. Yeah, I thought that He Zhang was saying that he could definitely win. I thought he could do something amazing, but I didn't expect it to be the same old story. Being pressed to the ground by the 5 regiments is really a bit ugly. Yan Zhou saw that Peng Xiaogang didn't say anything and became even more arrogant. I see that this maneuver will soon come to an end. He Zhang will be the first regimental commander to be eliminated from the game. setting a record for the fastest failure in the history of our group army's maneuvers. Pang Xiaogong's teeth clenched. He could only pin his eyes dead center on the screen, his heart anxious. The steel torrent of the 5th Regiment had arrived in front of the third line of defense of the 1st Regiment at this moment. Victory seemed to be just around the corner. Li Ming's eyes glittered with excitement. He picked up his communicator and sent out the final order for the general attack. All units, launch a general attack for me. Speed up the charge, and crush them completely with a single blow. However, he didn't notice that in a corner he couldn't see. A giant net that had been brewing for a long time was slowly tightening. Inside the command headquarters of a regiment, He Zhang's expression remained as calm as water. It was as if the retreating troops in front of him were not his own. He looked at the main force of the 5th Regiment that was frantically breaking through on the screen and turned his head to ask Chao Yang. Our hunters, are they in position? Chao Yang's eyes moved away from the radar screen, his voice steady and strong. Reporting to the regimental commander, 4 anti-tank missile launchers have successfully infiltrated 3 kilometers behind the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment. The other side is oblivious, we are completely concealed. He Zhang nodded, the corner of his mouth gently curling up. It was now. He stood up, his gaze like a sword, and gave a series of commands that had been prepared long ago. Order the electronic countermeasures unit to turn on maximum power jamming and cut off all external communications from the 5th Regiment. Order all artillery units to aim at the exposed charging main force of the 5th Regiment and give me a saturation bombardment. Order the 2 flanks of the infiltration units to immediately penetrate and outflank their rear path. Action. Chapter 27, Total Annihilation. The main force of the 5th Regiment, which was charging at high speed, hadn't even had time to cheer for the upcoming victory. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. Inside the command vehicle, all the communication screens were instantly filled with blinding snowflakes, and the earphones were filled with rustling busy sounds. Report. Communications are being jammed. We've lost contact with the rear and all units. Li Ming's face changed drastically, and a strong uneasiness surged through his heart. However, before he could make any reaction, the scythe of death had already swung down. A sharp whine came from the sky. That sound was 100 times denser and more terrifying than when they had shelled a group before. Countless shells were like hail. Falling from the sky, they accurately smashed into the crowded charging formation of the 5 regiments. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering explosions were in succession. Fire and shockwaves instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. A tank was lifted into the air and ripped into a pile of burning scrap metal. Armored vehicles were blown to pieces like paper mache. The charging soldiers, covered in devastating artillery fire, fell in pieces. Communication was interrupted and command was lost. The entire charging formation of the 5th Regiment instantly fell into utter chaos and destruction. Before they could wake up from the nightmare of the shelling. On both sides of the battlefield, a group of armored units that had been lurking for a long time. Like 2 sharp pointy knives, they ruthlessly stabbed into their confused loins. Tongues of machine gun fire swept wildly. The anti-tank missiles dragged their tail flames, precisely seeking out the surviving armored targets. The main force of the 5 regiments that had been so imposing just a moment ago. At this moment, they were completely reduced to lambs to be slaughtered. Under the stranglehold of crossfire, the entire army was wiped out. Inside the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment, the ear-piercing busy signal still continued. Fang Yan grasped the communicator, fine beads of sweat already seeping from his forehead. He called out hoarsely. But the only thing that responded to him was a dead silent rustle sound. Main company. Main company. Come in. Thor to drill. Thor to drill. Still no contact. Fang Yan violently slammed the headset on the console. With a pale face, he turned to Li Ming. Chief, we've completely lost contact with the main charge company. His voice was still a little shaky. The sound of the artillery fire ahead was deafening. It even overshadowed the roar of the command vehicle's engine. The dense explosions didn't even sound like something their own artillery could produce. Li Ming snatched the communicator from Fang Yan's hand and personally put on the headset. Electric drill. This is Thunder God. Receiving reply. Tank company. Tank company. Report your position. However, there was nothing but the murmur of electricity in the headphones. It was as if the torrent of steel they were so proud of had evaporated from the world in this instant. An icy chill went straight from the soles of Li Ming's feet to the sky. The excitement of being victorious just now was gone. In its place was a great fear of being enveloped by the unknown. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? Li Ming muttered, his eyes filled with confusion and panic. How is it possible to be all disconnected at once? He raised his head violently, his bloodshot eyes staring deathly at Fang Yan. Radar. Quickly look at the radar map. See what's going on with the troops ahead. This was his last hope, communications could be jammed. But the radar signal could always give him some feedback.
Fang Yan heard the order and immediately swooped down to the radar screen.
But the sight he saw made his heart completely sink to the bottom. On the radar screen, the green dots of light representing his side's troops. They were disappearing at a terrifying speed.
In its place, there were red snowflakes representing unknown signals.
It covered almost the entire display area of the battlefield ahead.
Chief, Fang Yan's voice was tinged with tears. The radar can't be displayed either. It's all strong electromagnetic interference, our equipment can't penetrate at all. Li Ming's body shook and almost fell off his seat.
He held onto the operating console, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. It was over. This was the only thought in his mind. There was no need to think about it to know that there was only one person who could do all this.
He Zheng. Li Ming squeezed this name out from between his teeth.
Each word carried a bone-deep hatred.
It must be him. He roared like a trapped beast in the cramped command vehicle. It's him. He's been showing weakness.
He's been digging a hole for us to jump into.
Fang Yan.
Li Ming suddenly grabbed Fang Yan's shoulders and shook them hard.
Contact the technicians for me.
Break through his electronic jamming for me at all costs.
Contact the front. No matter what method is used, I must know exactly what is happening up ahead.
However, his orders seemed so pale and powerless at this moment.
Under He Zheng's carefully woven giant net,
he, the prey that had crashed in headfirst, had lost all chances of struggling. At the same time, at the Group Army's General Command Center, the atmosphere was equally grave to the extreme. On the huge electronic screen, the red and blue posture charts representing the 1st and 5th regiments. Incredible changes were taking place. A recorder who was responsible for monitoring the battle situation was reporting the latest battle situation to everyone present with a tone of having seen a ghost. His voice became a bit shrill and stuttered due to his shock.
Reporting to all the chiefs. The latest battle situation. 5th Regiment. 5th Regiment's forward main force has suffered a devastating blow.
The recorder swallowed hard. It seemed to be to calm himself down. Just half a minute ago, the battlefield layout of one regiment suddenly changed radically.
Their previously shown 90% battle damage. It was confirmed as a deceptive signal. The true battle damage of one regiment is currently predicted to be only 15%. And
they are launching a full counterattack against the 5th Regiment. These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded within the quiet command center.
Everyone was stunned by this shocking news.
Division Commander Yan Zhou even violently stood up from his seat and rushed to the large screen in one swift step. He pointed at the blue area on the screen that was being rapidly eaten away and questioned in a stern voice.
What are you babbling about?
Half a minute ago, the 5 regiments were going to crush them.
How could it be reversed all of a sudden?
One regiment has a 90% battle loss, and 5 regiments have a 15% battle loss.
That's the data we received. Now you're telling me that the battle loss of the 5th Regiment soared to 85%?
Yan Zhou's voice echoed in the command center, filled with incredulity.
Is your monitoring equipment broken? Check it for me immediately.
He couldn't accept this fact. It completely defied the logic and laws of modern warfare. It was impossible to cause such a horrific reversal of battle results in just half a minute, even if it was to lure the enemy in. An officer in charge of technical monitoring immediately ran over, standing at attention and saluting.
Report Division Commander. All monitoring equipment is operating normally, and the data link doesn't have any problems.
The technician's face was equally serious and shocked.
We just analyzed and confirmed all the high battle damage data before the regiment. It's all fake intelligence that they forged through electronic countermeasures.
They used this method to successfully deceive the 5th Regiment, and also deceived us as well. When Yan Zhou heard this reply, his entire body froze in place. Deceived the 5 regiments, and also deceived us. These words were like a hammer, hitting his heart hard. He stared blankly at the screen.
The blue arrow representing the 5th Regiment had completely collapsed.
At this moment, it was being deadlocked and split by 2 red iron pincers.
Then it was devoured a little bit.
The entire battlefield had turned into a lopsided massacre. Inside the command center, a dead silence fell.
Only heavy breathing could be heard.
No one expected that this maneuver, which seemed to everyone to be without suspense.
Surprisingly, it would usher in a shocking reversal in this way.
He Zheng, who was not favored by everyone and was thought to be on the verge of setting a record for the fastest failure. Surprisingly, in the midst of a desperate situation, he had laid such a shocking killing game.
Wu Lao, who had been silent and sitting quietly in the corner.
At this moment, he slowly put down the teacup in his hand. His face did not have the same shock as Yan Zhou. Instead, he smiled with interest. An appreciative light flashed in his cloudy but deep eyes. He looked at the red dot on the screen that represented the command of a regiment. It was as if he could penetrate the screen and see the young man with the calm layout. This He Zheng, he's a bit interesting.
Chapter 28 Not good. We are surrounded.
Inside the command center, the blue area that represented the 5 regiments had very little left at the moment. Like a piece of cake that had been greedily eaten. Only a small piece of residue at the center remains. And those 2 huge red iron pincers had stopped their tendency to merge, turning to form an airtight encirclement. Originally the mood has been a little heavy Peng Xiaogang. At this moment, the taut lines on his face finally unfolded. He took a long breath. The eyes that looked at the big screen were filled with marvel and appreciation. What a really beautiful battle. His voice was not loud, but it broke the suffocating dead silence within the command center. This is no longer a simple enticement of the enemy. This is the perfect combination of information warfare, psychological warfare, and blitzkrieg. Peng Xiaogang's gaze turned to Yan Zhou, who sat down disheveled in his chair. Old Yan, you have to admit it. This He Zhang is an exceptional command talent. Yan Zhou didn't speak, only staring at the screen with his eyes lifelessly. His lips trembled slightly. It seemed like he wanted to retort something, but he couldn't utter a single word. The truth was right in front of him, cold and cruel. The mass that he once thought was about to be crushed. In a way he couldn't understand or even imagine. Completing this shocking reversal, a monitor stood up, his voice booming as he reported the final results of the battle. Reporting to the chiefs. 1 regiment has stopped attacking and has now occupied 90% of the exercise area. The main force of the 5th regiment has basically been completely annihilated. According to the battlefield data analysis, the remaining fighting force is less than 10%. 1 regiment. 1 regiment has achieved an overwhelming victory at a very small cost. Every word was like a slap, hotly slapping Yan Zhou in the face. He slowly closed his eyes. Leaning against the back of the chair, it was as if all his strength had been drained out of his body. Defeated. Defeated so completely, so dry, even. So humiliating. Not defeated in equipment, not defeated in strength. Rather, it was defeated in tactics and strategy. He and his proud 5 regiments. From the very beginning, they were played by that young man called He Zhang. That regimental commander who was disdained by all. With a textbook classic battle, he had taught everyone present a lesson. Meanwhile, the temporary command headquarters of a regiment. The atmosphere here was very different from the shocking outside world. It was still as calm and efficient. A single command was issued from here, precisely reaching each and every combat unit. Chao Yan walked quickly to He Zhang, his face carrying an uncontrollable excitement. Reporting to the head of the group. We have successfully captured 90% of the acting controllable area. According to the feedback from drone reconnaissance and life signal detection. Less than 10% of the enemy's remaining forces. All of them have been compressed by us in the last command area. Chao Yang's voice was filled with adoration. This battle was too painful and too fantastic. From the initial rout on all fronts to the current total victory, it was only a short period of 1 or 2 hours. This kind of ups and downs made every soldier in the battle feel like they were dreaming. He Zhang's expression did not change in any way. He only looked calmly at the battlefield situation map in front of him. On the chart, the red arrows representing his side had already surrounded the last blue stronghold. Order all units to stop attacking. He Zhang spoke indifferently. What? Chao Yang froze for a moment, somewhat confused. Leader, we're in a flurry of activity right now. It's entirely possible to wipe them out completely and just end the maneuver. In his opinion, now was the best time to ride the wave of victory. He Zhang shook his head and stretched out his finger. It tapped lightly on that blue command dot on the map. In war, sometimes it's not just about fighting a war of annihilation, but also about executing hearts. Leave them a little hope, then snuff it out with your own hands. It makes more sense than just annihilating them outright. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he continued. Lift the signal shielding on the enemy command. This order made Chao Yang even more surprised. Unshield? Then won't they know they're surrounded? And they can ask for help from the outside world. He Zhang smiled. That's how I want him to know he's surrounded. As for asking for help? It's too late for him to ask for help from anyone. The winners and losers of the maneuver have already been decided. Now, it's just going through the motions. He turned his head and looked at Chao Yang, his eyes becoming sharp. Notify the ghost sniper team lurking in the A3 area. Wait for my order. I'm going to make them stage a real decapitation. Target 5th Regiment Commander, Li Ming. Chao Yang's heart shook, immediately understanding He Zhang's intentions. This was to completely break the commander of the 5th Regiment, both physically and mentally. I'll do it right away. Chao Yang stood at attention and saluted, turning around and quickly going to convey the order. He Zhang redirected his gaze to the screen, his eyes as calm as water. Li Ming, your performance, it's time for the curtain to fall. Inside the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment, it was a mess. Li Ming's eyes were red, like a furious lion. He swept the tactical tablet computer on the table to the ground with an ear-piercing thud. Rubbish! All of them are wastes. He pointed at the shivering communications staff officer Fong Nian in front of him and cursed.
Fong Nian. You tell me. What's going on here? Why are the signals of our vanguard units all cut off? Why? Where are they? Are they all dead? Fong Nian's face was pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. Chief. I don't know. All communication channels are out of order. We've completely lost contact with the front line. Asshole.
Li Ming kicked over the chair beside him.
It must be electronic interference. A clump. It's that bastard He Zhang who messed up. He was still roaring, still venting his disbelief.
Just then, the radar screen that had been silent. Suddenly, there was a series of rapid ticking sounds. On the screen, a green signal light began to flicker wildly.
Fong Nian shouted in surprise as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. It's through. Regiment Commander. The signal is restored.
He immediately pounced in front of the communicator and grabbed the microphone with his hands.
Calling Falcon 1. Come in if you hear me. Please come back if you hear me. Calling Fierce Tiger 3. What is your current position?
However, what came from the communicator was still a dead current. There was no response.
Not a single response.
The surprise on Fong Nian's face instantly solidified, replaced by a deeper fear. Right at this moment, the door of the command headquarters was violently pushed open. A soldier in charge of the peripheral guard rushed in, rolling and crawling. The voice was filled with desperate cries.
Chief. It's not good. We are surrounded. What?
Li Ming was like being struck by lightning and turned around violently.
What are you babbling about?
The soldier pointed outside and said in horror.
There are people everywhere.
There are clumps of soldiers on all sides,
surrounding our place to the hilt. Li Ming's body swayed.
He staggered a few steps and rushed to the main screen. When he saw the latest battlefield posture map displayed on the screen,
the entire person froze. Only the last blue dot representing their command headquarters was visible.
The had been completely surrounded by densely packed red arrows. That encirclement was like a giant net of death, cutting off all their paths of survival.
Fong Nian also saw the scene on the screen and was scared out of his wits. Leader. U.S. Let's quickly move. If we don't leave, it will be too late.
Li Ming stared blankly at the screen, muttering under his breath.
How could this be? How could this be? He couldn't accept this fact.
One moment, he was still fantasizing about wiping out a regiment and taking the top prize for the exercise. The next moment, he was a turtle in a jar.
Transfer. Right. Transfer.
Li Ming seemed to have suddenly awakened, and his eyes were full of desire to survive. He quickly took off the conspicuous commander's combat uniform he was wearing.
He replaced it with an ordinary soldier's camouflage uniform.
After doing this, he took a deep breath. Fiercely pulling open the door of the command headquarters, he prepared to take advantage of the chaos to break out. However, the very moment he stepped out of the door of the command headquarters,
shoo! A slight cracking sound rang out. Li Ming's body jolted and he looked down,
only to see a striking wisp of blue smoke curling up from the steel helmet above his head.
Chapter 29, What a Way to Hide from the World.
In the rules of maneuvers, blue smoke means death in battle. Li Ming, the commander of the 5th Regiment, was sniped to death not long after the drill began.
A decapitation. Li Ming's mind buzzed and went blank.
He didn't even see which direction the bullet came from. The surrounding soldiers who rushed up saw the blue smoke above his head. They all stopped instantly as well, their faces ashen. The commander was killed in action, this battle had been lost. At the same time, the exercise's general command center. On the huge electronic screen, the blue dot that represented the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment. It suddenly flickered and turned gray, representing the dead in action. The entire command center instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes in disbelief. A staff officer froze for a long time before stuttering and reporting to the commander-in-chief, Wolao.
Reporting to the chief. 5th Regiment Command. Destroyed. 5th Regiment Commander Li Ming was killed in action.
The report was not loud. But in this silent command center, it was like thunder. Peng Xiaogong's face muscles twitched a few times, desperately suppressing the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise. But the laughter in his eyes could not be hidden. Beautiful. He Zhang, this kid, did a beautiful job. This was what modern warfare was called. A straight shot to the heart, a single blow to the head. Next to him, Yan Zhou was frowning, his face a bit ugly. He didn't expect that the 5th Regiment, a well-equipped ace regiment. It was surprising that it would be defeated so quickly, so completely. The commander had been decapitated in the opening round. This was unheard of in the group army's previous maneuvers.
This regiment is a bit interesting. Yeah, who would have thought?
They were able to bypass the layers of defense of the 5th Regiment and directly touched the command headquarters. This infiltration ability is also too strong.
The key is that electronic jamming.
The The regiment was completely blinded and deafened from the vanguard to the command headquarters, and that's what's most frightening. The other observing officers in the command center murmured. The eyes that looked at the regiment were filled with shock and probing.
Quiet. Guo Lao's calm voice rang out, instantly silencing all the chatter.
This old general with white hair could not see any joy or anger on his face at the moment. He just calmly looked at the dot on the screen that had turned gray and was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly spoke. Call He Zhang and Li Ming, both to the command center.
Yes. The entrance to the general command center.
He Zhang and Li Ming arrived almost simultaneously. As soon as Li Ming saw He Zhang, his eyes instantly turned red.
He was still wearing that ordinary camouflage uniform.
On the steel helmet above his head, the wisp of blue smoke had long since dissipated.
However, the scorched black marks from being hit by the laser were particularly blinding. He Zhang.
Li Ming stormed up, grabbed He Zhang's collar, and roared.
You shaded me.
He Zhang was seized by him, but he didn't panic at all, not even moving his eyebrows. He just looked at the anger-filled Li Ming indifferently. The corners of his mouth even carried a smile if anything.
Captain Li, words can't be said like that.
Above the battlefield, the strongest is king, and defeat is defeat.
You. Li Ming was so angry at his clouded look that he was trembling. You call that skill?
You used despicable means to hack our radar and communication system.
What kind of hero is that? He Zhang laughed. Captain Li, aren't you mistaken about something? We're enemies now, not on a treat.
On the battlefield, being able to win is the skill, regardless of what means he uses. He paused, looked Li Ming in the eyes, and said word for word. Besides, I gave you a chance. I waited for a full 10 minutes after I cut off your connection with the Vanguard unit. Those 10 minutes were enough for you to react and immediately organize a transfer. You're the one who is useless. Having to stay in the command center and throw a tantrum wasted the last chance. He Zhang's words were like a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced into Li Ming's heart.
Li Ming's face instantly turned white.
Yes, what was he doing at that time? He was cursing, dropping things, and being incredulous. He completely failed to realize at first that danger had befallen him.
I'm not convinced.
Li Ming looked like he had been drained of all his strength, but still hissed.
It doesn't count this time. Let's start over again. I definitely won't lose to you.
He Zhang looked at him with some amusement. Suit yourself, how many times do we have to do it again? The result will be the same.
You too, have you had enough?
A chortle came from the side.
Pang Xiaogang walked over with a dark face, separating the two.
This is the General Command Headquarters. It's not a food market for you guys to argue in. If there's anything, go inside and talk to the chief.
Pang Xiaogang's face still had to be given.
Li Ming angrily let go of his hand and glared fiercely at He Zhang. He Zhang, on the other hand, indifferently straightened his collar. He took the lead and walked into the door of the command center. In the command center, the atmosphere was serious. Elder Gui sat on the main seat, his gaze like a torch. He Zhang and Li Ming walked in one after the other, standing at attention.
Reporting to the chief.
He Zhang, the commander of the 1st Regiment, has come to report for duty.
Reporting to the chief. 5th Regiment Commander Li Ming has come to report for duty. Guo Lao's gaze first lingered on the defeated General Li Ming for a moment before turning to He Zhang. He Zhang. Present. Let me ask you, who gave you the guts to hack the headquarters exercise monitoring radar system?
Elder Gui's voice was not loud. However, the majesty contained within it caused the air pressure of the entire command center to drop a few points. When Li Ming heard this, his heart was jolted.
What?
What He Zhang had hacked was not just the radar of their 5 regiments.
Even the headquarters monitoring system was hacked together?
He looked at He Zhang incredulously. Only to see that He Zhang's face did not change, straightened his chest, and replied loudly.
Reporting to the chief.
I didn't hack the headquarters radar system. Yan Zhou snorted coldly from the side, clearly not believing it.
Guo Lao looked at him with interest. Oh? Then tell me, how did the communications and radar of the 5th Regiment turn into a pile of scrap metal?
He Zhang smiled faintly and explained.
Reporting to the chief, I didn't directly attack any systems. I just utilized some technical means.
Around the command headquarters of the 5th Regiment, a regional strong signal shielding zone was established. Within this area, all radio signals are jammed and suppressed. That's why it creates the illusion that they are out of contact with the outside world. As for the monitoring radar at headquarters, what it sees is also just the signals I'm willing to let it see. When these words came out, the audience was shocked. This was no longer simple electronic jamming. This was electronic deception and battlefield information control. Li Ming was even more dumbfounded by what he heard. It was only now that he realized the gap between himself and He Zhang. It was not in the equipment at all, but in the thinking of the war. While he was still thinking about how to charge head-on, others had already played information warfare. After listening to He Zhang's explanation, Elder Gui was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed.
Good boy, what a way to conceal the truth. Well done. This compliment was undoubtedly the highest affirmation given to the victory.
He Zhang immediately climbed up the pole and smiled as he patted his ass. It's all because of the chief's good leadership that our regiment was able to make a little progress. Li Ming heard that the headquarters systems were all blocked. The little bit of defiance in his heart completely dissipated. He was not wrong to lose to such an opponent.
Guo Lao laughed and scolded, "Don't kiss ass."
Then with a straight face, the topic suddenly changed to another direction.
"I'll ask you again. What happened to that new army anti-tank missile launcher during your maneuvers?"
This question was the core of Guo Lao's greatest concern today. Compared to the victory or defeat of a maneuver, this new type of weapon that could change the pattern of the battlefield was the top priority.
Everyone's gazes once again focused on He Zhang.
The smile on He Zhang's face tightened and his expression became serious. He glanced at Yan Zhou and the other officers next to him. Then he said to Elder Guo, "Reporting to the chief, the specifics about this equipment involves the core secrets of our ministry. According to the confidentiality regulations, I can only report to you and my immediate head individually."
"What do you mean by that?"
Yan Zhou, who was at the side, slammed the table and stood up, glaring angrily at He Zhang. "This is the general command of the maneuver. Everyone here has the authority to know about any situation that arises during the maneuvers.
Are you defying the command headquarters?"
He Zhang met Yan Zhou's gaze without budging.
"Reporting to Deputy Chief of Staff Yan, I am abiding by the secrecy regulations. In this matter, I'm sticking to my principles." Chapter 30, Hearing is not believing, Seeing is not believing.
As soon as He Zhang's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire command center instantly dropped to freezing point.
"How dare you!" Yan Zhou's anger was once again ignited.
He pointed at He Zhang's nose and almost jumped up.
"He Zhang, do you know who you're talking to? This is the General Command Headquarters. Not your regiment. Secrecy regulations? Could it be that we, the senior officers of the headquarters, still don't have the authority to learn about new equipment that appears in an exercise?"
The faces of the other officers around them did not look good either.
Although they admired He Zhang's performance in the drill.
But at this moment, He Zhang's behavior seemed to them. It was undoubtedly a form of arrogance and provocation of the command's authority. A regimental commander who dared to stand in front of so many senior generals, saying that the matter was classified and refusing to report. This was simply unheard of. Li Ming stood at the side, silently watching all of this with mixed feelings in his heart. He had just been convinced of He Zhang. But in the blink of an eye, this He Zhang had pulled such a stunt. What exactly did he want to do? Did he not know that this would completely offend the group of people led by Yan Zhou? However, in the face of Yan Zhou's rant and the gazes of the crowd, He Zhang still stood straight, his face not changing in the slightest. His gaze crossed over Yan Zhou and looked straight towards Elder Guo, who was sitting on the main seat. He knew that the only person who could truly make the decision here was Elder Guo. Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out. He looked towards He Zhang and asked in a serious tone, "He Zhang, are you sure you want to do this?" He was He Zhang's top boss, Peng Xiaogang. Peng Xiaogang's expression was complicated. There was both admiration for this fierce general under his command, but also some concern. He Zhang nodded and answered with a firm voice. "Reporting to the division commander, I am certain." Peng Xiaogang gave him a deep look. Then he turned around, faced Guo Lao, and gave a standard military salute. "Reporting to the chief, Comrade He Zhang is a soldier under me, although he is young. But he has a sense of propriety in his actions, and has also always observed discipline. I believe that he must have his reasons for being so persistent. I request that you be the one to finalize this matter." With these words, Peng Xiaogang was both stating his position of supporting his subordinates. It also kicked the ball to Guo Lao. It was also the most prudent way to handle the current situation. Yan Zhou wanted to say something else, but was stopped by a look from Elder Guo. In Elder Guo's seemingly cloudy eyes, there was an exquisite light that flashed with insight into everything. He stared at He Zhang for a long time, so long that the air in the tent seemed to freeze. Finally, he slowly spoke. "All right, I'll stop arguing. He Zhang is right about the secrecy regulations." His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. Then, he waved his hand. "To everyone except Peng Xiaogang and He Zhang," he said. "You all, go out first. Yan Zhou, you go out as well." Yan Zhou's face was a shade of green and white. But he didn't dare disobey Elder Guo's order. He glared fiercely at He Zhang, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Only then did he unwillingly turn around and walk out of the tent. Soon, the large command center. Only 3 people, Guo Lao, Peng Xiaogang, and He Zhang, were left. It was as if the clamor outside the tent had been cut off, and the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Guo Lao picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew on the hot air, and slowly took a sip. He put down the teacup before raising his eyes to He Zhang. "It's okay to speak now, isn't it? There's only me and your division commander here, both of whom meet the secrecy regulations you mentioned." He Zhang stood at attention, but did not answer immediately. He picked up the field communicator at his side and dialed a number.
Xiao Yang, drive that baby bump over here.
Yes, park it right outside the command headquarters. Also, bring over all the test records and data reports, together. Be quick. Only after hanging up the communication did He Zhang turn to the two chiefs. Peng Xiaogang was puzzled. He had no idea what He Zhang was up to.
What baby bump? And to drive it to the front of the command headquarters?
He Zhang saw the division chief's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Reporting to the chief, reporting to the division commander.
That new anti-tank missile launcher, the reason why the details were not reported. It's because its core technology is not the missile itself. Rather, it's that layer of paint on the outside of it. Painting? Peng Xiaogang was even more puzzled.
Elder Guo also revealed a look of interest, signaling him to continue. He Zhang walked over to the sandbox and pointed at a yellow, painted model car with a Crayola pattern. This is it, it's coated with a layer of our newly developed invisible paint.
This kind of paint can effectively absorb and refract radar waves.
Active military radar basically can't scan it. You could say that, as long as this layer is applied, a truck will be similar to a small bird on the radar screen, or even disappear completely.
What? Peng Xiaogang and Guo Lao almost simultaneously lost their voices in shock.
Two senior generals who had been through hundreds of battles. The shock on their faces at this moment could not be concealed by any means.
Invisible paint that evaded military radar? What kind of concept is this?
If this was true, it meant that the armored forces of their own side could pass through and come and go as they please under the enemy's radar's nose. This will completely change the rules of the land battlefield. He Zhang seemed to think that this news wasn't shocking enough and threw out another heavy bomb. In order to verify the real-world effectiveness of this paint, before the maneuvers began, I had one of my little brothers. Overnight, he painted all 30 of our regiment's main battle armored vehicles. So the 5th Regiment's radar was blind from the start. They weren't jammed, but they simply couldn't see our main force. Peng Xiaogang's mouth opened so wide that he couldn't close it for half a day. He now finally understood why the 1st Regiment was able to pull off such incredible penetration tactics. It turned out that they were wearing a cloak of invisibility from start to finish.
Guo Lao was a bit more calm than Peng Xiaogang. However, his slightly trembling fingertips as he gripped the armrests tightly still revealed his inner excitement.
His voice was a little hoarse as he stared at He Zhang dead in the face.
This kind of cutting-edge technology, where did you get it?
As far as I know, a related project of our Military Industrial Research Institute.
It is still in the theoretical stage, and is still far from physical application.
This was the most crucial question. He Zhang's answer, however, caused the two chiefs to freeze once again. Reporting to the chief, it was purchased from a small owner who raised chickens in the private sector.
A chicken breeder?
Peng Xiaogang felt that his brain was a little short. Guo Lao also frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism.
He Zhang, you better tell me the truth.
This is no joking matter. He Zhang replied with a serious face.
Reporting to the chief, I'm telling the truth. That little boss is indeed awesome, raising chickens is his main business, and doing scientific research is a sideline.
He said that the paint was something he figured out blindly by himself. I met him by mistake, too. And the military truck that was sent out with my approval was in exchange for his paint. He and I had made a deal that I would pay for his paint. He also promised to transfer the formula to me along with the technology. He Zhang paused and added. But I think we took a huge advantage. The value of this technology, let alone a military truck. It's worth even taking an armored division in exchange.
Peng Xiaogang no longer knew what to say.
He looked at Guo Lao, his eyes filled with inquiries.
This matter was too bizarre, a chicken breeder who researched the world's top invisible coating? And in exchange for a truck? Who would believe it if he said it?
Elder Gui was silent. His sharp gaze swept over He Zhang. It seemed like he wanted to see a trace of lying on his face.
However, He Zhang's expression was so sincere that it couldn't be more sincere. Only after a long time did Elder Gui say in a deep voice. Hearing is false, seeing is believing.
Call your soldiers and turn the radar on for me. Test it right here, in front of me.
Yes.
A radar soldier was quickly called in, and he sat down somewhat nervously in front of the equipment. Elder Gui himself gave the order. Turn on scanning, target 500 meters of open space directly in front of the command headquarters.
Chapter 31A. Quantum Radar.
Yes. The radar soldier immediately began to operate. On the screen, fan-shaped scanning waves were swept over and over again. However, the screen was clean except for a few faint dots of light representing stray waves.
Sweat came down on the radar soldier's forehead. Reporting to the chief, the radar. Radar has not detected any targets. Is the equipment malfunctioning? Peng Xiaogang asked nervously.
Reporting to the division commander, the equipment self-test is normal, there is no malfunction. Just then, Xiao Yang's loud voice came from outside the tent.
Report. The missile launch vehicle is in position.
Guo Lao and Peng Xiaogang looked at each other. Both saw uncontrollable shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. It was true. All of this, surprisingly, was true. He Zhang spoke at the right time. Reporting to the chief, just to be on the safe side. I've taken the paint samples and related test data. In the name of a regiment, it was secretly sent to the Military Industrial Research Institute for analysis. Currently, we're also waiting for the final appraisal news from there. Guo Lao let out a long breath and his tense body relaxed. He sat back down in his chair and looked at the excessively young chief in front of him. His eyes became incomparably complicated. This brat hid too many secrets in his body. He was like a treasure that was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom every time you thought you had seen the whole picture. He could always pull out something even more amazing for you. He Zhang. Elder Guo spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful. I'm going to ask you one last time. Is there anything else that you are hiding from us? Hearing these words, He Zhang's back instantly tensed up, almost subconsciously standing upright. His face squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and his voice was a bit flaky. Reporting to the chief, no more, absolutely no more. I guarantee it on my honor. Pang Xiaogang watched from the sidelines, his heart also pinched a sweat. This kid, don't have anything more shocking. His heart could barely stand it today already. However, Elder Guo only laughed coldly. He gently tapped his fingers on the desktop, making soft sounds of duck, duck, duck. Each sound was like stepping on He Zhang's nerves. He Zhang, do you take me for a 3-year-old, or do you think I'm senile? Elder Guo's voice turned steeply stern. Invisible paint, it's brushed on vehicles and equipment. It can make your tanks and armored vehicles disappear from radar. But what about your infantry? What about your artillery positions? According to the battle damage report, your regiment's overall casualty rate is ridiculously low. It's even much lower than the Blue Army's casualty rate. This could never be done by vehicle stealth alone. Don't you dare tell me to talk about the small boss who raises chickens again. Guo Lao's sharp eyes scraped at He Zhang's face like knives. You? He Zhang's face changed drastically, and his mouth opened as if he wanted to find a reason to defend himself. Reporting to the chief, that's because we. Enough. Guo Lao nonchalantly interrupted him. Don't talk to me about proper tactics and good command. I'm well aware of your command ability, you're an excellent commander. But you're not a god yet. Guo Lao's body leaned forward slightly, and his powerful sense of oppression caused the air in the entire tent to freeze. There is one more point. A single invisible coating. Even if it's worth more, it's not enough to make you so attached to it. Not even to the point of using a military truck. To go and pull strings and get close to a chicken owner that you don't even know. I don't see you, He Zhang, as someone who likes to take advantage of small gains. You're bound to have bigger plans if you're doing this. This paint technology, I'm afraid it's just an appetizer, right? Elder Guo's words were more heartbreaking than one another. The cold sweat on He Zhang's forehead had pooled into beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks. He knew that in front of such an old marshal who had insight into world affairs, any sophistry was futile. Pang Xiaogang had been completely dumbfounded at the sight. It was only then that he reacted. Yes, just one paint. How could it explain the almost unharmed performance of the entire regiment? This kid is hiding something, more than he thought. The tent fell into a deathly silence. He Zhang's breathing was clearly audible. For a long time, he looked like a deflated ball, his taut body loosening up. He raised his head, his eyes no longer flustered, but a broken resolve. Chief, you are right. I do still have things to hide from you. Pang Xiaogang was so angry that he almost slapped his face. This brat, there really was. Guo Lao's expression, however, did not change in the slightest, as if everything was expected of him. He just looked at He Zhang calmly, waiting for the following. This matter, I can tell you and the division head. He Zhang took a deep breath. However, before I say it, I hope that the headmaster will grant me a request. How dare you? Pang Xiaogang finally couldn't help himself and shouted in a low voice. He Zhang. You still dare to negotiate with the chief? Do you know what the nature of this is? He Zhang ignored Pang Xiaogang's chiding. His gaze was firmly locked on Elder Guo's face. He knew that the only person who could truly make the call here was the old man in front of him. Elder Guo raised his hand, stopping Ping Xiaoxiao, who was about to have a fit. On his face, he unexpectedly revealed an interested smile. Interesting. Tell me first, what is the request? He Zhang said word for word. I hope that this technology I'm going to talk about next, as well as that invisible coding technology. On the issue of final ownership and the identity of the researchers and developers. The military can give the highest level of protection and respect. And, in the subsequent cooperation, it can fully consider the personal wishes of that developer. Guo Lao's eyes stared. He immediately understood He Zhang's meaning. This young leader was fighting for the rights and protection of the mysterious chicken breeder boss behind him. This made him even more certain that the secret He Zhang was about to reveal was definitely of extraordinary value. As long as it doesn't violate the laws of the country and the principles of the military. Within the limits allowed by the rules.
I can personally promise you. Elder Guo gave his promise, calm and strong. Many thanks, Chief.
He Zhang straightened his back as if he had unloaded a huge burden. He organized his thoughts for a moment, then used a clear and solemn voice. He cast a thunderbolt that was 100 times more powerful than the invisible paint.
Report, Chief. In addition to the invisible paint, we also got it from that.
The little brother who raises chickens has acquired an even more crucial piece of equipment.
A. Quantum radar.
As soon as the words quantum radar were uttered, the air inside the tent seemed to be drained.
Pang Xiaogang's eyes instantly stared like bronze bells.
His mouth was so wide open that he could fit an egg in it, and his entire body froze in place. Even Elder Guo, who had always been unchanged by the collapse of Tarzan, had an incredulous shock on his face.
He even subconsciously repeated himself. What did you say? Quantum radar?
Guo Lao had lived for so many years, walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and had never seen any great storms. But today, he felt that his worldview, it was being subverted by this man in front of him, over and over again. After a moment of disorientation, Guo Lao suddenly burst out laughing. In that laughter, it carried absurdity and self-deprecation.
Ha! Quantum radar? He Zhang, are you telling me a mythological story? This is also that little chicken-raising brother who researched it.
Yes, Chief. He Zhang replied stiffly. According to him, this radar, it started out as a way for him to monitor the health condition, food intake, and activity range of every single chicken in his chicken farm. It was convenient for him to carry out data-based farming before he drummed it up by hand.
This explanation made Pang Xiaogang almost lose his breath. To monitor the chickens? So a quantum radar was built?
What the hell kind of reason was this? This was simply an insult to one's intelligence.
The smile on Guo Lao's face also disappeared.
In its place was a scrutiny and skepticism. You mean, a rural youth, in order to raise chickens, built a radar?
Then we concentrated the nation's top experts. The military radar that has consumed countless manpower and resources, and has been studied for decades, is even more powerful?
Elder Guo's voice had taken on an angry tone. He felt that He Zhang might have started babbling under the immense pressure.
Chapter 32 Intrusion into the Communication System?
In the face of the two chiefs' skepticism, He Zhang's expression was unusually serious.
Reporting to the chiefs, what I said is the truth. I know it sounds unbelievable, but that's the truth.
In this exercise, the reason why our regiment was able to know all of the Blue Army's deployments like the back of its hand. The reason why we were able to strike with precision, while minimizing our own casualties, all thanks to this radar. His voice rose steeply, filled with a bottomless air.
Its strongest point is not just in detection.
What's more crucial is that it can actively generate a quantum signal shielding field that cannot be detected. Within this shielding field, it can effectively shield and interfere with all of the other party's conventional radar signals. It can invade the other party's communication system. In front of it, the opponent's costly radar reconnaissance network is no different from a pile of scrap metal, completely turned blind and deaf. We, on the other hand, can clearly see the other party's every move through it. These words were like a thunderbolt. It exploded in the ears of Guo Lao and Pang Xiaogang.
Shield all conventional radars? Invade the communication system? Making the other party blind and deaf? This is no longer advanced equipment. This was simply the god's perspective of war.
If what He Zhang said was true, then the value of this technology can't be measured in money.
It was enough to change the entire paradigm of modern warfare.
Elder Guo and Pang Xiaogang glanced at each other. Both saw extreme shock in the other's eyes, as well as a fervor that couldn't be suppressed in any way. But reason told them, all of this was just too bizarre and metaphysical.
Pang Xiaogang was the first to break the silence.
He swallowed hard and asked with a dry voice.
He Zhang, this is a big matter, you must think clearly before saying anything. You can't take this kind of thing at face value.
He Zhang seemed to have expected this reaction from them. He straightened his chest and said in a loud voice.
Chief, Division Commander, I know that word of mouth is not proof. It's better to hear 100 times than to see.
He turned and reached out to point beyond the tent's flap.
That quantum radar, it's out there right now. It's in that most inconspicuous black box next to Chao Yang.
Elder Guo and Pang Xiaogang's gazes followed the direction of He Zhang's finger.
It landed on that inconspicuous black box outside the tent. The box was quietly placed there.
Next to Chao Yang, who was standing upright, it looked like an ordinary toolbox. Who would have thought that it was just such a thing? Who would have thought that such a thing would contain a divine weapon that could overturn the pattern of modern warfare?
Pang Xiaogang's throat knots rolled up and down for a while. The shock in his heart still hasn't subsided.
He is a pure soldier. The most important thing is the actual combat power.
No matter how much theory was said, it was not as good as seeing the real thing on the battlefield. He took a deep breath and swept his sharp eyes towards He Zhang. He also looked at Chao Yang, who had a serious face next to him. He Zhang, you said that hearing 100 things is better than seeing them. Well then, give me a glimpse now.
Pang Xiaogong's voice was decisive, with an unquestionable tone of command.
I'll immediately call the 2 ace radar soldiers from my division over. Have them and your soldiers, right here. Use the command simulation system and have an electronic confrontation.
I don't care if it's called quantum radar or something god-awful.
5 minutes. Pang Xiaogang held out 5 fingers.
If in 5 minutes, your soldier can use this box, target and take out 2 of my aces in a simulated confrontation,
I'll believe every word you say.
This was undoubtedly the most direct and effective method of verification.
Elder Gua did not speak.
It only nodded slightly, indicating acquiescence. He also wanted to see for himself. This so-called quantum radar, exactly what kind of earth-shattering capabilities it had.
Yes. Division Commander.
He Zhang immediately straightened his back and answered loudly. He had confidence in this soldier under him. He was even more confident in the chicken-rearing artifact that Rinxinyu had created. The order was quickly conveyed.
In less than 3 minutes, 2 elite soldiers wearing blue army training uniforms.
They ran into the command tent. They are the elites of the Electronic Countermeasures Company directly under the division. They were the top radar operators in Pang Xiaogong's hands. Having participated in several large-scale exercises, they were experienced.
Reporting to the chief. Zhao Yi, squad leader of the first squad of the division's Electronic Countermeasures Company. Vice squad leader Sun Lei. Come to report. The 2 men gave a standard military salute, their voices booming. Pang Xiaogang nodded and pointed to the analog command terminal on the side. You two, use that system.
He then pointed at Chao Yang, who was standing next to the black box.
Your opponent is him. The task is simple.
On the simulated battlefield, find him and lock him down.
Any questions?
Zhao Yi and Sun Lei looked at each other, their eyes filled with powerful confidence. They were the division's aces, 2 people against a regiment of soldiers. Moreover, the other party was using a broken box of unknown origin. This was simply a handful.
Guarantee to complete the mission.
The 2 replied in unison. On the other side, Chao Yang was signaled by He Zhang.
He had already opened the black box.
Inside the box, there were no complicated and precise instruments and wiring as the crowd had imagined.
There was only an ordinary-looking cooling fan, a motherboard, as well as a high-performance laptop that was well fixed.
Chao Yang skillfully connected the lines and opened the laptop. The screen lit up and what appeared was an extremely simple interface. The background was a deep starry sky map with a few simple function options on it. Compared to the military-grade operating console in front of Zhao Yi and Sun Lei that was covered with various buttons and meters,
Chao Yang here was simply like a toy.
When Zhao Yi and Sun Lei saw this scene, the contempt at the corner of their mouths became even thicker.
Pang Xiaogang announced expressionlessly. Confrontation, now begin.
With a command, Zhao Yi and Sun Lei immediately threw themselves into intense maneuvers.
The fingers of the 2 danced rapidly on the keyboard and operating table.
Various commands and parameters were quickly inputted. On the screen in front of them, countless streams of data were refreshed like a waterfall, and the scanning map of the radar beam was being rapidly generated and analyzed.
Turn on the anti-detection mode.
Expand the search range, frequency 3 to 7, frequency hopping scan.
Watch out for signal artifacts and perform data comparison.
The 2 of them cooperated seamlessly, displaying an extremely high level of professionalism.
However, a minute passed.
On the screen in front of them,
aside from the 2 blue light points representing their side, it was empty. What's going on? Can't find the target?
Zhao Yi's forehead began to sweat.
Impossible.
Our scanning range has covered the entire simulation area, not even a single bird can fly through. Sun Lei's tone also started to get impatient.
Increase the power. Use the forced signal pulse. I don't believe he can vaporize. The 2 men's hands moved faster. The operating table gave off a slight vibration from their pounding. The entire atmosphere in the command tent became grave. Pang Xiaogang and Guo Lao stared dead on at the large screen of the simulated confrontation. They could clearly see the 2 blue dots representing Zhao Yi and Sun Lei.
They were wandering around the map like headless flies.
The detection signals sent out were like muddy cows going into the sea, not receiving any response. And the red dot representing Chao Yang.
Since the beginning, it had never appeared on their radar screen. On the contrary, Chao Yang sighed.
He was just sitting calmly on his pony.
Holding the mouse in his right hand, he occasionally clicked lightly on the screen.
His expression was so relaxed that it was even a bit scattered. It was as if he was not in a decisive technical confrontation. Rather, he was playing a game of Minesweeper. Just when Zhao Yi and Sun Lei were anxious. On the big screen, a sudden change occurred. A blinding red collimator. Without warning, it appeared on Zhao Yi's blue dot. Report. I've been locked on.
Zhao Yi's voice carried panic and disbelief.
Before he could say anything, a boom simulated explosion sound effect rang out. That blue dot of his instantly turned gray. Chapter 33 This thing? We confiscated. Immediately after that, almost at the same second, another red collimator lassoed Sun Lei's blue dot. I'd been locked on as well. Circumvent. Evade quickly. Sun Lei exclaimed, desperately operating in an attempt to get rid of it. But everything was in vain.
There was another simulated explosion, and Sun Lei's blue dot also turned gray.
The entire process was smooth and flowing, precise and deadly.
From the beginning to the end, the timer on the big screen clearly displayed 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Zhaoyi and Sun Lei stared blankly at their grayed-out screens, their faces full of confusion and frustration. From start to finish, they didn't even see the shadow of their opponents before they were cleanly wiped out. They didn't even know how they were exposed. Where did the other party's attack come from? The entire command tent was plunged into a dead silence. A pin drop could be heard. Pang Xiaogang's mouth was slightly open, his eyes filled with shock that could not be described in words. He viciously exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and turned his head to look at Elder Guo, who also had a shocked expression on his face. Old chief. This. His voice trembled a little from excitement. If our troops, all of them, are equipped with this kind of radar. Pang Xiaogang's breathing became ragged, and a blazing light erupted from his eyes. I can guarantee that the overall combat level of our entire army can be raised by at least 30%. No. Even higher. 30%. This was by no means a small amount. It was enough to create an overwhelming and absolute advantage in any future war. Guo Lao slowly sat down. He needed time to digest this earth-shattering shock. He lifted his eyes, and his gaze once again turned to Yi Zhang. This time, the skepticism and scrutiny in his eyes had completely disappeared. In its place was an unprecedented gravity. Yi Zhang, the small boss who raises chickens you mentioned, what's his name? Is he reliable? This was no longer a technical issue. It was a personnel issue that concerned the country's top secrets and security. Yi Zhang immediately replied. Reporting to the chief, his name is Ren Qingyu. Regarding his reliability, I can vouch for it with my personality and party spirit. This young man has a very stable character, is down to earth and willing to work, and is extremely resourceful and intelligent. Yi Zhang thought for a moment and added an example that seemed the most convincing to him. Moreover, he is very economically minded, relying on scientific chicken farming. He can now net millions a year. This shows that he is not a person who is a dead reader, he is a person who can use his brain. Can turn knowledge into practical benefits of the doer.
Making millions a year?
This information once again caused Guo Lao and Pang Xiaogang to be somewhat stunned. A genius who could casually build a quantum radar. The main business was actually raising chickens, and raising them so successfully? What kind of person was this? Elder Gui was silent for a moment and slowly said.
I want to meet him.
He had to meet this young man called Ren Qingyu with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhang's face showed some difficulty.
Chief, this, I'm afraid, is not too convenient. Ren Qingyu, he's just an ordinary rural youth, usually not too fond of dealing with outsiders. If you and the division chief were to go over in such a big battle, I'm afraid it would scare him. Yi Zhang carefully worded his words. If he really led these two bigwigs over, God knows what that kid's reaction would be. Elder Gui sniffed and frowned slightly. However, he still nodded, suppressing the thought for the time being. Good, there's no rush. His gaze turned to another document. Wait for the test results of that new painting material to come out, then we'll consider it comprehensively. Pang Xiaogang stood up at this moment, however. His gaze was locked on that black box with a resolute attitude. No matter what, this radar. From now on, it must be under the custody of our military. Yi Zhang, we're confiscating this thing. No way. Yi Zhang jumped up almost subconsciously, his face reddening with anxiety. Division commander, this can't be confiscated. I borrowed this from Ren Qingyu. I promised him that I would return it to him as soon as the maneuvers were over. I have to keep my word. Pang Xiaogang's eyes glared. Borrow? Is this kind of national weapon something that can be borrowed casually? This is a matter of principle. Yi Zhang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He knew that he couldn't reason with the division chief, and could only turn his gaze for help to Guo Lao. Chief, you judge, I really promised to return it. Guo Lao looked at the eager Yi Zhang and spoke slowly, but his tone was unquestionable. Division Commander Pang is right, confiscating this radar is only fair. Yi Zhang, think about this maneuver. What a huge unequal advantage your regiment gained with this radar. That in itself is unfair. Pang Xiaogang immediately picked up on this, reprimanding Yi Zhang. Elder Gui is right. We didn't cancel all of your regiment's achievements in this exercise. It would already be the greatest leniency for you. This radar is only being kept temporarily for now. For subsequent research and evaluation, what are you still dissatisfied with? What's it like for a regimental commander to stagger around over this? Yi Zhang was dumbfounded by the admonishment, and he knew that the two chiefs had a point. From the perspective of the army and the country, confiscating this radar was an inevitable choice. Looking at Yi Zhang's downcast look, Guo Lao's tone eased a bit. You don't have to look like this either. We won't treat that young man called Rinchen poorly. Guo Lao made an arrangement.
Tomorrow, I will send someone to bring this radar. Along with that sample of coding material, send it to the Supreme Research Institute in the capital. Let the experts there conduct the most comprehensive analysis and reverse research. If the results of the technical appraisal prove it, it really is as amazing as you say and has the potential for mass production. The military will officially make a technology acquisition. At that time, as a technology contributor,
Comrade Rinchen will be awarded the highest honor medal by the state. In Guo Lao's opinion, this was already the highest reward that could be given to an ordinary citizen.
However, after He Zhang heard this, the expression on his face became even more odd. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Chief, this medal or whatever you're talking about might really be of no use to Rinchen.
What? Pang Xiaogang frowned. The country's highest honor medal is still useless? You think it's a cabbage on the side of the road?
He Zhang explained stiffly. I didn't mean that, division commander. I'm saying that kid's ambition is rather special. He's a person who really doesn't seem to care much about things like reputation and honor. He just wants to hold on to that chicken farm of his, lay back and make money peacefully, and live his own little life. He Zhang took a deep breath and spoke from his heart. Chief, division commander, I think that to deal with this kind of genius, we have to do it in a way that he likes.
We should give him what he really wants.
Elder Guo and Pine Xiao just finished listening to these words from He Zhang. The expressions on both of their faces became a little brilliant. A supreme genius who could build a world-leading radar.
His ambition was to guard a chicken farm and make money by lying down peacefully.
I'm afraid no one would believe this when it was told.
Pang Xiaogang is a military temperament.
He only felt that this was uninspired and a waste of talent, and he was so angry that he wanted to blow his beard in glare.
Chapter 34, Buying Chickens and Receiving Prizes?
But Guo Lao has been through the storm for a long time and has seen all sorts of people. Instead, he finds this quite interesting.
People have their own aspirations. Guo Lao wore a playful smile and slowly opened his mouth. Heroes don't ask about their origins, and geniuses can naturally not ask about their ambitions.
This young man called Rinchen is indeed very special. Pang Xiaogang hummed, obviously still somewhat disapproving.
But Elder Guai had spoken, so he couldn't say anything more. Guo Lao waved his hand and said to He Zhang, "All right, you go back first.
We'll take care of the radar matter.
It won't be difficult for you, and even more so, we won't treat that little comrade poorly."
Yes, Chief. He Zhang stood at attention and saluted. But his heart was still in turmoil, always feeling that he couldn't do right by Rinchen. The radar had been confiscated, and his biggest promise had fallen through, which made his heart clogged. He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but open his mouth. His voice was a few points lower. Chief, the division commander. Then the radar matter will be done as you said. But I also promised Rinchen to buy him a batch of chickens, saying that it's to support his chicken-raising business and help him improve his food. Once these words came out, the already odd atmosphere in the conference room became even more odd.
Pang Xiaogang's eyes glared again, as if he wanted to eat someone. Buying chickens? He Zhang.
You're a titular regiment commander.
After winning a confrontation drill, you don't think about summarizing your experience, but you're thinking about this crap about buying chickens? Troop purchases have troop discipline.
You're on your own with this little matter. After being reprimanded by the division commander, He Zhang was relieved. When the division commander said to let him look after it, it meant tacit approval. This was perhaps the only good news he had heard after the victory of this confrontation exercise. At least, he was able to honor one of his promises to Rinchen. He Zhang pondered in his heart and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered another thing.
He hurriedly turned around and saluted once again. Reporting to the chief. There is one more thing. Speak. Guo Lao was concise.
Earlier, Comrade Rinchen drove a military vehicle on the road and saved a people's person who was in a car accident. The reward for this good deed you see. Guo Lao listened and pondered for a moment, his tone carrying a few moments of praise.
This is indeed a great merit. The matter of the reward is also left to you.
Elder Guo looked at He Zhang and sealed the deal. As his direct contact, you know his situation best.
As long as it's within reason and compliance. Whatever is needed, you can try to satisfy him. Remember, we can't let heroes bleed and shed tears.
Hearing these words, He Zhang's heart was completely put back into his stomach, and his face burst into a smile. This sentence from the chief, the authority given was too much.
I guaranteed to complete the mission.
He Zhang excitedly saluted again. Then he ran out of the conference room in a huff, fearing that the two chiefs would back out. Looking at his fiery look, Pang Xiaogang shook his head in dismay. Look at that look of his, how can he still have the steadiness of a chief? Guo Lao, however, laughed and lifted his teacup, a deep light flickering in his eyes.
It's good to have impulse.
Outside the door, He Zhang walked quickly while calculating in his mind. With Elder Guo's imperial sword, he could give Rin Shinyu favors in name only. Money, supplies, policy tilts, as long as it was what that kid wanted, he could go for it. As for the other thing that Rin Shinyu had done to the Day Kingdom, He Zhang decided to keep it in his stomach for now.
Saying it now would certainly make the chiefs even more shocked. But the effect wasn't necessarily the best. Wait for the test report from the Supreme Research Institute to come out. Wait for everyone to truly realize the value of Rin Shinyu's brain. At that time, then throw out that heavenly credit. Only then would they be able to secure the greatest degree of benefits and protection for Rin Shinyu. For now, it was better to first do the two things of buying the chicken and the reward for saving people. Meanwhile, in the chicken farm that was hundreds of kilometers away. Achoo!
Rin Shinyu was lying on his workbench drawing drawings when he coldly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered. Strange, this day isn't cold, why did I suddenly sneeze? The words just fell.
Achoo! Another one. Rin Shinyu stopped the pencil in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed.
One thought, two curses, three thoughts, these two consecutive sounds, it's definitely not someone thinking about me.
This is someone cursing me behind my back, trying to take advantage of me.
He put down his pen and picked up the enamel cup next to him to take a sip of water. He thought to himself, those who could miss him were none other than those people from He Zhang. I also don't know how that precious radar he borrowed is doing.
Rin Shinyu shook his head, not bothering to think about this.
His attention returned to the drawings in front of him. It was a set of extremely complex mechanical structure drawings. It was labeled with densely packed data and names of parts. If He Zhang were here and saw the names of the drawings, I'm afraid his eyes would fall out.
Fully automatic stress-free matrix vaccination equipment.
This was the latest equipment that Rin Shinyu was preparing to upgrade for his chicken farm.
When this equipment was built, he would only need to press a single button.
It would be able to give thousands of chickens to the entire chicken farm.
Without them realizing it, precise vaccination was completed. Saving time and effort, it can also minimize the chicken's stress reaction and ensure meat quality and egg production rate. That's the right way to open the door to raising chickens with technology. As for military industry, it was just a side business to make money. Thinking of making money, Rin Shinyu's gaze swept to the corner of the workshop. There, 3 brand new, sci-fi-filled radars had been quietly assembled and covered with canvas. These were the 3 radars he had promised to supply to He Zhang for the follow-up. Now that the goods had been built, it was just waiting for that He Zhang fellow to bring the money to pick up the goods. Rin Shinyu's line of sight moved away from the warehouse. It inadvertently landed on the huge object in the courtyard.
In the courtyard, the very oppressive dark green infantry fighting vehicle was quietly parked there. The metal tracks, the thick armor, and the black hole of the gun barrel. All of them exuded an icy cold steel atmosphere. This was the same vehicle that He Zhang drove over early in the morning last time. He Zhang drove it here early in the morning, and then left it here as a means of transportation. It seems that this captain he really believes in him. He had forgotten it here for a few days, but he didn't say that he would come to retrieve it. Rin Shinyu looked at the infantry fighting vehicle, his eyes slightly narrowed. In his mind, a somewhat outrageous one suddenly popped up. But yet, it made his heart itch. Such a big guy, driving it out for a spin, it should be quite racy, right? Saying that he would do it, Rin Shinyu carefully put away the drawings. Turning around, he walked towards the big guy in the yard. Rin Shinyu circled around the steel-filled war machine twice. With his hand, he knocked on the thick external armor. The cold touch and dull reverberation all highlighted its powerful defense.
Genjutsu, scan the specific parameters of this vehicle,
he said silently in his mind.
Command received, scanning target, ZBD-04A type infantry fighting vehicle. Data being loaded.
Soon, a series of detailed data streams appeared in Rin Shinyu's mind.
Kind of interesting, it's actually a Type 04A. Chapter 35, Taking an Infantry Vehicle for a Ride?
The corner of Rin Shinyu's mouth rose slightly.
This was not some old model. Rather, it was a proper active main equipment. It inherited the design ideas of the Russian-made BMP-3.
It used the classic 100mm low-pressure wire rifled gun plus 30mm machine gun firepower combination.
This configuration has been deeply optimized by Xia's military-industrial system. The firepower continuity and strike flexibility were far superior to the prototype.
More critically, that 100mm main gun was also compatible with gun-launched missiles. This means that its effective striking distance
can easily extend to 4,000 meters away. In a field environment, this is almost an over-the-horizon strike.
In addition to its powerful firepower, its fire control system is also quite advanced. Laser ranging, thermal imaging, automatic tracking, all the functions that should be there. It even had an integrated battlefield data chain system, with an extremely strong informationized combat capability. No wonder He Zhang and the others were able to engage in coordinated combat with the 99M main battle tank. This thing is a mobile heavy fire support platform.
Rin Shinyu commented while looking at the data and stroking his chin.
In terms of protection, it added a large number of composite armor blocks on top of the original welded steel armor.
Although it was not as good as the perverted defense of a main battle tank,
but it was definitely more than enough to withstand a bit of conventional armor-piercing bullets and fragmentation kills.
With such strong firepower and protection, coupled with not bad maneuverability,
in conjunction with the 99A main battle tank,
it could indeed form a heavy assault force that would give any opponent a headache. After understanding the basic performance, Shin's interest intensified.
He climbed up to the roof on his hands and knees and found the hatch of the cockpit. The hatch was unlocked, and he opened it with a gentle pull,
drilling down the ladder into the narrow cockpit.
A strong smell of motor oil and steel hit him.
There wasn't much space in the cockpit. There were various dashboards, operating levers and buttons everywhere, looking extremely complicated. However, in Shin's eyes, the logic of these things was exceptionally clear.
It only took him less than 3 minutes.
Then he completely figured out the operating system of this war beast. Starting, gearing, steering, braking.
Even the pitching and aiming operations of the artillery, he knew it all by heart. Then he placed a quantum radar on the car, also to avoid unnecessary trouble.
When everything was ready. Alright, ready to go out for a ride.
Shin sat in the driver's seat and rubbed his hands together excitedly.
Yuan Shu, link the vehicle's sensors.
Scan the road information within 40 kilometers around the chicken farm and plan a route with fewer cars and fewer people.
Route planning in progress. Has planned the best route, please pay attention to it.
Accompanied by Yuan Shu's response.
A clear 3D map surfaced in Shin's mind.
A winding mountain road was marked on it with green lines.
Roger. Shin took a deep breath.
Holding the joystick with his right hand, his left foot slowly pressed down on the clutch and his right hand shifted gears. Accompanied by a slight stutter, the engine's indicator light came on. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed his right foot on the gas.
Boom!
The sleeping steel beast was instantly awakened.
The engine let out a deafening roar. The huge bodywork jolted violently.
The tracks turned madly, rolling up dust and chicken feathers all over the ground. In the next second, this infantry fighting vehicle weighing more than 20 tons was like a sharp arrow out of the string, instantly flying out.
At the same time, on a mountainous road dozens of kilometers away,
a military jeep was traveling unhurriedly. Inside the vehicle, Su Xiang, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, was leaning against the back seat with a depressed face. His mouth was constantly whining.
What do you call this?
Losing is losing, and up until now I haven't even tried to understand exactly how I lost.
Su Xiang slammed his fist on his thigh, his face full of resentment. That old kid He Zhang, this exercise was like taking gunpowder. The fight was so unreasonable. The person under my hand reported to me. Said he saw a yellow, crayon-painted anti-tank missile launcher with his own eyes. Do you dare believe that?
I thought at the time that those buggers were playing a joke on me.
As it turned out, I haven't seen anything yet. The command center was taken out in one fell swoop.
Ming, the commander of the 5th Regiment sitting next to him, patted his shoulder inside.
Alright, old Su, stop complaining, your side is considered good.
It's my side that's really suffocating.
That He Zhang guy didn't know what evil ways he used. It directly blocked my radar. Ming's face was equally unsightly.
My radar screen is full of fake signals that they faked. The large force, under his guidance, directly rushed into the minefield I had laid out.
Half of them were lost before the battle even started. How can this battle still be fought?
It's purely a one-sided massacre.
Ming said and comforted Su Xiang again.
You that have at least heard a bit of wind.
I'm losing in a blur without even touching my opponent's shadow.
After Su Xiang heard this, the depression in his heart eased a little, but he was still indignant. What kind of luck did He Zhang have this time? Where did he get so many high-tech gadgets from? Just as the two were pouring out their bitterness on each other.
Boom, buzz. A loud roar like the roar of a wild beast suddenly came from behind the side.
From far away, it was incredibly fast. The driver who was driving the car was startled and subconsciously glanced towards the rearview mirror.
Chief, watch out!
The driver exclaimed. Before the words fell, a huge green shadow violently swept past the side of the jeep.
That behemoth was far from their body.
It was even less than 15 meters at its closest. The gusts of wind it swept up caused the entire jeep to shake violently. The driver was scared out of his wits by this sudden scene and slammed his foot on the brakes.
Squeal!
The tires rubbed on the asphalt. An ear-piercing screech was emitted, leaving behind 2 long black marks. Su Xiang and Ming in the car were thrown forward by the huge inertia. If not for their seatbelts, their heads almost hit the front seats. The two stabilized themselves, shock and fear written all over their faces. They stared blankly at the back of that green behemoth as it left. For a while, they were unable to speak. After several seconds, Su Xiang swallowed hard. Turning his head to look out the window, his eyes were filled with disbelief.
Just now that. Wasn't it a Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle that flew past?
Li Ming also stared with wide eyes, rubbing them vigorously, as if he couldn't believe what he saw.
The speed was too fast, I didn't see it clearly. But that silhouette, looking at it really looks a bit like it.
The carriage was dead silent. Driver Xiaoma, who drove the car, his hands clutched the steering wheel with death. The back of the hand palm is full of cold sweat, face white like a piece of paper.
Just now, that shocking moment, almost all of his guts were scared away. Su Xiang and Li Ming, too, had not recovered from the great shock.
Their chests rose and fell violently as they panted heavily.
Their minds were blank.
All of them were the images of that green behemoth whistling past just now. After a long time, Li Ming, who was sitting on the passenger side, opened his mouth first. His voice was a little hoarse and still had a tremor.
Xiao Ma. And you, the warrior in the back. Did you guys see what that thing was? Chapter 36 saw a green monster.
Driver Xiaoma sniffed, his body shivered, and he stammered in reply.
Reporting to the chief. Didn't see too clearly. The speed is really too fast. It was like a green lightning. I only felt a gust of wind blowing over. The body swayed violently and almost tumbled off the cliff. Xiaoma's voice was full of afterthought.
The other warrior in charge of guards on the back seat followed suit. Reporting to the chief, I didn't see it clearly either. Just saw a huge shadow pass by us. Su Xiang's face was so gloomy that it could drip water.
He grabbed the intercom next to his seat.
Pressing the call button, he almost growled and roared.
Everyone in the convoy, listen to the order. Report immediately. Did anyone see clearly just now? What the hell was that thing that passed by us? There was first a cacophony of current over the intercom.
Then, the drivers of the various vehicles began to report back one after another. Reporting to the chief, vehicle number 3 reports, didn't see it clearly, only felt the car was shaken by the wind. Reporting to the chief, vehicle number 4 reports, it seems like a big green guy, it was gone in the blink of an eye. Vehicle 5 report, saw nothing, just heard a loud bang. Listening to the intercom came one by one, did not see, do not know, did not see answer.
Su Xiang's anger miso burst up.
He slammed the walkie-talkie on the seat with a snap and cursed.
Rubbish. All of them are wastes.
Such a big thing flew past under your noses, and all of you are as blind as a blind man. What did I raise you for? The entire convoy, a dozen or so people, surprisingly none of them could say anything.
Li Ming's face was equally bad. He was not angry at these warriors. Rather, he was angry at that unreasonable monster.
That kind of speed, simply not a normal vehicle can run out, cannot see as normal. But this matter is really too damn suffocating.
Alright Lao Su, don't curse, this matter can't be blamed on them.
Li Ming sighed and patted Su Xiang's arm.
This speed is indeed too evil, anyone else wouldn't be able to react. I just can't figure it out, is that thing a 04A infantry fighting vehicle or not? Li Ming's brows tightened into a pimple. If it is, how can it run so fast?
This coiled mountain road, not a flat highway.
Can its engine and tracks withstand it?
Su Xiang snorted coldly, his tone still indignant.
I think it's about 8 or 9. Other than that thing, what else could look like that?
Although he said this on his lips. But Su Xiang's heart was actually filled with doubts.
The infantry fighting vehicle drove at the speed of a sports car.
This was no longer in the realm of high technology, this was simply metaphysics. Let's go, get out of here first. Li Ming rubbed his swollen temples and said to the driver, Xiao Ma,
start the car, let's keep going.
Yes, chief. Xiao Ma answered and restarted the jeep, carefully gearing up to start.
The convoy once again slowly traveled up the mountainous highway. However, the atmosphere inside the vehicle was even more depressing and heavy than before.
In everyone's heart, there was a heavy stone. That mysterious green behemoth, like a lingering ghost, loomed over their hearts. Just as the jeep had just driven through a curve. Drip, drip. Drip, drip, drip. From the intercom, which had been silent all this time, there suddenly came an emergency call that was so urgent that it changed tone. The sound was sharp and piercing, filled with extreme panic and shock.
What's going on? Su Xiang asked sternly as he grabbed the intercom. Calling the regiment commander. Call the regiment. It's back.
On the other end of the intercom, a pilot's voice became distorted from fear.
It's coming back. That Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle. It's just to our right. Geez. It's coming from our right again. The words hadn't even left his mouth. Boom, buzz.
A roar that was even more violent and deafening than before. Like thunder from beyond the 9 heavens, it violently exploded from among the mountains and forests on the right side of the caravan. A hurricane rose out of the air, swirling up the fallen leaves and sandstones in the sky. It slapped hard on the body of the jeep, making a crackling sound.
This time, Su Xiang and Li Ming were prepared.
At the moment they heard the alarming shouts on the intercom, they were like clockwork. The two of them were like clockwork puppets. They violently turned their heads to the right side of the car window. Their eyes stared as wide as copper bells. In the middle of the line of sight, a huge, familiar green shadow. In a stance that completely defied physical common sense. It rushed out savagely from the mountains on the right. It didn't take the highway at all. Instead, it directly crushed the rugged mountainous terrain as if it was walking on the ground. Countless shrubs and debris were crushed under its tracks, rolling up skyward in smoke and dust. This time, the distance was closer and the impact was stronger. The scene outside the car window was clearly reflected in the two men's round pupils. That familiar turret silhouette. The thick armor. The 04A white paintwork clearly visible on the side of the vehicle. As well as the eye-catching troop number. Every detail was clear and obvious. It's really a Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle. It's like a steel beast that has broken free. With a thunderous momentum, it once again flashed past their convoy. Then it plunged headlong into the highway in front of them and continued on its way to the far side. The entire process, from appearance to disappearance, was just a few seconds. Inside the jeep, it once again fell into a death-like silence. Su Xiang and Li Ming, the two battle-hardened iron-blooded leaders. At this moment, they were like two little cuties. Like two little cuties, their mouths were wide open. Dumbfounded, they looked at the shrinking green silhouette in front of them, even forgetting to breathe. The brain was completely down. If the first time was shock and skepticism, then this time, it was subversion and reshaping. Their worldview, at this moment, was smashed to pieces by that raging steel monster. Li Ming struggled to squeeze out two words from his throat. His face turned from black to white, and then from white to green, wonderful to the extreme. It's really 04A? Is Lao Zi dreaming? Su Xiang snapped back to his senses. In his bloodshot eyes. Instantly, a near-crazy obstinacy and winning spirit erupted. The stifled grievance of losing to Yi Zhang, coupled with the shock of having his perceptions completely overturned at this moment. It made his emotions instantly reach their peak. Chase! Su Xiang slammed the backrest of the front seat. He let out an earth-shattering roar at the driver. Xiao Ma! Xiao Ma! Give me a chase. Step on the gas pedal to the end. Even if the car is destroyed today. I also want to see what the hell this is. Yes. Stimulated by this crazy energy of the chief, the driver, Xiao Ma, also gave up. With a loud roar, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The military jeep's engine let out an unbearable hiss. The entire vehicle was like an arrow that had left the string and violently scurried forward. Chapter 37, How did the infantry vehicle disappear? Xiao Ma's eyes were dead set on the road ahead. Both hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. His entire mind was devoted to driving. A deadly chase was staged on the winding mountainous highway. The needle on the speedometer climbed crazily all the way. 60, 70, 80. Finally, the needle was dead set at 90 mph. The entire jeep was lurching and shaking violently, feeling like it might fall apart at any moment. The scenery outside the car window flew backwards and turned into blurry blocks of color. Li Ming tightly gripped the armrest above his head. His face was white and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He wanted to open his mouth several times to tell Su Xiang to calm down. But looking at Su Xiang's crazy look of not stopping until he chased him to the end of the world, he swallowed his words back again. Chase! 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 In this way, they chased madly on the mountain road for more than 10 minutes. The jeep's engine was already wailing. Rattles were coming from many parts of the car. However, the front was empty. Let alone the shadow of that 04A infantry fighting vehicle. Not even half of the dust it raised could be seen. That green steel monster disappeared without a trace as if it had merged into the air. Squeak! The pony eventually eased off the gas. Bringing the car's speed down, he eventually stopped at the side of the road. He was drenched in sweat. The entire person looked as if he had been fished out of the water, leaning against the seat and panting heavily. Chief! Can't make it. Xiao Ma's voice was hoarse and feeble. I tried my best. This is already the limit of this car. Any faster and something will happen. We lost them. Su Xiang slammed his fist hard on the dashboard with a muffled sound. His eyes were crimson, like an enraged lion. His chest rose and fell violently, and his mouth kept cursing. Damn it! What a living hell! What the hell is that thing? Can it fly? Can it instantly move? Driving an infantry vehicle on a mountain highway faster than an ING airplane. Just when Su Xiang was about to be driven mad, Li Ming, who had been silent all this time, fell into deep thought. He suddenly remembered how he had lost the maneuver. He himself had been fooled by He Zhang's god-awful electronic warfare and false signals. It was impossible to understand He Zhang's tactics using conventional means. So was it the same with this flying infantry vehicle in front of him? Just because you couldn't catch it with your eyes didn't mean you couldn't find it with other methods. Li Ming took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said to Su Xiang in a deep voice. Old Su, don't rush to curse first. Driving can't catch up for sure. Have you forgotten what else we have?
Turn on the radar. Have command turn on the reconnaissance radar for me. I don't believe it, such a big iron lump. It can still disappear from the radar screen.
Li Ming's words were like a bolt of lightning that instantly split the chaos in Su Xiang's brain.
Right. Just because the eyes can't see it, it doesn't mean that the radar can't scan it. That is a several dozen tons of steel. It was not a stealth-coated fighter jet. Even if it ran as fast as it could, it would always be on the ground and would always leave traces. Right. Turn on the radar.
Su Xiang was like he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. With one hand, he snatched the walkie-talkie from the communication soldier's hand and roared into it.
Command! Command! I'm Su Xiang.
3rd Regiment command received. Commander, please instruct.
A competent voice came over the intercom.
Get me the communications company commander, Zhang Han.
Immediately. Immediately.
Su Xiang's tone was undeniable, carrying a fury that wanted to tear people apart.
Yes. After a short current sound, a slightly younger voice rang out.
Chief, this is Zhang Han, please instruct.
Zhang Han. I order you.
Immediately activate our regiment's 2 scouting radars.
Conduct a full power scan of our current location, coordinates XXX.
Su Xiang almost roared out the words. Scanning range, from 20 kilometers to 200 kilometers, sweep me inch by inch.
Don't even miss a single rat for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find me a 04A infantry vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Regimental commander. Although Zhang Han didn't know what was happening. But from the headmaster's tone that was about to spit fire, he could feel the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and immediately answered. Guarantee to complete the mission.
The communication was interrupted.
A deathly silence fell over the jeep. Pony was still leaning on the seat and panting heavily.
The extreme driving just now had used up all of his energy. Li Ming, on the other hand, stared closely at Su Xiang. He could understand Su Xiang's feelings at this moment. He could understand Su Xiang's feelings at the moment. That kind of feeling of watching the prey slipping away in front of his eyes. The feeling of being unable to do anything about it was enough to drive any proud soldier crazy.
Su Xiang held the walkie-talkie,
pacing back and forth anxiously by the car, like a lion trapped in a cage.
Time passed by minute. Every second was like a torment in his heart. After 5 minutes, the intercom finally rang again.
Hiss. Leader, this is Zhang Han. Su Xiang jerked to a halt and brought the intercom to his mouth as soon as he did so.
Speak. What's the result? Did you find that son of a yet? Zhang Han on the other end of the walkie-talkie hesitated for a moment.
The voice was filled with confusion.
Reporting to the chief. No. What? Su Xiang's volume instantly rose an octave.
He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears.
What did you say? No? What do you mean no?
Zhang Han's voice trembled a little, as if he was also shocked by the result.
Chief. Really didn't.
I used 2 radars and cross-scan 3 times.
From a range of 20 kilometers to 200 kilometers. Except for the mountains and some scattered animals. There was no signal response from any large metallic targets.
The radar screen is as clean as if it had been washed with water.
Zhang Han added.
According to the radar's scanning results,
that 04A infantry fighting vehicle. It doesn't even exist. Put your mother's fart. Su Xiang's anger finally erupted completely. He cursed into the intercom. Doesn't exist? I saw it with my own eyes. Li Ming saw it too. Little Ma saw it too. Such a big iron bastard, you're saying it doesn't exist? Keep looking for it. Turn on the heat. Signal search. Use every means of detection.
Su Xiang had lost his mind.
Get me the higher command again and apply to call in a military satellite.
I don't believe it, it can still drill into the ground.
Yes.
Zhang Han was scolded so much that he didn't dare to talk back and could only respond in a loud voice.
It was another long wait. 10 minutes later, the results came one after another. Heat detection, no abnormal large heat source was found. Signal search, the mountains were silent, without any suspicious electronic signals. Even the last hopeful satellite.
The reconnaissance images that came back also showed the section of the mountain road where they lost their target. Empty, not even a ghost shadow. All modern means of reconnaissance were ineffective at this moment. That green steel monster, just like a ghost in a science fiction movie, completely disappeared.
Chapter 38, License plate number checked. Waste. All of them are wastes.
Su Xiang was so angry that he slammed the walkie-talkie hard on the ground, parts and batteries falling all over the place. He crossed his arms and his chest rose and fell violently. Panting heavily, his eyes were frighteningly red.
What a living ghost. Could it be that we really hit a ghost today?
Li Ming, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but mutter at this moment. The scene in front of him had completely exceeded the scope of his cognition.
An infantry fighting vehicle appeared out of thin air and disappeared out of thin air. All the detection equipment could not find it.
This was no longer something that could be explained by tactics or technology.
The atmosphere in the car was depressing to the extreme.
Just when Su Xiang and Li Ming were about to be driven crazy by this bizarre reality, the driver, Xiao Ma, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke weakly.
Chief, I just seem to have seen the license plate number of that car.
Xiao Ma's voice was not big,
but on this silent mountain road, it was extraordinarily clear.
Su Xiang and Li Ming turned their heads violently, and their two pairs of eyes stared dead at Xiao Ma.
What did you say?
Su Xiang rushed to the car door with an arrow step and grabbed Xiao Ma's shoulder.
You saw the license plate number? How many was it? Speak quickly.
There was a tremor in his voice, the excitement of seeing hope in despair.
High-tech didn't work, so let's use the most primitive method. Check the license plate. As long as you know the license plate number, you can find out which unit the car belongs to. I don't remember much.
The pony was startled by the chief's appearance and stammered a little. At that time, the speed of the car was too fast. I only glanced, blurred.
It seems to start with Army A followed by. There are a few numbers after it, I can't recall. Army A? Isn't that the license plate of our war zone?
Li Ming immediately said.
Quickly. All give me a good thought.
Su Xiang yelled at the several guards and staff officers outside the car.
The ones who followed me in the chase at the time all saw it. Who remembers the license plate number? Even a number will do. There's a heavy reward for thinking of it.
For a while, the crowd fell into hard thinking.
Chief, I remember, there seems to be a 0 at the back. A guard shouted. No, I remember there seems to be a 1. Another staff officer retorted. Why do I remember a 7?
Everyone was talking at cross purposes, uttering a variety of numbers that could not be standardized at all. Su Xiang's head was so big from listening to them that he couldn't wait to pry these people's brains open and take a look. Just then, the pieces of the intercom were put back together by the communication soldiers. Zhang Han's voice once again carefully came out.
Chief, are you still there? If you have a fart, let it go. Su Xiang growled without any good humor. It's like this, Chief. We have just passed through technical means. Recovered a fuzzy image from your onboard recorder.
Although most of the image was damaged due to the bumps and excessive speed.
But we intercepted a clear image of a fraction of a second.
Zhang Han's voice carried excitement. Through image sharpening and comparison, we determined the license plate number of that car. Su Xiang and Li Ming looked at each other, both seeing the ecstasy in the other's eyes.
How much? Su Xiang asked eagerly.
The license plate number is Military A10041. Zhang Han reported it word for word.
Army A10041. Good.
Su Xiang said 3 good words in a row, and the scowl on his face finally receded, replaced by an icy smile.
Zhang Han, give me check. Immediately check for me which unit this license plate belongs to. Yes. Regiment Commander, please wait a moment. Have already checked it. Zhang Han was extremely efficient. This license plate number
belongs to our group army, the 1st Synthesis Regiment.
1st Regiment. He Zhang.
When these 3 words came out of Zhang Han's mouth,
Su Xiang's fists clenched instantly.
The muscles on his face twisted from anger as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth.
He. Zhang. It was this fellow again.
All the mysteries were answered at this moment. What flying infantry vehicles, what disappearing out of thin air, it was all bull. It must be that bastard He Zhang who was up to something new and unseemly.
Give me He Zhang's cell phone number. Su Xiang coldly ordered. Yes.
After getting the number, Su Xiang immediately dialed it with his own cell phone.
The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Hello?
A lazy, slightly drunken voice came from the other end of the phone.
The sound of wineglasses clinking and people talking and laughing could still be faintly heard in the background. He Zhang asked without any good humor. Who is it? Looking for old me for what?
He Zhang's voice was filled with impatience. Obviously, he had been disturbed by this untimely call.
Hearing this familiar and arrogant voice, Su Xiang's anger went to the sky in a flash. He Zhang. You.
Su Xiang almost roared these words out from between his teeth.
It was so loud that even Li Ming next to him shrank his neck in fear.
He Zhang on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, as if he was distinguishing the voice.
Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Grand Leader Su.
He Zhang's tone carried a few hints of mockery. What's the matter? You're not convinced after losing the maneuvers, so you're calling to find me to cry.
I'm telling you, it's too late.
I'm on vacation now, I won't serve even if the God of Heaven comes. At this time, in the temporary camp of the regiment, He Zhang was holding a wineglass, surrounded by a group of his own men. Among them was his right-hand man, the commander of the 1st Battalion, Chao Yang. As soon as Chao Yang heard that the commotion on the phone was not right, he came over to remind him of something.
However, he was stared back by an impatient look from He Zhang.
He Zhang didn't take the call seriously at all. He just thought it was Su Xiang who had lost and was calling to make a scene.
Crying? He Zhang, I'm going to tear your broken mouth apart today. Su Xiang was shaking with anger. Don't you pretend to be confused with me. Drive your modified Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle. Don't stop me on the mountain road, you're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Humiliating me with such underhanded tactics. Are you still a soldier?
Su Xiang's words slammed over like a series of cannons. Each word carried a monstrous rage. He Zhang on the other end of the phone was completely confused.
What Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle? Su Xiang, are you drunk and talking nonsense?
Old me was having a celebration banquet in the campground in good time.
When did I drive an infantry fighting vehicle to humiliate you? You have persecution paranoia, right?
Chao Yang, who was on the side, instantly changed his face when he heard the words Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle. His heart thumped and he immediately thought of something.
He anxiously gestured at He Zhang.
His mouth silently gestured, wanting to remind his leader.
However, He Zhang was arguing with Su Xiang at the moment.
He didn't even notice Chao Yang's expression that was about to cramp up. He even suspected that he was in the way and pushed him away.
Chapter 39, Steamboat running 150 miles per hour? You still dare to argue?
Su Xiang's voice was particularly sharp in the night.
He Zhang, I'm telling you, this isn't over.
I'll call the military department right now and sue you for violating the ban on alcohol.
A celebration banquet?
I'll make you eat your words. Hearing this, He Zhang laughed instead, his laughter filled with disdain.
Sue me? Go ahead and sue.
Old me's vacation report was approved a long time ago.
Now is the time for the vacation report to take effect. This is my private time, what's wrong with me having a drink? What's in the way of you, Mr. Su?
Go ahead and sue if you have the guts, and see if the top listens to you or me. He Zhang's emboldened attitude completely ignited Su Xiang's last bit of sanity. Li Ming beside him saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly went forward to discourage him.
Old Su, calm down. Have a talk, don't be so impulsive.
Li Ming tried to take the cell phone from Su Xiang's hand.
What is there to say to this kind of hobnailed meat?
Su Xiang shook off Li Ming's hand and roared at the cell phone again.
He Zhang, you think this is the end? You ran 150 mph in your Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle.
Playing with drifting on a mountain road, you're using military equipment as your toys.
This matter, I'm not done with you. 150 mph? A Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle going 150 mph?
These words were like a thunderbolt, instantly waking up the drunken He Zhang.
The mockery and disdain on his face instantly solidified. In its place was a deep sense of doubt and shock. What the hell? The 04A could drive up to 150 miles per hour? Doesn't that make it fly directly? Was this Su Xiang really crazy or fake crazy?
Just when He Zhang was in a daze,
Chao Yang on the side finally found an opportunity.
He took a step to He Zhang's side and lowered his voice.
With a volume that only two people could hear, he said eagerly. Chief, that car is at Rin Shinyu's. Run Shinyu.
This name was like a key that instantly opened all the locks in He Zhang's brain. That 04A that had undergone special modifications and had performance far beyond the norm. That lawless technical genius who always managed to pull off something amazing.
He Zhang's pupils shrunk violently. He finally realized what was going on with the flying infantry vehicle Su Xiang had mentioned. What shocked him was not Su Xiang's accusation, but another fact. That brat, Ren Xingyu, had actually taken that steel beast. On the rugged mountain highway, he drove it to 150 miles per hour? Doesn't he want to die?
That wasn't driving at all, that was flying a fighter jet. In an instant, He Zhang broke out in a cold sweat behind his back, and he had mostly sobered up. He was no longer the rolling knife who fought with Su Xiang. Instead, he was a superior who was worried about the geniuses under his hand who had gotten people killed.
He Zhang, are you listening to me or not? You wait for me. Su Xiang's roar was still coming from the phone.
But He Zhang was already completely deaf to it.
All he could think about now was the image of Rin Xingyu drifting along the edge of a cliff in a dozens of tons of infantry fighting vehicle. Snap.
Without a word, He Zhang directly hung up the phone. The noisy room instantly quieted down because of this action of his. Everyone looked at him, not knowing what had happened. He Zhang's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He looked around at the subordinates in the room, and the half-smile he had before was gone.
Alright, that's it for today.
His voice was cold and serious.
All of you go back to bed. Now, immediately, right now.
The officers present looked at each other.
Although they didn't know what was happening.
But looking at the chief's appearance, no one dared to ask one more question. Everyone put down their wineglasses and retreated silently. Soon, only He Zhang and Chao Yang were left in the large room. He Zhang kicked the chair next to him with a loud clang. I'm worried that crazy guy Su Xiang will just bring people after him. He paced back and forth in the room anxiously, his face filled with worry. What he was worried about was not what Su Xiang could do to Rinxinyu. Rather, he was afraid that the kid would mishandle the car and fall off the cliff with him. Seeing this, Chao Yang hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him.
Chief, take it easy for now. You forgot? Rinxinyu must have used high-tech to shield his car from radar scanning.
As long as he uses high technology, let alone Su Xiang's radar, even the most advanced reconnaissance equipment in our war zone won't be able to scan its exact location.
Su Xiang and the others won't be able to find it.
Hearing these words, He Zhang's face only looked slightly better. He stopped walking, but his brows remained locked. It's one thing if the radar can't scan it. But it's not like you don't know that guy Su Xiang's temper. He's just a mad cow that recognizes death. After suffering such a big loss today, he definitely won't settle for nothing. Even if he can't find the car, he will still turn that mountain upside down. He Zhang took a deep breath and spoke.
No, I'm still uneasy. Early tomorrow morning, I have to personally go over and take a look.
Some hidden corner deep within the mountain forest. A huge alloy gate slid open noiselessly to the sides. In the darkness, a steel beast slowly drove in. It was the Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle that staged Speed and Passion on the mountain highway. The interior of the garage is brightly lit. Instead of a garage, it is a huge high-tech laboratory. A variety of unnamed precision instruments flashing lights. Several stout mechanical arms hung down from the ceiling, hovering silently in the air.
Rinxinyu yawned and jumped down from the cockpit.
He was still wearing the ordinary casual clothes, as if he had just gone out for a drive. He patted the cold armored shell of the chariot and called out to the empty workshop.
Yuan Shu.
A gentle and emotionless electronic synthesized voice immediately resounded throughout the space.
Sir, I'm here.
The usual rules: give it a full body check.
Scan all the data from this extreme drive, model it and analyze it.
Then upload it to the cloud for encrypted backup. Rinxinyu said as he stretched, his face still weary. After you're done with that, take down the quantum radar.
Okay, sir.
Zhenshu replied crisply.
All missions have been added to the execution sequence.
All are expected to be completed in 3 hours and 17 minutes.
Alright, then you get busy, I'm sleepy, I'll go to bed first.
Rinxinyu waved his hand. Without looking back, he walked towards a small door at the back of the workshop. Behind him, those originally static mechanical arms were immediately activated. Like octopus tentacles that possess life, they flexibly moved around the infantry fighting vehicle. High-precision scanning beams shot out from the ends of the mechanical arms, sweeping back and forth over every corner of the body. Tiny mechanical probes reached out and began to detect the metal fatigue of the tracks and suspension systems. In the whole workshop, there is only the hum of electric current and the soft sound of mechanical operation. Everything seems to be in order. And the chief commander of all of this was simply Rinxinyu's glib command.
Chapter 40. Why is this box so heavy? The next day,
the sun had already risen to mid-air. Warm sunlight poured down through the huge skylight of the workshop. It cast bright spots of light on the ground. The time was already approaching noon. Rinxinyu was lying on a huge workbench,
concentrating on assembling an oddly shaped contraption.
The main body of the thing looked like a compact mortar. The barrel of the gun was thin and long, with complex pipelines and several glass liquid storage tanks connected to the back. Various types of syringe needles and precision drive parts were scattered beside it. From time to time, he picked up a soldering iron and soldered something on a circuit board. From time to time, he picked up a wrench and tightened a screw, his movements focused and skillful. Just then, Yuan Shu's voice rang out again, breaking the quiet of the workshop. Sir, monitoring a military vehicle formation approaching. The convoy consists of a command vehicle and 3 military trucks, and has already passed through the peripheral guard point number 3.
Analyzing based on its travel speed and route.
Targeting this base, expected to arrive in 10 minutes.
Rinxinyu didn't even lift his head and just casually gave a hum. Got it.
Without the slightest pause, his hand continued to adjust the angle of the cannon's muzzle. It was as if the visitor was not a raging military vehicle, but a courier. Yuan Shu went quiet and stopped reporting. 10 minutes later, an ear-splitting sound of brakes and the roar of an engine resounded outside the garage. Immediately after, a mid-air, suppressed rage roar came.
Rinxinyu. At home.
It was He Zhang's voice.
Rinxinyu finally stopped what he was doing.
He picked up a rag and wiped the oil on his hands. Slowly, he stood up and moved his somewhat stiff neck. He pressed a button next to the workbench. The huge alloy gate slowly opened once again.
Blinding sunlight instantly flooded in.
A military Green Warrior command vehicle was parked at the entrance.
He Zhang was standing beside the vehicle with a dark face. Next to him stood a worried Chao Yang and a dozen heavily armed soldiers.
Seeing Rinxinyu's sleepy-eyed and indifferent demeanor, He Zhang's heart was burning with anger. The fire in He Zhang's heart flared up again. He was about to open his mouth to speak when he saw Rinxinyu pointing at a huge metal box in the corner of the workshop.
he said to him and his men. Chief, you guys came just in time. Give me a hand and help me move that box onto the workbench.
He Zhang was choked by his thoughtless words. The stomach of questioning and anger that he had prepared was all blocked in his throat. He stared blankly at Ren Xinyu. Looking at the box again, he didn't react for a moment. This brat, didn't he know that he had come to raise an offense? What are you looking at me for? Move it. Ren Xinyu urged, as if He Zhang and the others had come specifically to be porters for him. He Zhang took a deep breath and forced his anger down. He decided to go in first and take a look at the situation. He waved his hand and took the lead in stepping into the workshop. However, the moment he stepped into the workshop, his entire body froze. Behind him, Chao Yang and the other soldiers were all wide-eyed as well. As if they had been cast in a fixation spell, they were frozen in place. Everything in front of them had completely overturned their perceptions. Where was this, a secret garage or maintenance workshop? This was clearly a science fiction factory belonging to the future. A towering dome, a spotlessly clean floor. Embedded in the wall was a huge display screen, on which flowed a waterfall-like data stream. Several mechanical arms that had just been maintaining the infantry vehicles had already returned to their positions. Silently hanging in mid-air, they were full of cold industrial beauty. And not far away, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle that should have been the center of attention. At the moment, it is like an ordinary toy, quietly parked in the corner, not attracting the attention of the crowd in the slightest. All eyes were attracted to this space filled with a sense of over-the-top technology. He Zhang was shocked. He knew that Ren Xinyu was a technological genius, and he also knew that he was doing some small inventions here. However, he had never imagined that this kid's lair would look like this. This scale, this technical level, not to mention his regiment. Is a group army equipment technology department, cannot get so advanced configuration. All of this is what you've gotten up to. He Zhang's voice was a little dry. Pointing at those mechanical arms, he couldn't say a complete sentence in half a day. Well, just messing around. Ren Xinyu's reply was glib. The corner of He Zhang's mouth twitched, casually playing around? If this was for the equipment minister of his military region to see, he would probably kneel down on the spot and beg him to casually get them a set. He forced himself to withdraw his gaze. Pointing at the 1 cubic meter square metal box, he ordered Chao Yang. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear me? Move the crate over. Yes. Chao Yang came back to his senses and immediately greeted the 3 closest soldiers. The 4 of them walked over to the box. Each of them found a good position, took a deep breath, and fired at the same time. 1, 2, 3, up. However, the box didn't move at all, as if it had taken root on the ground. Hey! Chao Yang didn't believe it, his face was suffocating red, and the veins on his arms were rippling. The other 3 soldiers also exerted their utmost strength. But the metal box remained as steady as a mountain. Holy, what is this thing? Why is it so heavy? A soldier couldn't help but curse. They were all elites in the army. With the combined efforts of 4 people, lifting something that weighed half a ton was no problem. But now they couldn't even shake a box? Ren Xinyu looked at their laborious appearance, shook his head, and walked over. All right, you guys get out of the way. He walked over to the box and bent down. Grabbing the groove at the bottom of the box with both hands, he sank his chi into his dantian and slammed his arms together. In the horrified gazes of Chao Yang and the others, that huge metal box that all 4 of them couldn't lift. It was easily lifted by Ren Xinyu alone. With a smooth step, he placed the box with a clang sound. He steadily placed it on the central workbench, and the entire process seemed effortless. Chao Yang and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at Ren Xinyu's not particularly sturdy figure, their eyes were filled with incredulity. How was this kid's strength greater than an ox's? He Zhang was also stunned by this scene. The anger in his heart had been washed away by wave after wave of shock. His mind was now filled with question marks. He walked over to the workbench and knocked on the wall of the sturdy metal box, making a dull ringing sound. He finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and opened his mouth to ask. Xinyu, tell me honestly. What kind of stuff is contained in this box? Ren Xinyu patted the dust on his hands. He also pointed to the small cannon he was assembling just now and replied with a casual expression. Oh, this one. An injection cannon for giving injections to my chickens. An injection gun? Giving chickens injections? He Zhang's mind went blank for a moment. He felt that all the common sense he had accumulated over the years of his military career, it was completely subverted today. He looked at the small cannon with its sophisticated structure and full of sci-fi colors. He also looked at Ren Xinyu's serious face. He Zhang suddenly smiled. Chapter 41, Raising Chickens Doesn't Build Weapons. Xinyu, you kid, you're joking with me, right? He extended his hand and patted Ren Xinyu's shoulder like an elder. Alright, stop fooling around. This model is well done, very realistic. You say you're a technical genius, how come you can't get along with raising chickens? He thought this was Ren Xinyu's prank.
a model made with ultra-high technical power and used for jokes.
Chao Yang and a few other soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of realization on their faces. So it was a joke.
This makes sense. Using such advanced technology to build a cannon that gave chicken shots, wouldn't that be a brain disease? However, Ren Xinyu did not laugh.
He shook his head seriously and pointed at that cannon barrel and explained.
I'm not joking. This really isn't a model, it's a finished product. Look here. He pointed to a complicated device at the back of the gun barrel. This is the radar scanning and positioning system.
When turned on, it can instantly scan the entire chicken farm,
locking the location of each chicken and establishing three-dimensional coordinates. Then you look over here.
He pointed again to the side of the gun, where hundreds of tiny firing holes were densely arranged.
These are the multiple injection ports. It can be loaded with 500 vaccine injections at a time.
After the radar locks onto the target, the computer will plan the optimal launch path.
With a single flurry of shots, 500 chickens can be vaccinated at the same time. Ren Xinyu spoke in a cloudy manner, as if he was introducing a fully automated rice cooker.
However, these words were no less than a bolt from the blue in the ears of He Zhang and Chao Yang and the others. The smile on He Zhang's face froze.
He looked at Ren Xinyu's expression that did not look like a lie.
It felt like his worldview had been shocked once again.
Wait. You say, what about after the fight? A soldier couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Good question. Ren Xinyu gave that soldier an approving glance.
Each injection syringe comes with a miniature signal generator and recovery device at the end.
After the injection is completed, the syringe will automatically detach from the chicken. It is then absorbed by the electromagnetic device inside the launch tube. Automatically fly back into the launch tube to complete the recovery. The entire process is automated, no pollution, no loss, and convenient.
In the entire space, only Ren Xinyu's calm explanatory voice remained. He Zhang, Chao Yang, and all the surrounding soldiers were all petrified.
Radar scanning. Locking on target. 500 rounds fired in unison. Automatic recovery.
This string of terms, combined together.
It's not even a chicken shot device. It's an ultra-compact, multi-target precision strike and auto-loading future weapon system. Give a chicken a shot with this thing? Is this chicken made of gold? What's the need for such a big show to give a shot?
He Zhang felt his heart thumping furiously. The blood rushed to the top of his head, causing his face to turn a little red. He forcefully suppressed the shocking waves in his heart. With the most rigorous attitude of a soldier, he raised his question.
What about accuracy? What guarantees do you have that you can hit it accurately?
He stared at Ren Xinyu dead in the face.
500 syringes fired together, how can you guarantee that it won't miss? It won't hit the chicken's eyes? Or several needles hitting the same chicken? Also, the force of this injection won't directly kill the chicken? That's the key question. If we can't solve these two problems,
then this so-called injection cannon was just a flashy gimmick. Ren Xinyu seemed to have expected him to ask this. He smiled confidently.
You've asked to the point.
First of all, it's precision, as long as the injection site is set in advance. For example, underneath the chicken wing, then the computer will automatically circumvent all other parts and only attack the set area.
Its positioning accuracy can reach the millimeter level.
Not to mention a chicken's eye, or even a chicken feather.
Set it not to hit, and it will never touch it.
As for the problem of repeated attacks, the system has a target recognition function.
Targets that have been injected will be marked.
The next round of firing will be automatically ignored, and there will definitely be no repeat injections. Lastly, there is the issue of force.
Ren Xinyu walked over to the workbench,
picking up a silver-colored injection that looked like a bullet but had a needle for a head. It's not fired by gunpowder, but electromagnetic pulse propulsion. The needle can be pierced to a predetermined depth in an instant, completing the push of the agent and then immediately disengaging.
The entire process causes less damage to the chicken than your usual mosquito bite.
It can be said that as long as the parameters are set accurately,
this system is more accurate than any veterinarian in the world can inject, and it's absolutely safe for chickens.
After listening to Ren Xinyu's explanation, He Zhang was completely speechless. His mind was roaring. It was as if he had already seen this system if it was applied on the battlefield. What a terrifying sight it would be. Hundreds of miniature warheads, as if they were alive, precisely searching for every enemy and launching unavoidable attacks. It would be a nightmare for all infantrymen. He Zhang was so excited that his body trembled a little. He turned his head violently to look at his rightful subordinate.
Chao Yang. What do you think? His voice was a little hoarse due to his excitement.
Chao Yang's face was also serious, even a little pale. He had thought more than He Zhang. Once this technology was made public, the shock it would cause would be world-class. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
Chief, you should calm down first. This technology is too important. It's also too sensitive, we must be cautious.
Where else could He Zhang calm down? He was now like a person dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly saw an oasis. He grabbed Rin Xinyu's arm. His eyes were glowing, and the look in his eyes made Rin Xinyu a little hairy. Shen Yu. Brother. He Zhang's address changed. Tell me the truth, brother, this cannon of yours, can the firing port be enlarged a bit? Let's not install this whatever syringe, let's replace it with a cannonball. Even the smallest caliber grenades and armor-piercing shells. Just with this ability to accurately claim the enemy and multi-target attacks. A squad of fighters with one of these devices will be able to suppress the firepower of an enemy platoon. No. Or even a company. The more He Zhang spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the future shape of war. Ren Xinyu was shaken a little dizzy by him and hurriedly broke away from his hand. He looked at He Zhang with a look of an alien. Then he slowly took 2 steps back. Head He, you don't have a fever, do you? Ren Xinyu said with an innocent expression. I'm just an ordinary chicken raising professional. My ideal is to realize scientific and automated chicken raising, and rely on chicken raising to become rich. You're asking me, a chicken raiser, to build artillery shells for you? Build weapons? He waved his hand, his expression full of resistance. No, that won't do. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Privately modifying and manufacturing military equipment, that's a felony. It's punishable by imprisonment. I'm just starting my chicken business. I can't let this ruin my future. Chapter 42, Can this cannon shoot 500 chickens? Ren Xinyu's words were said in such a righteous manner. Xiao Yang beside him heard the corners of his mouth twitching and almost didn't choke on his own saliva. Law-abiding? A professional chicken farmer? He looked at this full of over-the-top technology. An underground base that even the group army's technical department couldn't come up with. Then he looked at Rin Xinyu's sincere face. For a moment, he didn't know what expression to use. You call this raising chickens? If you're a chicken farmer, then what are all the scientists in the world? He Zhang's face instantly turned into a pig liver color. He was so choked by Rin Xinyu's words that he couldn't utter a word. He was at least the head of a group, when had he ever begged someone in such a low voice? In the end, he was rejected by the other party with the reason I am a chicken farmer. If this were to get out, where would He Zhang's face be? However, when he thought about the epical significance of that injection cannon, He Zhang felt a little embarrassed and a little disappointed. The embarrassment and anger in He Zhang's heart was instantly suppressed. What was face? Compared to the future combat power of the troops. Compared to the lives of his soldiers. His personal face was worthless. Having figured this out, He Zhang took a deep breath and stepped forward once again. This time, he lowered his stance even more. A somewhat stiff smile was even squeezed out on his face. Brother Xinyu, it's my old brother who was abrupt, I apologize to you. He said in a sincere tone. But, can you reconsider? Think about it, if this technology could really be used in the military, how great a feat would it be? How many of our soldiers could be allowed to survive on the battlefield? This is much more significant than raising chickens. He Zhang began to move and reason. Ren Xinyu looked at him and did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, as if he was seriously thinking about He Zhang's words. This space once again fell into silence. He Zhang and Xiao Yang both looked at him nervously, not even daring to breathe. They knew that this harmless-looking young man in front of them, a single decision of his might really be able to change a lot of things. Only after a long time did Ren Xinyu slowly raise his head as if he had made up his mind. He sighed, a reluctant expression appearing on his face. Alas, head He, you've said it all to this point. If I were to refuse again, it would seem too insensitive. When He Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up. There was a door. But well. Ren Xinyu's words changed. Words are no proof, seeing is believing. What you guys are seeing and hearing right now is just my side of the story. He pointed at the injection cannon. Tell you what, I'll show you guys once first. Let you all see with your own eyes just how effective this thing is when vaccinating my family's chickens. Then, please ask Head He and Staff Sergeant Chow to move over and let's go to the open space outside. Ren Xinyu made a pleased gesture. Taking the lead, he walked towards the exit of the underground base. He Zhang and Xiao Yang glanced at each other. Both saw overwhelming excitement in the other's eyes and immediately followed. The three of them took the elevator and quickly returned to the courtyard above ground. The open space of the courtyard was very open. Part of it was a concrete floor, while the other part was connected to a distant mountain forest. Countless chickens were leisurely pacing and grubbing for food at the edge of the mountain forest. The clucking cries rose and fell, full of life. If he hadn't just come out of that sci-fi filled underground base, He Zhang was almost about to believe that this was really just an ordinary chicken farm. Ren Xinyu walked to the center of the courtyard. A strangely shaped metal creation had long been placed there. The thing was overall in the shape of a cannon tube. However, it was much thicker than a regular mortar. The muzzle of the cannon was densely covered with hundreds of tiny holes, like a giant beehive. A complex base was attached to the underside of the gun. On it were various wiring and several small LCD displays. This was the injection cannon that Ren Shin was talking about.
This is the equipment I use to vaccinate my family's chicken pups. Fully automatic intelligent injection cannon.
Ren Shin patted the body of the cannon, his tone casual as if he was introducing a tractor.
Watch it,
he warned, then operated it on the control panel at the base. Only a few quick taps of his fingers were seen. One of the screens lit up, displaying complex radar scanning ripples. Radar system activated, begin scanning the farming area for biological targets.
An emotionless electronic synthesized voice sounded.
The data on the screen refreshed rapidly. Scanning complete, a total of 2,158 biological targets found.
Based on the screening of the physical data, 500 unvaccinated targets have been locked. Targets locked, injection program ready for launch.
He Zhang and Xiao Yang stood on the sidelines, their hearts shaking as they listened to the clear report. In just a few seconds, from over 2,000 targets.
Precisely sifting out the 500 that needed to be injected? What kind of divine enemy detection radar is this? If it was used on the battlefield to distinguish between enemy and self and lock onto high-value targets, how terrifying would the efficiency be? Watch this, it's about to be launched. Ren Shinyu's voice sounded again. He pressed a red button on the control panel.
Whoosh 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 whoosh.
A dense, almost continuous air-braking sound rang out.
Only the muzzle of that injection cannon was seen to instantly burst out 500 silver lights. It wasn't a cannonball, but a metal syringe with a miniature stabilizing wing at the end. The moment these syringes were fired out, the speed was incredibly fast, pulling out faint residual shadows in the air. They did not fall in a parabolic fashion. Rather, after flying out for some distance, the stabilizing wings at the tail flashed with blue light. Surprisingly, they each adjusted their direction, as if they were alive. Toward the scattered chickens in the distant mountain forest, they flew over. He Zhang stretched his neck, wanting to see what followed. But those syringes were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dense jungle. It was impossible to see how they hit their targets. Regret could not help but spread across his face. It would have been nice to see the effects of the hits with his own eyes.
Don't be anxious, it's fine if you can't see it, I have a live broadcast. Ren Shinyu seemed to have read his mind.
Smiling, he pointed to another screen on the base of the injection cannon. He Zhang and Xiao Yang hurriedly came over. Only to see that on the screen, there were hundreds of split-up small images displayed. And each of the small screens was a first-person perspective. The screen was moving at a high speed, and one could see the trees and grasses in front of them skimming by at a rapid pace. Immediately afterward, a quasar in the screen. It automatically locked onto the butt of a large rooster that was pecking rice with its head down. Target locked, final ballistic correction.
Put.
The screen shook slightly. He Zhang saw it clearly. The syringe was stuck on the roosters but with pinpoint precision, at just the right depth. The medicine inside the syringe was instantly pushed in. After the injection was completed, an indicator light at the end of the syringe flashed from blue to yellow. Injection complete, the agent has been injected. Mission complete, waiting for recall command.
Chapter 43, $1.5 million sold.
Almost at the same time, 500 small images on the screen, all staged the same scene.
The entire process was flowing smoothly, with outrageous precision and efficiency. 500 chickens, almost within the same second, completed the vaccination.
And those chickens that had their asses zapped, only jumped in shock for a moment. Then they continued to look down for food as if nothing had happened. He Zhang's breathing became rapid, his eyes staring at the screen with dead eyes, his chest rising and falling violently.
Where was this a vaccination?
This was clearly a perfect, zero miss, over-the-horizon precision strike. If the vaccine inside was replaced with bullets, artillery shells, or something else, then the power of this thing is simply unimaginable.
How about it, this technique of injecting chickens, is it alright? Ren Shinyu had a seeking praise expression on his face.
He Zhang simply ignored him. His mind was now filled with various tactical applications. His entire body was in a state of great shock and ecstasy. Xiao Yang, who was next to him, also had his mouth wide open, unable to close it for half a day. He now finally understood why the chief was so out of it. This thing was simply not a product of this era.
Alright, after the injection, it's time to take back the syringe.
Otherwise I'll have to pick them up one by one if they're lost in the mountains. It's weirdly troublesome.
Ren Shinyu pressed a few more times on the control panel. Recovery command received, activate reverse thrusters and begin return voyage.
As the electronic voice sounded, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the mountain forest. Only to see the 500 syringes that were stuck on the chicken's buttocks and blinking with yellow lights. Surprisingly, they popped out on their own, and then the tail ejected airflow.
Generated a reverse thrust, once again rose into the air.
500 silver lights converged into a torrent of metal and flew back towards the side of the courtyard. The scene was quite spectacular. He Zhang and Xiao Yang looked at the piece of syringes that flew back in a big way, but their faces changed.
This thing was so fast. What if it wasn't controlled well and stuck on someone? Although they knew that Ren Xinyu should have a grasp on it. But the instinct to survive still made them react the fastest. Without even thinking about it, the two took an arrow step and hid behind the military jeep next to them. Only poking out half of their heads, they nervously looked at the sky. Swoosh! The metal torrent flew back over the courtyard with precision. Then, as if it had lost all power, it clattered down. The syringes crackled to the ground like rain. The landing point was impartial, exactly where He Zhang and Chao Yang had just stood. If they hadn't dodged just now, they would probably have been stabbed into hedgehogs by now. The air instantly became somewhat quiet. Ren Xinyu looked at the two people hiding behind the car. He also looked at the syringes all over the ground and scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem, sorry. There's still a small bug in this recovery's landing point positioning module, it needs to be adjusted again. He explained. Theoretically, it should be recycled directly into the recycling bin in the gun's muzzle. He Zhang and Chao Yan walked out from the back of the vehicle. With palpitations, they glanced at the syringe on the ground, and the corners of their mouths twitched. A small bug? If this was on the battlefield, wouldn't one of their own people be massacred by this thing? However, this little flaw was not worth mentioning in front of the great potential it had shown. Brother Qingyu, do you have any other drawbacks to this thing? He Zhang calmed down a bit and asked seriously. Drawbacks? Well, of course there are. Ren Xinyu squatted down and picked up a syringe. Look, after these syringes are recycled, there might be some dirt on them, and they need to be cleaned and sterilized manually. Then they will be refilled with the agent before the next launch. This process is still a bit tedious and not fully automated enough. He sighed, as if he wasn't satisfied enough with his work. I'm considering making improvements to the firing tubes. Making each barrel intelligently fine-tunable. It could even be retrofitted with an automatic cleaning and filling module that would be much more convenient. Hearing this, He Zhang's heart skipped a beat. It could still be upgraded? It could also be more automated? He couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed Ren Xinyu's arm. Excitedly, he said, Brother, name a price. This technology, we want it. No matter how much it costs. Ren Xinyu looked at him in this manner. He secretly laughed in his heart, but his face pretended to be difficult. This is really what I use to raise chickens. $1.5 million. He Zhang directly quoted a sky-high price. As long as you sell us this set of equipment, along with the technical information. $1.5 million, I can pay you now. This figure made Chao Yang beside him suck in a breath of cool air. $1.5 million, in this day and age, it was definitely a huge sum of money. Ren Xinyu's eyes instantly lit up, and the difficulties he had just experienced were swept away. Deal. He agreed dryly. Captain, he is indeed a resolute man. Contributing to the people's army is an obligation that my generation should fulfill. He said with a righteous face, as if the person who was tangled up just now was not him. He Zhang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that a big stone had fallen from his heart. Although it had cost a large sum of money. But this was definitely the most worthwhile deal he had made in his life. Chao Yang. He immediately turned around and ordered his subordinate. Yes. Regiment commander. Chao Yang immediately stood upright. You immediately lead the men and take Here. Well, take the data of these shells and record them down carefully for me. All the parameters, not a single one can be missed. He Zhang pointed at the syringes on the ground, purposely referring to the syringes as cannonballs. In his eyes, these were the brand new cannonballs that could change the shape of future wars. He watched as Chao Yang and a few of his guards began to busily take measurements and records. He Zhang's gaze was once again cast towards the distant mountains and forests. His eyes became incomparably sharp and determined. It would soon be time for the annual military district-wide competition. In previous years, their regiment had fallen behind because of their equipment. They were always pushed down by their brother units, and it was very embarrassing to not be on top of the results. But this year, with this technology of Ren Xinyu, he has absolute confidence to fight for that first place. Only by getting the first place can he apply to his superiors. To have the regiment prioritized to be fitted with the most advanced equipment in the entire army, and even in the entire country of China. This is not just for his personal honor. It's for the future and lives of thousands of soldiers under his command. This drill, he must win. Chao Yang led the men to carefully measure the shells on the ground. He Zhang stood on the side, looking at Ren Xinyu with a fiery gaze. It was as if he was looking at a rare treasure. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that Ren Xinyu was a genius, a pillar of the nation who could change the future. This look at Ren Xinyu was hairy. He couldn't help but quietly take half a step back, pulling a little distance from He Zhang. The way this had he looked at himself, why was it getting more and more wrong? Those eyes were full of appreciation, excitement, and even some rolling passion. Ren Xinyu's heart thumped as an absurd thought popped up. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around his chest and protected them, looking at He Zhang with a wary expression. He, I have to affirm this to you first. Chapter 44, Something Wrong with This Orientation? Ren Xinyu cleared his throat with an unusually serious expression. I, as a person, have a normal orientation and have no interest in men. He felt the need to make his words clear, lest any unnecessary misunderstandings arise. After all, in this current situation, a bloodthirsty legion leader. Looking at a man with such eyes, it was hard not to let people think the wrong things. He Zhang froze. He completely failed to follow Ren Xinyu's train of thought and asked with a bewildered expression. What orientation? What lack of interest? Seeing this innocent look on his face, Ren Xinyu became even more convinced of his suspicions. He sighed and said in a serious tone. He, I know that you might have gotten excited in the heat of the moment. But I really only like women. He Zhang then reacted, instantly crying and laughing. He understood that this brat was misunderstanding the way he was looking at him. You brat, what kind of nonsense is in your head all day long? He Zhang slapped Ren Xinyu's shoulder in a good-natured manner. I was looking at the fact that you're not too young. Being single all this time, is it because your personal problems haven't been solved? If you want to fall in love, tell me. He Zhang instantly transformed into a warm-hearted big brother and patted his chest to assure him. There are quite a few good girls in our troop's civilian troop, all of them are pretty and have high ideological awareness. There are also female nurses in the health team, gentle and considerate. If you fall for any of them, I'll give up this old face to be a matchmaker for you, how about it? Ren Xinyu was completely dumbfounded. This topic jumped too fast, he was completely unable to keep up with the rhythm. Just now, he was still discussing life events, how did it turn into a matchmaking conference in a flash? He opened his mouth, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly ding-dong and vibrated. Ren Xinyu was like an amnesty and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, wanting to use it to change the topic. He opened the screen, it was a text message notification from the bank. When he read the numbers on the text message, his entire body froze. Your bank account tail number XXXX arrived at XXXX on XX month XX at XXXX, 6,150,000 renminbi, current account balance. $6,115,000. Ren Xinyu rubbed his eyes to confirm that he hadn't misread it. He remembered that the price he had negotiated with He Zhang was $1.5 million plus the 30 armored vehicles brushing the coating before, it was only $4.5 million. $6 million was enough for both. But now, why was there an extra 150,000 on the account? He wasn't a person who liked to take advantage of things, and immediately looked up at He Zhang. Shaking his cell phone, he asked suspiciously. He, I received the money, but seems to be a little more. Did you transfer the wrong amount? He Zhang sniffed, a wryful smile appearing on his face. That's right, it's this amount. Brother Chen Yu, did you forget? The extra $150,000 is the reward that the troops gave you. Reward? Ren Xinyu was even more confused. I have to be rewarded for what I did. He Zhang's expression became serious and sincere. Didn't you save a mass of people from a car accident on the road in a military truck last time? A member of the crowd's family reflected it to our troops afterward. We also sent people to verify the situation. If you hadn't handled the situation in time, that driver would probably have died. You're being righteous and saving someone's life. He Zhang said solemnly. We, the People's Army, never forget any good comrade who contributes to society. This $150,000 is the bonus you deserve. It's specially approved by our military region, so just accept it at ease. So it was like this. Ren Xinyu remembered, there was indeed such a thing. But to him, it was just a show of hands. He didn't expect that the troops would actually specialize in investigating it and even give such a generous bonus. He couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart and gained a little more respect for these soldiers. Then I'll be flattered. Ren Xinyu put away his cell phone, since it was well-deserved, he wouldn't be pretentious. By the way, He, those things given to you before, how are they being used? He smoothly brought the topic back on track. At the mention of business, He Zhang's expression also became excited. That stealth coating you gave me, it's working very well. It's doing its final comprehensive testing now, and the results will be out soon. As for that quantum radar. Speaking here, He Zhang's expression became a bit odd, and even a bit helpless. That thing is too powerful. Just after testing it for the first time, it was spotted by the head of the military region who came over to inspect it. It was confiscated on the spot. Said it was to be taken to the headquarters for the highest level of testing and evaluation. When Ren Xinyu heard this, he just let out an "oh" sound, his reaction flat. When He Zhang saw this unperturbed look on his face, he couldn't help but ask. You're not worried at all? That was something you went through a lot of trouble to make. Worried about what? Ren Xinyu shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent expression. Confiscated is confiscated. Anyway, I still have 3 newly made ones in my warehouse. What? He Zhang's eyes went wide. There are still 3 more?
He felt his heart receive another strong shock. The kind of quantum radar that could give early warning and was considered a godly weapon on the battlefield. The last time he said he was going to make 5 more, he also said it would only take a few days. Thought he was just talking about it again. I didn't expect that he would make another 3 out so quickly. He Zhang took a deep breath and forced down the shock in his heart. He felt that sooner or later, his heart would be messed up by Ren Xinyu. He decided not to think about these things that were beyond his cognizance. Turning to the pressing issue at hand. Brother Xinyu, this time I've come, there's actually one more thing I want to ask for your help. He Zhang's expression became unprecedentedly grave. It will soon be time for the annual grand competition of the entire military region. This time, the exercise site is set in a complex mountainous jungle. Although our regiment has your special paint that can evade radar scans. But in terms of mountain assault, we still lack handy weapons. Especially the kind of mountain combat weapons that are easy to carry and powerful. He Zhang's gaze was fixed on Ren Xinyu with anticipation. That's why I want to ask you if you can get it. Or rather, can you make a rocket launcher suitable for mountain combat? When he asked this sentence, his heart was actually very bottomless. After all, a rocket launcher was not a chicken-raising device, it was a real heavy weapon. It involved complex propulsion, guidance, and explosion technologies. However, Ren Xinyu's answer once again made him feel what it meant to be surprised. Mountain rocket artillery? Ren Xinyu stroked his chin, as if he was thinking about a not-so-complex technical problem. Well, portable, it also has to be powerful, and it's best to be able to fire it continuously, right? Right. That's what it means. He Zhang nodded excitedly. Ren Xinyu pondered for a moment, then spoke easily. It can be done. However, this has to be charged separately. He looked at He Zhang and revealed a trademark, money-loving smile. As for the price, well, it's still undecided for now, wait until I make something out. Chapter 45, How did the bonus increase by $150,000? Hearing this, the boulder in He Zhang's heart completely fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, he said cheerfully. No problem. As long as you can make it, money is not a problem. The matter of the rocket launcher was settled, and He Zhang was finally relieved in a big way. The two of them entered the living room, and Ren Xinyu ordered the Yuan Shu to bring tea. He Zhang picked up the tea on the table and poured it down in one gulp, as if he wanted to quench the heat in his heart. Ren Xinyu looked at him like this. He did not say anything and refilled his own cup of tea. Right, Brother Xinyu. He Zhang put down his teacup as if he had remembered something. That infantry fighting vehicle I left with you last time, how did you feel about its performance when you drove it out yesterday? Oh, you mean that iron shell? Ren Xinyu put down his teacup and recalled. It's not bad, the chassis is really stable, and it's comfortable to drift on the mountain road. But the mouthful of tea that He Zhang had just drank into his mouth sprayed out directly. He coughed for half a day, reddened his face, and looked at Ren Xinyu incredulously. What did you say? Drift? Right. Ren Xinyu had a face that took it for granted. The torque and track grip of that car is very good. Modify the drivetrain a little, and it's easy to play a drift through a corner or something. He Zhang felt like his worldview had been refreshed once again. That was a 20-ton infantry fighting vehicle. The most important weapon of the nation. How could you actually use it for drifting? If the experts at the military factory knew about this, I'm afraid they'll come with wrenches to fight for your life. It's just a bit fuel-intensive. Ren Xinyu didn't seem to notice He Zhang's expression at all as he continued to give his insights on how to use it. The fuel tank's range is still a bit poor. I ran on the back roads that day, and the gasoline bottomed out when I came back. By the way, I drove up to 150. Overtook a few military vehicles by the way, they were driving too slow. The corner of He Zhang's eye twitched viciously. He no longer wanted to spit out the anti-human operation of driving a combat vehicle at 150 miles per hour. He caught a new focus. Overtaking a car? Whose car did you overtake? Was it the one with the license plate of the 5th Regiment? He Zhang's tone suddenly took on inexplicable anticipation. I didn't pay attention to the license plate. Ren Xinyu thought about it. But look at the equipment they're pulling on the vehicle. It does look like the Corps of Engineers. It's them. It's definitely them. He Zhang slapped his thighs and almost jumped up in excitement. Ha 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 ha. Well done. The expression on his face instantly changed from the shock he felt just now to ecstasy. Brother Xinyu, you are truly my lucky star. Ren Xinyu was a little confused by his sudden reaction. What's wrong? Do you know who you're overtaking? It's the 5th Regiment. My nemesis. He Zhang laughed so hard he couldn't see his teeth. 2 days ago our regiment won over their regiment in the military drill, and it made their headmaster furious. Last night at our regiment's celebration banquet, he called me again. Said our regiment's chariot was going 150 miles per hour on a mountain road. It whooshed past, and the wind that rolled up almost lifted our truck. Pissed off, they chased frantically after it. didn't end up catching up, and the radar sweep didn't find where the car was.
You don't know how pissed off they were, ha 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 ha. Ren Xinyu nodded, finally understanding.
He looked at He Zhang's gloating appearance and said calmly,
"Then I'll pay attention next time and try not to overtake their car." "Don't!"
He Zhang quickly waved his hand.
"If you meet them next time, overtake them as hard as you can.
It's best if you can drive without him, so he can see what real skill means."
Ren Xinyu.
He felt that the heart of this headmaster's heart didn't seem to be very big. But for the sake of money. He also didn't mind satisfying the special needs of his clients once in a while. After laughing enough, He Zhang finally remembered the business. "By the way, Brother Xinyu, there's another piece of good news."
He Zhang's expression became serious.
"Didn't you say before that you wanted a yellow license plate for military trucks?
I've applied for it for you." Hearing this, Ren Xinyu's eyes lit up. This was much more real than any rocket launcher or infantry fighting vehicle.
"Really?
Great." Ren Xinyu was sincerely happy.
It's still a military truck that's good, with a high chassis, enough horsepower, and crucially, a large compartment. He Zhang nodded in relief, thinking that this kid had finally reacted somewhat normally. It seemed to be a knowledgeable one as well, knowing the superior performance of military trucks.
However, Ren Xinyu's next sentence once again pulled his thoughts back to the chicken farm.
With such a large carriage, it can hold at least 500 chickens at a time. Shipping them to the city to sell them will save a lot of gas money. With the yellow license, I won't have to be checked over and over again when I go out in the future.
Ren Xinyu said with a happy face.
He Zhang cleared his throat and forcefully changed the topic.
"And the 200 chickens you promised me last time, how are the preparations going?"
"Oh, that one,"
Ren Xinyu said.
"The chickens in my chicken farm are all free range in the back of the mountains. They eat grass seed insects and drink mountain spring water, that's why the meat is so good. The ones in the chicken coop are all reserved by others.
The 200 you want, you have to go to the mountains and catch them now."
He Zhang froze for a moment.
"Catch them on the spot? On this mountain?" He glanced at the rolling hills and forests outside the window and instantly felt a headache.
Catching 200 chickens running all over the mountain in such a big mountain was not a small amount of work. Ren Xinyu saw his difficulty and smiled. "What, Chief, he has a strong army under him, are you still afraid that you won't be able to catch a few chickens?"
"Who's afraid?"
He Zhang was provoked by him and immediately stood up.
He immediately shouted, "Chao Yang! Chao Yang!"
"Yes, what is the chief's order?"
Chao Yang's voice sounded outside the door. "Immediately bring a platoon of warriors, fully armed. Gather at Ren Xinyu's chicken farm. There is an urgent mission." He Zhang finished giving the order and said to Ren Xinyu with bravado, "Isn't it just 200 chickens?
I'll show you the combat power of our regiment today."
Half an hour later.
On the open ground of the chicken farm, a platoon of soldiers were loaded and neatly lined up. Leading the platoon was none other than He Zhang's right-hand man, Chao Yang. Chao Yang quickly ran to He Zhang and gave a standard salute.
Reporting to the regimental commander. "The first platoon is assembled, please instruct."
He Zhang nodded in satisfaction. He then pointed at Ren Xinyu, who had a leisurely face next to him, and then pointed at the distant back of the mountain. "Today's mission is to help Brother Xinyu and go to the mountains to catch 200 chickens."
"Yes. Guaranteed to complete."
Chao Yang subconsciously stood upright and replied, but halfway through speaking, the expression on his face froze.
"Regiment. Commander, you said the mission is to catch chickens?"
The soldiers behind him also looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment.
They received the order to gather urgently. They thought something big had happened, but it turned out to be to catch chickens? What? Any comments? He Zhang's eyes glared. None. Guarantee to complete the mission. Chapter 46 Radar confiscated by the military district? Chao Yang's neck shrank and he hurriedly answered loudly.
Thus, a unique special operation began. Only to see in the vast mountain forest dozens of well-trained soldiers spread out into a huge circle. They sometimes creep forward, sometimes tactical roll, sometimes playing a complex sign language. Their target, however, was not some vicious enemy. Instead, it was a single mountain chicken with skillful, flying hands. These chickens had been grubbing for food in the mountain forest for years. Each one of them was practiced like a fighting chicken. Extremely vigilant, running at a fast speed. Occasionally, they could even flap their wings and glide for a short distance. First squad leader. Your left side, 3 o'clock direction, target sighted. Roger that. Second squad, third squad, flank left and right. Squad 4, firepower. Prepare to use the netting. Target is moving at high speed. It's up a tree. It's up a tree. Requesting air support. Oh no, request bamboo pole support. The scene was chaotic for a while. The soldiers were tossed around by these chickens and covered in chicken feathers. Tactics normally used against the enemy. In front of these unconventional chickens, they were completely useless. He Zhang stood at the foot of the mountain, watching the elite soldiers under his command being tricked by a bunch of chickens. His old face was a shade of red and a shade of white. Ren Xinyu, on the other hand, leaned against a tree and watched with great interest. After 2 hours of fierce battle, after paying the painful price of several soldiers being pecked by chickens and a dozen pieces of clothing being scratched by tree branches, soldiers finally will be 200 chickens to the success of the captive. He Zhang felt that he had lost face. He Zhang felt that he had lost all his face. Alright, everyone has worked hard. Ren Xinyu walked over and clapped his hands. As a token of appreciation, I'll treat you to dinner today, so everyone can taste my handiwork. Hearing that there was a meal, the exhausted soldiers were instantly energized. He Zhang was also looking for a step down, so he agreed smoothly. The crowd followed Ren Xinyu to his living quarters, a room that looked like a cafeteria. As soon as they entered the room, everyone was attracted by the figure that was busy in the kitchen. It was a robot with 4 flexible mechanical arms. It was methodically carrying out a series of complex operations such as washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and turning spoons. The movements were flowing, more skillful than a chef in a star hotel. What is this? Chao Yang and the soldiers' eyes looked straight. Although they were soldiers, but they also knew what an intelligent robot of this level meant. My cook, Ren Xinyu said lightly. Soon, a dish that was full of color and flavor was brought to the table by the robot. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, steamed sea bass. The aroma instantly filled the entire room. The soldiers couldn't help but gulp as they looked at the table full of delicious dishes. Don't be polite, all move your chopsticks. Ren Xinyu greeted. Where could the crowd hold back? Immediately picking up their chopsticks, they ate like the wind. Yummy. It's so delicious. A soldier's mouth was stuffed with braised meat and he slurred his praise. This flavor, it's even better than the one made by our cooking squad leader, Old Hu. More than good, this is simply the best meal I've ever had. Chao Yan chucked a piece of tofu, which melted in his mouth, spicy and fresh. The flavor instantly exploded on his taste buds. He looked in shock at the robot that was still busy in the kitchen. He also looked at Ren Xinyu, who was beside him with a bland face. Chief, Mr. Ren, this robot cook, is it too powerful? He Zhang silently ate his meal without speaking. He was already numb. Quantum radar, stealth paint, drifting infantry fighting vehicles. Now there was another robot chef. He felt that in this small chicken farm, no matter what else happened that was beyond his perception, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Southern Military Region, Ningcheng Research Institute. This building was filled with a heavy sense of history. The greenish-gray brick walls were covered with ivy, witnessing decades of wind and rain. Dressed in a straight military uniform, Pang Xiaogang walked in the solemn corridor. His steps were steady and strong, and the sound of his leather boots striking the ground echoed in the empty corridor. The purpose of his trip was to visit a highly respected Titanic figure. Elder Han Zhenghua, one of the founders of the Ningcheng Research Institute. Also an authority in the field of radar in China. Pang Xiaogang stopped in front of a door with a sign that read Academician's Office. He tidied up his military appearance and gently knocked on the door. Please come in. An old, but strong voice came from inside the door. Pang Xiaogang pushed the door in. The furnishings of the office were very simple. A huge bookshelf occupied an entire wall. It was stuffed with all sorts of specialized books and materials. The air was filled with a mixture of old books and ink. An old man with white hair and wearing presbyopic glasses was crouching on the table, concentrating on a complex circuit diagram. He was Academician Han Zhenghua. Elder Han, I'm disturbing you. Pang Xiaogang stood upright and saluted, his voice booming. Elder Han raised his head and held the glasses on the bridge of his nose. After seeing the visitor clearly, a gentle smile appeared on his face. It's Xiaogang, have a seat, there's no need to engage in these false rituals when you come to my place. He pointed to the opposite chair. Why are you free to come to an old man like me today? Pang Xiao just sat down, but his waist remained straight. Elder Han, I have nothing to do this time. He opened the door and said, I came here specifically to ask you to help examine a treasure. A treasure? Elder Han smiled and put down the drawings in his hands, clearly raising some interest. What good thing did your military region get again? Is it a new model from any country, or is it something new we've developed ourselves? As a top expert in his field, he had handled countless cutting-edge equipment. Something that could be solemnly called precious by a division commander should not be simple. None of it. Pang Xiaogang shook his head, a complicated expression on his face. He called out to the door. Bring the thing in. A guard immediately walked in holding a black leather case. The leather case was carefully placed on the table in front of Elder Han. Elder Han curiously surveyed the plain-looking leather case. What's inside this? A radar. Pang Xiaogang replied. The interest on Elder Han's face faded a few points. A radar was just a radar, not enough to surprise him so much. Is it the latest product from one of our research institutes? No. Pang Xiaogang shook his head again, his tone becoming even more odd. It came from a civilian chicken farm.
A chicken farm? Elder Han froze, thinking he had heard wrong. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, looking skeptically at Peng Xiaogang. Xiaogang, you're not kidding me, right? What kind of radar can a chicken farm produce?
I didn't believe it at first either, but it's the truth. Peng Xiaogang said seriously.
And, according to preliminary tests,
the performance of this radar exceeds all of our current perceptions.
Chapter 47 To build a mountain rocket launcher?
Elder Han put his glasses back on and his eyes became sharp. He knew that Peng Xiaogang was not a credulous person.
Oh? Tell me, what's so special about it?
Peng Xiaogang took a deep breath and slowly spat out a few words.
Quantum radar.
Elder Han raised his eyebrows. The concept of quantum radar was naturally clear to him. It was a top-notch technology that the entire world was working on. But so far, no country had claimed to have made a breakthrough in the true sense of the word. It can allegedly lock onto more than 6,000 moving targets at the same time.
Peng Xiaogang's words just fell. What?
Elder Han violently stood up from his chair.
His face was filled with unbelievable shock.
He stared at the black leather case with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to see through it.
6,000? Xiaogang, are you sure you didn't say the wrong number? This figure was too appalling. The most advanced phased array radar in the world currently.
The number of targets that could be processed simultaneously was only at the level of a few hundred. 6,000, that was an astronomical number that had doubled more than 10 times. If this was true, it would not be a simple technological advancement, but a subversive revolution.
The data was initially measured by He Zhang's regiment. It's because I couldn't believe it that I specifically brought it here.
I wanted to ask you, a true expert, to personally verify it. Peng Xiaogang's expression was incomparably solemn. Just at this moment, the office door was gently pushed open. A young girl with a somewhat pale face walked in. The girl's appearance was clear and beautiful, only that there was still weariness between her brows.
"Grandpa, I'm back," she said softly. The person who came was none other than Elder Han's granddaughter, Han Meng.
She had just been discharged from the hospital a few days ago.
"Little dream, how are you feeling today?"
Seeing his granddaughter, the shocked expression on Elder Han's face was instantly replaced by worry and compassion.
"Much better, Grandpa, don't worry."
Han Meng replied with a smile, then noticed Peng Xiaogang in the office.
"This one is? Oh, come, little dream, let me introduce you." Elder Han took his granddaughter's hand and introduced her. "This is Division Commander Peng Xiaogang of the 1st Military Region."
He turned to Peng Xiaogang again.
"Xiaogang, this is my granddaughter, Han Meng." "Good day, Division Commander Peng." Han Meng greeted politely. Peng Xiaogang stood up and smiled amiably. "Comrade Han Meng, how are you? How is your body recovering?" "Thanks for your concern, there are no more major problems."
Han Meng was a bit curious as to why this division commander would know that she wasn't in good health. Elder Han saw his granddaughter's doubts and opened his mouth to explain. "Little dream, you were able to turn a dangerous situation into a safe one this time. Division Commander Peng and the troops under him were a big help."
"So it was you?" Han Meng's eyes instantly lit up.
She had always wanted to find her savior and thank him in person. She didn't expect to meet the leader of her benefactors unit today.
"Division Commander Peng, I'm really too grateful to you. I've always wanted to know, what was the name of the comrade who saved me that day? Which unit is he in?" Han Meng's tone was filled with gratitude and eagerness.
Peng Xiaogang smiled bitterly on his face as he heard this.
"Comrade Han Meng, I'm ashamed to say," he explained,
"the young man who saved you wasn't from our unit. It was one of the regimental commanders under me who loaned out their military truck to a small civilian chicken-raising boss. It was this little chicken-raising boss who saved the day."
"A small boss who raises chickens?" Han Meng and Elder Han froze.
"Yes."
Peng Xiaogang nodded, then pointed to the black suitcase on the table. "Coincidentally, it's this young man who runs the farm."
"Not only did he save you, but he also came up with this quantum radar."
These words sent Han Meng and Elder Han into shock once again.
The person who saved her life was actually the man from the legendary chicken farm? Was there really such a coincidence in this world? Elder Han took a deep breath and forced down the waves in his heart. He was now curious about this mysterious young man and this mysterious radar. An unprecedented curiosity had arisen.
"Let's go, Xiaogang, let's go to the testing ground now," he said on the spot. "I want to see it with my own eyes. How capable is this baby that came out of a chicken farm?" The group quickly arrived at the Institute's specialized test site.
This place was one of the top radar testing centers in the country, boasting all sorts of precision instruments and equipment.
Several researchers in white research suits were already waiting here.
They were all students and subordinates of Elder Han, as well as the technical backbone of the research institute. When Peng Xiaogang's guards opened that black leather case, taking out the somewhat rough-looking radar inside, on the faces of the researchers present, all of them showed dissimilarities. The workmanship of this radar was really a bit hard to describe. Some burrs could even be seen at the seams of the shell. Compared to the military equipment that they usually came into contact with that were like works of art. It was almost like the handiwork of an amateur. Elder Han briefly introduced the performance parameters of the radar to the crowd. That's basically it. Preliminary data shows that it can lock onto 6,000 targets simultaneously. As soon as the words left his mouth, a suppressed whisper rang out from the scene. 6,000? Did Elder Han make a mistake? A young researcher whispered to his companion. How is this possible? Bragging doesn't lead to such bragging. That's right, look at the look of this thing. It's similar to the model made by our lab students and quantum radar. Another middle-aged researcher wearing glasses pushed his glasses and smiled with a disdainful face. The eyes they looked at that radar were filled with skepticism and contempt. In their eyes, it was simply a complete joke. This kind of thing that came out of a private workshop. Surprisingly, it claimed that its performance surpassed all the top products in the world by dozens of times. This is no longer science fiction, but magic. These top researchers. Everyone was filled with the pride and confidence that belonged to technicians. They really couldn't believe it. A chicken farm that came out of nowhere could come up with this kind of contraption that subverted the common sense of physics. Elder Han didn't pay any attention to the murmurs around him. He just calmly walked forward. He stretched out his wrinkled but still steady hand, fumbling around on the somewhat humble-looking radar. A few simple switches, an external power connector, and a data output port. The design was simple to the extreme. Elder Han connected the power supply, then skillfully connected the data cable to the main control computer in the center of the test site. Buzz. A slight current sound rang out, and a small green light on the radar mainframe lit up. Immediately afterward, on the screen of the main control computer, an extremely concise operation interface appeared. On the black background, there were only a few function options and a huge blank area. Chapter 48, Steamboat Playing Drift? Without the slightest hesitation, Elder Han directly called up the preset simulation test program. This was a program that the Institute had specifically used to test the extreme performance of the radar. It could simulate from tens to tens of thousands of flying targets with different speeds and trajectories. He set the parameter for the number of targets directly to 6,000. A middle-aged researcher standing beside him. It was none other than his favorite student, Lu Xiao. Seeing this operation, he couldn't help but frown. What was the teacher doing? Really taking this toy seriously? But in the next second, when Elder Han pressed the enter key, Lu Xiao's eyes snapped wide, only to see that huge blank area of the screen. It was instantly filled with densely packed green light dots. Each point of light was moving at a different speed and trajectory. It was clear and incomparable, without the slightest lag or delay. How is this possible? Lu Xiao subconsciously exclaimed in shock. His voice broke the quiet of the scene. Han Meng and the remaining few young researchers also immediately gathered around. When they saw the scene on the screen, everyone's face revealed the exact same expression as Lu Xiao's. It was a look of mixed shock, confusion, and disbelief. The interface response speed is so fast, and the data processing ability is simply unbelievable. Han Meng, as a doctor in the field of artificial intelligence, saw the key to the problem at a glance. To act out the trajectories of 6,000 separate targets in real time and present them clearly. What terrifying arithmetic power was needed? The Institute's most advanced radar system was accompanied by the world's top signal processing computers. But even so, locking onto more than 300 high-speed targets at the same time, there would be significant delays and data loss. 6,000, this number was beyond their cognitive scope. Little one! Elder Han suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Here! That young researcher Xiao Wang, who had previously muttered in a low voice, gave a jolt and hurriedly stood up straight. Go, push over that Eagle Eye 3 in our storeroom. Elder Han's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. Yes. Xiao Wang didn't dare to slack off and immediately turned around and ran out. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Eagle Eye 3, that was the latest generation of phased array radar that their research institute had finalized only last year. It was the crystallization of countless researchers' efforts. Its performance ranked first in China and top 3 in the world. Han told this is to make this chicken farm radar compete with the real weapon of the country. Soon, Xiao Wang and 2 other researchers pushed a precision modeling behemoth in. Silver gray metal shell, smooth lines. It was strewn with all sorts of complex interfaces and heat dissipation modules. It was full of sci-fi and industrial beauty. A comparison to what was in the small black leather case next to it. One looked like a future starship. The other looked like a radio picked up from a junkyard. Elder Han personally went forward and plugged the Eagle Eye 3 into the main control computer. He asked Xiao Wang to open the operation interface of Eagle Eye 3 on another split screen. Connect to the same data source and begin synchronized testing. Elder Han gave the order. As he operated, on both screens, the simulated scene from earlier appeared at the same time. The screen on the left belonged to the chicken farm radar. The 6,000 points of light were clear, smooth, and orderly. The screen on the right belonged to the Eagle Eye 3. Just after the screen appeared, it instantly turned into a chaotic snowflake dot. The system performance indicator bar directly burst into red and issued an ear-piercing alarm. Overloaded. The processor of the Eagle Eye 3 is directly dead. Lu Xiao shouted out of breath. Elder Han turned off the testing of the Eagle Eye 3. He readjusted the parameters and lowered the number of targets to 300. This time, the Eagle Eye 3 screen finally became normal. 300 points of light moving on the screen. On the other hand, on the left screen, there were still 6,000 points of light flying around. The two screens formed an ironic and shocking contrast. Maintain this state and run it continuously for 15 minutes to test the stability. Elder Han's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the suppressed excitement in it. The next 15 minutes, for all the researchers present, it was the longest and most torturous 15 minutes of their careers. No one spoke, and the entire test site was deathly silent. There was only the slight beeping sound of the two pieces of equipment running, and the increasingly ragged breathing of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were dead set on the screen on the left. They looked at those 6,000 points of light as if they were looking at a miracle. Time passed minute by minute, and that humble radar was always running steadily. There wasn't a single bit of disorder in the light points on the screen. The invisible pressure weighed heavily on the heart of every scientific researcher, crushing the little bit of pitiful pride in their hearts. Time's up. Elder Han glanced at his watch and said slowly. He walked over to the screen and tapped on the test report generation button. A line of data cascaded down. It eventually settled into a summarizing line of text at the bottom of the screen. Elder Han's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body trembled slightly as he stretched out his hand to hold the table. 6,000 targets. 100% lock rate, 0 errors, 0 delays. He muttered, his voice filled with shock. It really can do it. Pang Xiaogang walked forward and patted Elder Han's shoulder, a proud smile on his face. Elder Han, this is still just a preliminary test, he said in a shocking tone. Some time ago, our war zone organized a small-scale simulated confrontation exercise. A regiment under me used this radar. Relying on this radar, the end result, a complete victory. The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. If the test data just now was a miracle in the lab, then what Peng Xiaogang brought was hard evidence from the battlefield. Elder Han took a deep breath. He looked towards the radar in that black leather case. His eyes had become incomparably hot, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Xiaogang, I have to take it apart, he said eagerly. I need to study its original construction and test its material strength. Assess its stability and longevity. Peng Xiaogang said thoughtfully. Well, if it can be useful to our country, then dismantle it. On my little brother's side, I'll go talk to him. Elder Han, don't worry about your research. Having received an affirmative answer, Elder Han's emotions could no longer be contained. He slammed the table and excitedly said to everyone present, do you guys know what this means? It means our country's radar technology will be advanced by at least 15 years because of this radar. 15 years. This number was like a heavy bomb that exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone was frozen in place by this conclusion. They looked at that ugly device. There was no more contempt or skepticism in their eyes, only endless awe and shock remained. Elder Han looked around at his students and subordinates. Seeing their disoriented appearance, his face sank violently. What, not speaking now? Where's the pride and confidence you had just now? Chapter 49 can pull 500 chickens. Elder Han's voice was stern, like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. You are the top scientific research talents in the country, the pride of heaven in the ivory tower. But look at yourselves just now. Because of its ugly appearance, because of its unknown origin, just preconceived to deny it and ridicule it. Now even elementary school students know that you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't you scientific researchers know this? What is the true spirit of science? It's truth-seeking, it's pragmatism, and it's always remaining humble and curious. Your pride almost brought the nation's treasures to dust. Lu Xiao's face was a shade of green and white. He was the first to stand out and bowed deeply. Teacher, we were wrong. Those fellows behind him, including Xiao Wang, they all lowered their heads in unison as well, their faces filled with shame. Teacher, we were wrong. The large experimental field was silent. Just then, a figure walked out from the crowd. It was Lu Xiao. His face still retained a blush of shame. However, his eyes had regained their determination. Teacher. Lu Xiao's voice was a bit hoarse as he bowed deeply once again to Elder Han. Please let me participate in the dismantling of the radar as well. His words carried an undeniable earnestness. He wanted to see with his own eyes just how wrong he had been. How great was the gap between himself and that young man he had never met.
Immediately afterward, a clear female voice also rang out. Grandpa, I also want to join.
Han Meng had walked to the front at some point. Her gaze was similarly locked onto the black leather case.
As Grandpa Han's granddaughter,
she had grown up with her ear to the ground and had a love and understanding of radar technology that was difficult for ordinary people to attain. The device in front of her. For her, it was the same irresistible temptation. Elder Han looked at his favorite student and most beloved granddaughter. The taut face eased a bit. He nodded and his gaze turned to Peng Xiaogang on the side.
Xiaogang, you can come along as well.
Elder Han said. You are the mother's family of this radar, and it's most appropriate for you to be present during the disassembly process.
Peng Xiaogang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth.
I beg to differ. He certainly wanted to witness the process of this miracle being unveiled step by step.
Everyone else, stay put and be ready to analyze the data. Elder Han gave the order.
Yes.
The crowd responded in unison.
Subsequently, the four of them, Elder Han, Peng Xiaogang, Han Meng, and Lu Xiao,
walked towards the precision operation room inside the laboratory.
Xiao Wang, as the designated auxiliary, had long been waiting there. Before entering the operation room, it was a strict asepticization process. The 5 people changed into airtight white clean suits.
Wearing masks and gloves, they wrapped themselves tightly.
Then they walked through the air shower channel.
The powerful stream of clean air blew away any microscopic dust that they might be carrying on their bodies.
As the heavy alloy door slowly closed behind them,
all the clamor of the outside world was cut off.
Here was the most sacred temple of science. Inside the precision operation room, the lights were as bright as day. Various precision instruments were neatly arranged on both sides of the operating table. The black leather case had been placed on the metal work table in the center.
Elder Han walked to the front of the table and took a deep breath.
The scorching heat in his eyes almost set the air on fire.
Begin, he said in a deep voice. Little Wang, you'll be the main demolition. And I'll guide.
Yes, Elder Han.
Little Wang nodded solemnly.
He picked up the specialized disassembly tool, his palms slightly sweaty. This was not just a radar, this was a heavy weapon that was enough to change the fate of the country.
Any slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage.
Lu Xiao, Han Meng, you guys are in charge of recording and taping, not a single detail can be spared.
Yes.
The two immediately activated the multi-angle high-definition camera hanging above the workbench. At the same time, they turned on the recorder at hand.
Peng Xiaogang, on the other hand, stood to the side.
Like a loyal guard, he quietly watched all of this. Use a number 3 special screwdriver and turn it counterclockwise 3.5 times. Pay attention to the strength, don't damage the shell coating. Elder Han's voice was clear and steady, echoing within the quiet operation room. Xiao Wang held his breath and carefully followed the instructions. The outer shell was opened smoothly, revealing the compact and complex internal structure inside. All eyes were instantly attracted. There were no messy flying wires, no rough welding points. What came into view was a modularized layout as neat as a work of art. Every chip, every capacitor, every line.
It was all arranged and combined in an unimaginably harmonious way. Oh my God! Han Meng couldn't help but let out a low exclamation of surprise.
She had never seen a design with such a high degree of integration. Lu Xiao held up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses glaring round. The recording pen in his hand was almost pinched off by him. The design in front of him completely subverted the knowledge system he had built up over the past 20 years.
Continue. Elder Han's voice also carried a tremor in it. Mark module number 1, and using a miniature screwdriver, disassemble it in order, starting from the upper left corner.
The disassembly work turned into a long and meticulous exploration.
Time was passing by minute. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Inside the operation room,
there was only the sound of Elder Han's calm instructions. And the slight sound of tools making contact with parts.
You guys look at this heat dissipation system.
Elder Han pointed at a piece of dark green material as thin as a cicada's wing and said,
it doesn't use traditional air or liquid cooling.
Instead, it uses this solid material that we've never seen before to conduct heat directly. It's at least 10 times more efficient than existing technology. He pointed to another chip the size of a fingernail. And this should be its core processor. You guys look at its pin layout, this packaging technology.
Unheard of, unseen. Its power supply module, it's amazing that it can achieve such a small size.
It can also maintain such high power and stability.
This is simply a revolution in the field of energy.
Every sentence of Elder Han's explanation was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the hearts of Lu Xiao and Han Meng. The deeper they went, the more they felt their own insignificance and ignorance. What kind of terrifying brain did that young man known as Little Comrade possess? Unconsciously, 5 hours passed. When the last part was carefully removed and neatly placed on the anti-static tray,
Everyone took a long breath.
On the workbench, thousands of precision parts were sorted and organized.
All right.
Elder Han took off his gloves and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes.
Now, let's put it back together again. Put it back together?
Xiao Wang froze for a moment.
Right. Elder Han said firmly. A truly excellent industrial product. Not only must it have excellent performance, but it must also be easy to maintain and assemble.
I'm going to see if it truly achieves perfection.
The next 2 hours.
The crowd was guided by Elder Han again, and the thousands of parts were put back together in the same way.
The entire process was surprisingly smooth. Every single part fit tightly, as if they were born to be there. When the last piece of the casing was closed, the ugly radar. It was back to its original appearance. Chapter 50. Is it so hard to catch 200 chickens?
Turn on the power and conduct a performance retest.
Elder Han ordered. The crowd immediately took action, reconnecting the radar to the test system. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. After such a thorough disassembly and reassembly, could it still work properly?
The screen lit up and the familiar test program began to run.
Lines of data were once again refreshed like a waterfall. Eventually, the results were finalized. 6,000 targets. 100% lock rate, 0 errors, 0 delays.
Xiao Wang looked at the screen and mumbled out the test results that were exactly the same as the first time.
Success!
Inside the operation room, a suppressed cheer erupted.
Too powerful, too perfect.
Elder Han excitedly clapped his workbench as he looked towards Peng Xiaogang with burning eyes.
Xiaogang, we must hire this little comrade.
I request my superiors to hire him to come to our research institute and serve as the highest level technical advisor.
This. A discordant voice rang out.
It was another researcher who had been silently taking notes. He said with some hesitation. Elder Han, his technology is indeed powerful, but he's just a young man after all.
There are so many senior experts in our research institute, isn't it a bit difficult to have him as an advisor?
Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Elder Han's stern voice.
Experts?
Elder Han coldly swept a glance at him. You experts, you almost treated the nation's most important weapon as a pile of scrap metal just now. Before science, the achiever comes first. Don't ask about age, don't ask about origin, just ask about level. His level, alone, is higher than all of us here combined.
Having him as a counselor is a huge advantage for us.
That researcher was admonished to the point that his face turned red and he no longer dared to say another word. Master Han calmed his agitation and turned his head to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, you immediately organize all of today's videos, records, and analysis data.
Not a single byte should be missing.
After finishing organizing, immediately carry out the highest level of encryption.
File level, set as top secret.
Yes. Xiao Wang immediately stood at attention and saluted, knowing how much weight this information carried.
Elder Han looked around at everyone present again.
Including Peng Xiaogang, his tone became incredibly serious. I demand that everything that happened here today, seen and heard,
from now on, rot in your stomach.
Anyone who dares to leak half a word to the outside world, I don't care who he is, I will personally apply to the military department to punish him at the highest level.
Understood. The crowd's hearts fluttered as they replied in unison. No one would doubt Elder Han's determination in these words. All right, all disperse.
Return to your respective posts, today's work has only just begun.
Elder Han waved his hand. The crowd dispersed, with their heads full of shock and awe,
into the subsequent tedious work of analyzing the data.
Lu Xiao did not leave immediately.
He stood in place, quietly looking at the black radar with complicated eyes. After a long time, he silently held up his glasses. Turning around, he returned to his workstation and continued working, waiting for the crowd to all disperse. Elder Han's gaze was still locked on that plain black radar. His chest was still heaving violently. It wasn't because of exertion, but because of the excitement that was hard to quell. This radar, no, this work of art, the significance it represented was too great. Peng Xiaogang stayed by his side and did not leave. He understood the old scientist's feelings. In fact, his own heart was equally rippling.
Xiaogang.
Elder Han finally withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at him.
Elder Han, you speak. Peng Xiaogang answered. We must see this little comrade, immediately, right away. Elder Han's tone was undeniable. He continued. I just decided to hire him to be the top technical advisor of our research institute. Right now, I'd prefer to chat with him face to face. I want to know just how many more things we can't imagine are still in his head. Peng Xiaogang sniffed, a bitter smile on his face. Elder Han, I completely understand your feelings. He paused, organizing his words. But this matter, I can't make the decision. This little comrade has a special identity. He is not currently an active member of our troop, and we cannot directly make decisions for him. If we want to see him, I think we still need to discuss it with He Zhang, who has some friendship with him, first. It would be more appropriate for He Zhang to coordinate for us. He Zhang?
Elder Han frowned, having some impression of this name.
Yes, I got this treasure from Yi Zhang. Peng Xiaogang explained. Elder Han nodded, sort of accepting the explanation.
The army had its rules, he understood.
Then go and ask as soon as possible, and say that I, an old man, am begging to see him.
Elder Han said, with a bit of urgency in his tone.
Peng Xiaogang nodded and responded.
Don't worry, I will contact He Zhang as soon as possible. He looked at Elder Han's burning eyes.
After hesitating for a moment, he decided to reveal a little more information.
Elder Han, regarding this young comrade, there's still one more thing that you may need to be psychologically prepared for.
What is it? Speak quickly. Elder Han immediately pursued.
Peng Xiaogang took a deep breath and slowly said.
His age is very small. Small? Elder Han waved his hand in disbelief.
In front of science, there is no question of age, as I have just said.
As long as there's real skill, even if he's still a brat, I'll admit it.
No, Elder Han, what I mean is that he's much younger than you imagined.
Peng Xiaogang's expression became a bit odd.
This year, he's only just turned 19. I, too, did not believe the words He Zhang explained to me at first. It was only after some private investigation that I learned that the so-called chicken farm owner was merely 19 years old. As the words fell, it was as if the mute button had been pressed on the entire operation room.
The expression on Elder Han's face froze.
He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but not a single word could be sent out.
19 years old? A 19-year-old young man, dismantling the quantum radar that their entire research institute was unable to do anything about? A young man of 19 years old, using a miraculous technique to restore it perfectly? A 19-year-old possessed a level of technology that was beyond the reach of even the old experts like them? How is this possible? This was no longer something that could be described as a genius, this was simply a demon. Grandpa, are you all right?
A crisp voice broke the silence.
Han Mang walked over at some point.
She held up the somewhat shaken Elder Han with the same incredulity written all over her face. She had just heard Peng Xiaogang's words outside. That phrase 19 years old was like a thunderbolt that exploded in her ears. She had seen countless so-called geniuses. But to be able to reach such a high level at the age of 19, this was completely beyond the scope of her knowledge.
Chapter 51 Robot Cook Cooking? I'm fine.
Elder Han waved his hand and slowly sat down on a chair. He looked at Peng Xiaogang, his eyes complicated to the extreme.
Xiaogang, are you sure? You're not mistaken? 1,000 times true. Peng Xiaogang nodded solemnly.
I've seen his file, it's 19 years old, just like a fake. Receiving an affirmative answer, Elder Han sucked in a breath of cool air. He was silent for a long time before slowly spitting out a sentence.
We are all old.
This exclamation was filled with endless sighs and emotions. Immediately afterward, his eyes rekindled, brighter than a moment ago.
No.
It's not that we're old, it's that the times have progressed, it's that the country has hope.
19 years old.
Ah, what a 19 years old. A pillar of the nation, a true pillar of the nation. Elder Han suddenly let out a loud laugh, his laughter filled with relief and excitement.
Peng Xiaogang looked at the maniacal Elder Han.
Instead of feeling strange, he empathized. He cleared his throat and decided to add another fire.
Elder Han, in fact.
This little comrade's ability is more than that.
Oh? Elder Han's laughter came to an abrupt end as he immediately pursued.
What else is he capable of?
Peng Xiaogang's expression became more serious.
He also came up with a kind of paint.
Paint?
Elder Han and Han Mang were both a bit puzzled. Yes, a kind of paint that has the function of invisibility. Peng Xiaogang said slowly. According to the initial information description sent by He Zhang, this kind of paint can shield our military from all existing radar bands.
What?
This time, even Elder Han directly stood up from his chair.
Shield all existing radars?
What kind of concept was this? This meant that as long as this kind of paint was brushed on a fighter jet, that fighter jet would become a ghost.
It could come and go in any air defense network as if there was no one there. Its strategic significance was even greater than this quantum radar.
Where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Elder Han eagerly grabbed Peng Xiaogang's arm. He Zhang said that he had sent someone to deliver the paint samples to the research institute a few days ago.
Peng Xiaogang replied.
Sent it? Elder Han immediately looked around and shouted at a researcher not far away who was still organizing the data. Little Li, who was in charge of testing the invisible paint samples sent by the military a few days ago. The researcher called Little Li froze for a moment and hurriedly ran over.
Elder Han, the newly sent paint sample.
It's Wei Guahai who's in charge of materials science, and Wei Gong is in charge.
Wei Guahai? Elder Han's brows wrinkled. Where is he? Call him over to me immediately. Wei Gong he
seems to have something going on at home this afternoon and left early.
Xiao Li whispered.
Without saying a word, Elder Han walked directly to the workbench. Picking up the phone on the table, he quickly dialed a number.
The phone quickly connected. Hello, Weigwa Hai? I'm Han Weigwa. Elder Han's voice was as loud as a bell. A slightly flattering voice came from the other end of the phone. Egu, it's Old Man Han, what instructions are you looking for me for? I'm asking you, a few days ago, the military sent a new batch of invisible paint samples, did you receive them? Elder Han asked as he opened the door. Received. Wei Guahai hurriedly replied. It was just delivered a few days ago, and I'm preparing to arrange for manpower to begin performance testing in the next 2 days. What are we waiting for these 2 days? Now, immediately, right away. Bring the stuff to laboratory number 1 for me. Elder Han ordered. Wei Guahai on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, then said with difficulty. Elder Han, this is a bit difficult, I'm afraid. What's the difficulty? Elder Han's fire instantly came up. It's like this, that batch of new materials is of the highest secrecy level. According to the regulations, it was locked into the special materials custodial warehouse after it was warehoused. But the keeper of the warehouse key old Zhang. His old mother is sick, today just took annual leave to go back home, have to tomorrow. No, maybe the day after tomorrow to come back. What did you say? Elder Han's voice steeply raised an octave. The key was taken by him alone? Yes, that's how the rules are, a special person is in charge. Wei Guahai's voice became smaller and smaller. Bull regulations. This is a matter of human life. This is a matter of national importance. Just because of one person's vacation, you're going to delay the progress of the entire project for a day or two? Elder Han was trembling with anger as he growled into the microphone. I don't care what method you use, smashing the lock or prying the door. Within half an hour, I must see that paint sample in the lab. Elder Han, this is out of order, or why don't you wait until tomorrow, until I make a report? Can't wait. Elder Han roared angrily and directly snapped, hanging up the phone fiercely. His chest rose and fell violently, his face red with anger. Han Meng hurriedly stepped forward and gently patted his back, smoothing out his anger. Grandpa, don't be angry, your body is important. Pang Xiaogang was also watching from the sidelines, shaking his head. He had long heard about certain rigid systems of the Institute, and today he had seen it with his own eyes. Elder Han, calm down. Pang Xiaogang persuaded. There's no rush on the paint, you can verify it slowly. I believe that the surprise it gives you will not be smaller than this radar. He looked at the time and continued. On my side, I also have to go back immediately and report the results of today's test on the quantum radar to my superiors. As well as your request to hire that young comrade as a technical advisor. Master Han calmed his breathing and nodded. Good, go ahead. Remember, be sure to make the significance of the matter clear. Keep this talent at all costs. I understand. Pang Xiaogang solemnly saluted. After saying that, he turned around and left the operation room. Night fell, and the lights came on. A military off-road vehicle was traveling on the highway back to the base. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yang, who was driving, smacked his lips while reminiscing. Chief, you said that Brother Ren's robot craftsmanship is also too good. I've never eaten chicken that delicious in my life. That flavor, tisk, I'm still drooling when I think about it. He Zhang in the driver's seat sniffed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Ren Xinyu's cooking did indeed have a special kind of magic that could always whet one's appetite. Just at this moment, a sharp ringing of a cell phone sounded in the quiet carriage. He Zhang took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was Pang Xiaogang's number. He pressed the answer button. Hey, Chief, what's up? On the other end of the line, Pang Xiaogang's slightly excited and tired voice came through. He Zhang, I just came out of Elder Han's Institute. Oh? There's a result from the radar's test? He Zhang asked with a stirring in his heart. More than having results. Pang Xiaogang's voice raised a few points. He Zhang, let me tell you, that radar that you sent. It's not even a product of our era. It has a performance that surpasses our existing state-of-the-art radar by 1 dimension. No, it's several dimensions. Chapter 52 Radar from a Chicken Farm? Pang Xiaogang described the results of the afternoon test. As well as the shocking reaction from Elder Han's side, he described it succinctly. He Zhang listened quietly, his face unperturbed, as if he had expected this result. So, what does Elder Han's side mean? He Zhang asked. He wants to see Ren Xingyu. Pang Xiaogang directly stated the purpose. The old man is now amazed at your young comrade. Named him to be hired as the top technical advisor of the Institute. He said that he wants to meet Ren Xingyu face to face after the third exercise to have a chat. He Zhang pondered for a moment. There was nothing wrong with the timing after the end of the maneuvers. As for meeting in person, it wasn't a big deal. All right. He Zhang agreed. For this matter, I will find Ren Xingyu tomorrow and ask him personally for his opinion. At noon on the following day, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted out from the farm. A military jeep stopped at the entrance of the yard. He Zhang jumped down from the vehicle in a familiar manner and headed straight for the kitchen. Shen Yu, what kind of delicious food did you cook today? Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Ren Shinyu was tying on his apron, fishing out the last piece of chicken from a large pot. Turning around at the sound of his voice, he laughed. Captain Yi, your nose is even smarter than a military dog's. He Zhang laughed and, without being polite, reached out to grab the chicken pieces on his plate. But his hand had just reached halfway. His eyes were drawn to the two big guys placed in the corner of the kitchen. It was a strangely shaped transmitter. The body was pitch black with smooth lines, full of sci-fi. Next to it, there was a small and delicate rocket launcher. The barrel wasn't long, but the structure was precise, and it wasn't a mortal product at first glance. He Zhang's eyes instantly lit up. Where did he care about eating? He took 3 or 2 steps to those two weapons, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Shen Yu, this is what you came up with. Ren Shinyu unwrapped his apron, wiped his hands, and walked over slowly. Well, idling around, casually messing around. He pointed at the sci-fi shaped transmitter and introduced it. This, an improved version of the biological anesthetic injection cannon. Effective range of 800 meters, higher accuracy, and can be fired in bursts. Then he pointed to the compact rocket launcher. This one is a mountain rocket launcher. The body and ammunition have been lightened. One person can carry it on his back, and the power is such that blowing up a bunker is no problem. He Zhang sucked in a breath of cool air as he listened. He reached out and stroked the cold metal shell of the rocket launcher, so excited that his hands were shaking a little. Genius, you kid is really a genius. These equipments, just take out any one of them. It was all enough to raise the combat power of the special forces by a notch. After the excitement, Ren Shinyu was looking at him with a serious face. Head he, you can take the things. But there's something that has to be made clear first. What is it? Say it. He Zhang was now looking at Ren Shinyu as if he was looking at a national treasure. Ren Shinyu pointed at the two weapons and said seriously, I need you to write me a certificate with the official seal of your regiment. Prove that these things were commissioned and developed by you. He paused and added, otherwise I'll be arrested as a private arms manufacturer one day, and that'll be troublesome. He Zhang froze, then reacted, and laughed. You kid is quite thoughtful. He immediately got serious and nodded. It should be, it's a necessary procedure, it's my negligence. To him, this wasn't a matter at all. Without saying a word, He Zheng directly got paper and pen from Ren Shinyu. He plopped down on the table and wrote down a certification document with a dragon's flourish. I hereby certify that Comrade Ren Shinyu is a senior technical advisor specially recruited by our ministry, and that all of the weapons and equipment research and development, manufacturing, and improvement work carried out in his personal studio is a military scientific research project formally commissioned by the ministry and possesses complete legitimacy. Hereby certified. After writing it, he not only signed his big name, he also fished out a small seal box from his pocket, heavily pressing his fingerprints on the name. The official seal is at the regiment's headquarters, so I'll stamp it when I get back and send it over to you. He Zhang handed the certificate to Ren Shinyu. Ren Shinyu carefully collected the certificate, and only then did a satisfied smile appear on his face. Alright, let's eat, or the food will get cold. The two of them sat down at the dinner table, and Xiao Yang also ran in from outside, joining the dawdling army. During the meal, He Zhang remembered the main event while feasting. Right, Xingyu, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Ren Shinyu was concentrating on a piece of chicken leg. Yesterday, our division commander sent the radar to the research institute. He Zhang put down his chopsticks, his expression becoming solemn. Chief Peng Xiaogang personally called me, and the test results were very impressive. He put together what Peng Xiaogang had said on the phone. Including Elder Han's shocking reaction, all of it was repeated in its original form. Elder Han? Ren Shinyu's movements of gnawing on a chicken leg stopped. Yes, it's the titan of our country's radar field, Elder Han Xingping Han. He Zhang looked at him and said word for word. Elder Han was amazed by the radar you designed and named you to be the highest technical advisor of the institute. He also said that he wanted to meet you face to face after the third exercise to have a chat. Ren Shinyu couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he heard this. Head he, do I look like someone who would deal with that kind of big shot? He sighed, I'm just a chicken farmer. Just wanting to make some money peacefully, let me go and meet an old-timer of that level. I'm afraid of not receiving them well and leaving a bad impression on them. This was not modesty, it was his sincere words. He was used to solving problems with technology and code. With regards to human affairs, especially dealing with such national treasure scientists, he was still a bit terrified in his heart. He Zhang saw his concern and smiled to comfort him. You don't have to worry, it's just a very simple meeting, I'll accompany you when the time comes. Besides, being able to get Elder Han's appreciation. This is an opportunity that how many researchers can only dream of, it will only benefit you in the future without any harm. With the words having been said to this point, Ren Shinyu couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded helplessly. Then, okay, let's wait until the maneuvers are over. Good, it's a deal. He Zhang happily slapped his thigh. After finishing his meal, He Zhang was satisfied and ready to leave.
Not only did he call on Xiao Yang to carefully carry those 2 new weapons onto the car, he also drove away the Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle that was parked at the farm by the way. He said that he wanted to pull it back for the technicians to do a full maintenance. In the empty yard, only Ren Xinyu was left alone. He took out his cell phone and tapped on the bank app. Looking at the long list of digital balances displayed above, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I didn't expect that being an arms dealer would actually be this lucrative. He sighed softly. With this huge sum of money at the bottom, some of the new ideas in his heart could finally begin to be implemented. For the next maneuver, relying on ground forces alone would not be enough. It was time for the air support to make an appearance. Chapter 53, 6,000 targets locked? In Ren Xinyu's mind, the complete design of a heavy lift drone emerged. This drone was a mature work from his previous life. It possessed a strong weight-carrying capacity and excellent flight stability. However, it wasn't cheap to get it built. Ren Xinyu quickly went through the list of materials needed in his head. Among them were several high-strength composite materials and special alloys. All of them needed to be gotten from specific military industries supporting manufacturers. These materials were extremely expensive. He made a rough estimate. It was feared that the manufacturing cost of a single drone would be more than $200,000. Money was not a problem, the key was the procurement channels for the materials. However, this could be left to He Zhang for a headache. Ren Xinyu walked into his studio and stood in front of the central operating table. Yuan Shu. He called out softly. Sir, I'm here. A gentle electronic synthesized voice resounded in the workshop. Scan the design drawings of the heavy-duty drone with number 7 to the central mechanical platform. Ren Xinyu gave the order. Budget according to the number of 5, and make a detailed list of all parts and raw materials. Instruction received. Data analysis and list generation is underway, expected to take 10 minutes. Ren Xinyu nodded and turned around to walk to the rest area on the side. Brewing himself a cup of tea, he quietly waited. 10 minutes later, the studio's system beep sounded on time. A list of materials detailed down to the model number of each screw had been sent to his personal terminal. It was a new day, and the sky had just broken dawn. Inside the Group Army's general headquarters, the atmosphere was serious to the extreme. A huge sand table was placed in the center of the conference room. On it was a detailed terrain model of this exercise area. Chief Peng Xiaogang sat on the main seat. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the 4 regiment leaders standing in front of him. He Zhang, the leader of the 1st Regiment, Tang Jun, the leader of the 2nd Regiment, Lin Lan, the leader of the 4th Regiment, and Lu Shan, the leader of the 6th Regiment. The 4 of them represented the 4 most elite synthetic regiments in the Group Army. Peng Xiaogang cleared his throat, and his voice rang out steadily and powerfully. Comrades, the 4 of you were called here today for one purpose. The new round of the 4 into 2 confrontation exercise will begin soon. As soon as his words fell, the eyes of the 4 captains instantly became different. There was anticipation, wariness, and gravity. Peng Xiaogang stood up, walked to the sand table, and picked up the baton. This exercise is the final test of the results of your training over the past period of time. The rules are simple, 2 against 2, the winner advances. The loser, go back and reflect to me. He paused, his gaze passing over the 4 people's faces in turn. Who comes first to talk about their thoughts? The second leader, Tang Jun, took a step forward. He was a middle-aged man with a solid build and a calm disposition. Reporting to the chief, our 2nd Regiment is fully prepared. We are confident that we will achieve excellent results in the maneuvers and resolutely complete the mission. His speech was foursquare, and he couldn't pick any faults. Peng Xiaogang nodded and looked to the next person. The 4th Regiment commander, Lin Lan, was a Confucian general wearing glasses, with an air of a technical officer. Reporting to the chief, our 4th Regiment has carried out special upgrades for informationized combat. For this exercise, we will focus on testing our electronic countermeasures and information processing capabilities. His words were filled with the confidence of a technician. At this time, 6th Regiment Commander Lu Shan took a step forward. He was tall and his voice was bright. Chief, saying 1,000 words is not as good as doing a battle on the battlefield. The soldiers of my 6th Regiment, all of them are wailing tigers, ready to go into battle and kill the enemy. After he finished speaking, he even glanced at He Zhang next to him in a provocative manner. Everyone's gazes finally converged on the 1st Regiment's leader, He Zhang. He Zhang didn't rush to state his position like the others. He just calmly looked at the sand table, the corners of his mouth carrying a smile if nothing else. He Zhang, what about you? What does the group have in mind? Peng Xiaogang asked. He Zhang raised his head, looked around at his several colleagues, and slowly spoke. My thoughts are simple. In the face of absolute strength, any grandiose words pale in comparison. A roar of insufficient strength is even paler. As soon as these words came out, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Tang Jun and Lin Lan both frowned. Lu Shan's fiery temper even ignited on the spot.
He Zhang. What do you mean? Lu Shan blared and pressed a step forward. Are you saying that the few of us are all firing blanks? Don't think that you won the last drill by fluke. Just think you're invincible. I'm telling you, stop bragging here.
He Zhang still had that calm expression on his face in the face of Lu Shan's provocation.
He didn't even raise his volume.
Whether I'm bragging or not, we'll naturally see on the maneuvering field. On the battlefield, only strength speaks.
Enough.
Pang Xiaogang let out a low gulp, stopping the quarrel that was about to break out. The maneuver hasn't even started yet, but you yourselves are infighting first.
Is there any point in acting like senior commanders?
Lu Shan resentfully retreated back, but the defiance in his eyes had not diminished at all.
Pang Xiaogang's gaze turned serious again.
I announce that the maneuver will officially begin in 1 hour. Combat objectives, with total annihilation of the opposing side's living forces, or the successful destruction of the opposing side's command headquarters as the standard of victory.
Now, start drawing lots to determine your opponents. A staff officer walked up with a draw box.
The box contained 4 ping pong balls with the numbers 1, 2, 4, and 6 written on them.
Come and draw them in order. Pang Xiaogang ordered.
Lu Shan was the first to step forward and touched a ball that had 4 written on it. This meant that his opponent was Lin Lan's 4 ball. Lin Lan pushed up his glasses, his expression didn't change much, he just nodded at Lu Shan. Next was Tang Jun, who reached in and took out a ball with 1 written on it.
The result was already self-evident. He Zhang's group was going to face Tang Jun's second group.
He Zhang and Tang Jun glanced at each other, and it was as if there were sparks of electricity flickering in the air. Alright, the opponents have been determined.
Pang Xiaogang waved his hand. Immediately return to your respective units and prepare for battle.
Yes. The 4 leaders responded in unison and gave a standard military salute. Turning around, they left the command headquarters in large strides. Outside the door, a military helicopter had long been standing by on the tarmac. The 4 people boarded the helicopter in silence, the propeller rolling up huge air currents. Inside the cabin, no one spoke. The smell of gunpowder in the conference room just now carried over to here.
Everyone was rapidly thinking about the next tactical deployment in their heads.
The helicopters whistled into the air and flew towards their respective regimental quarters.
10 minutes later, the helicopter landed steadily at the regiment's quarters.
He Zhang was the first to jump out of the airplane, striding towards his command headquarters. Battalion Commander Chao Yang, who had long been waiting here, immediately greeted him.
Regiment Commander, how's it going? Who are our opponents? Chao Yang asked eagerly. 2nd Regiment, Tang Army.
He Zhang was succinct.
Chapter 54. A 19-year-old technical advisor? Chao Yang's face changed slightly. 2nd Regiment?
That's a tough nut to crack, that Tang Jun guy, he's notoriously stable in battle. Steady, but also has a weakness for being steady.
He Zhang walked into the command headquarters and took off his jacket while quickly giving orders.
Pass on my order. Once the maneuvers begin, the entire regiment will immediately enter a level 1 state of combat readiness.
Activate the radar defense mechanism for me at the first opportunity.
Yes.
Chao Yang answered loudly. He Zhang walked over to the huge electronic map, his eyes becoming incomparably sharp.
Relying on the existing terrain, set up 3 lines of defense for me. The first is a cordon line, with scouts and drones as the main focus. Responsible for forward reconnaissance and real-time mastery of enemy troop dynamics. The second is the main line of defense, concentrating our main armor and firepower units as the core of defense. The third is the core defense line, responsible for defending the command headquarters and important facilities. He spoke extremely fast. But the thought process was clear, and one instruction kept coming out of his mouth. While defending at full strength. Order our information countermeasures detachment to give me an all-out attack on the opponent's radar system. What the Tang army relies on the most is his command system.
Knock out his eyes and ears and he'll become blind and deaf.
Yes.
Chao Yang nodded as he recorded.
He Zhang turned around and looked at Chao Yang seriously.
And, Chao Yang. Communications. Communication is the top priority of this battle. You personally go and keep an eye on it for me, absolutely nothing can go wrong. I understand. Chao Yang nodded vigorously. Good, go and execute it.
Yes.
Chao Yang led the order and turned around, about to leave. He Zhang called out to him again. Wait. He shouted towards the door. Xiao Ma.
A young guard immediately ran in.
Here. A mysterious smile appeared on He Zhang's face and he lowered his voice.
You, immediately go and call up the first platoon of warriors. Take the backyard warehouse, those few treasures covered with canvas.
Transport them carefully to the back of the second line of defense for concealment.
He aggravated his tone and said in a single word.
Remember, put a heavy guard on it. Give me a death watch, that's the key to whether we can win this time.
At the same time, the 2nd Regiment's compound.
Almost at the same time, another helicopter landed on the tarmac. Tang Jun walked out of the cabin with a face as heavy as water. His deputy, Battalion Commander Li Wei, had already been waiting here for a long time. Regimental Commander, what's the result of the draw? Li Wei followed quickly, his tone still carrying excitement. The opponent is a regiment, He Zhang. Tang Jun's voice was low and strong. A light smile flashed across Levi's face. A regiment? He Zhang? Wouldn't that be just right, Regimental Commander? I've heard that their regiment has changed a lot of new equipment this year, just in time for us to test the success. His words were full of confidence, even carrying a bit of contempt. Tang Jun stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at his deputy, his eyes sharp. Levi, how many times have I emphasized to you? On the battlefield, never belittle any opponent. Especially He Zhang. Tang Jun's tone became serious. He Zhang is a person you can't judge with common sense. His playing style is heavenly, never following a set pattern. You never know what he will do next. The advantage of our second regiment is steady. But steady can also turn into slow, and once he catches a break, the consequences are unimaginable. The relaxed look on Levi's face instantly disappeared, then he saluted and said, Yes, Chief, I understand. Gather all cadres above battalion level and meet at the command headquarters in 5 minutes. Tang Jun dropped a sentence and walked straight to the command headquarters. Inside the command headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn. Tang Jun stood in front of the huge 3D sand table, and all eyes were focused on him. The opponent's situation is clear to everyone, it's a regiment. I'll only emphasize 3 points. He stretched out a finger. First, abstain from arrogance and impatience. Fight this maneuver as if it were a real war, and treat the 1st Regiment as our most powerful enemy. Any thought of being gullible will cost us dearly. He then held out a second finger. Second, play to our strengths. Our strengths are coordinated operations and steady fighting. The first time the maneuver starts, turn on the radar defense. Never let He Zhang's information countermeasures detachment take any advantage. Finally, he stretched out his 3rd finger and forcefully tapped on a certain area on the sandboard. Third, offense. Defense cannot win a war. When the maneuver begins, the 1st and 2nd Armored Battalions serve as the main attacking force. The Fire Support Battalion provides cover, press me from the front. Remember, press through like a bulldozer, inch by inch. Don't give them any chance to catch their breath. Our reconnaissance units and drones. Scan the battlefield non-stop, I want to know every deployment of He Zhang's troops. Is that all clear? Understood. The officers present roared in unison, their voices shaking the roof tiles. Alright, take your positions and prepare for battle. Yes. The crowd led the order and quickly left the command headquarters, running to their respective positions. Only Tang Jun was left alone in the command headquarters. He looked at the blue points of light representing a cluster on the sand disk, his eyes deep. He Zhang, I know you have many tricks up your sleeve. However, in front of absolute strength and sound tactics, all of your gimmicks will be useless. Tang Jun's hand heavily pressed on the red model that represented his main attacking force. Exercise, officially begin. With an order from the command headquarters, the huge electronic screen. The signaling light points representing the 4 regiments began to move at the same time. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly solidified. Inside the command headquarters of a regiment, He Zhang calmly looked at the data stream on the screen. Reporting to the regimental commander, our radar defense system has been activated. Reporting to the regimental commander, all 3 lines of defense have been deployed. Reporting to the head of the group, the information countermeasures detachment has begun attempting to infiltrate the enemy's systems. The reports were heard one after another. He Zhang nodded, his gaze locking onto the red area ahead that represented the 2nd Regiment. Red points of light were gathering, forming a thick attack arrow. It slowly advanced forward, filled with a sense of oppression. The Tang army is really old-fashioned, steady and frontal flat push. Chao Yang said from the sidelines, his tone somewhat grave. A textbook offense, old-fashioned but effective. He Zhang's face was unreadable. Order our defense forces not to hold their positions to death. Pull back the battle line appropriately and utilize the terrain to maneuver around them. Yes. He Zhang's gaze turned to the flanks of the map, his finger flicking on it. Have the 2nd and 3rd platoons of the 1st Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion, a total of 20 men, form an assault squad. Carry light equipment and feel your way through the Western Valley for me. Chao Yang froze. Captain, sending people over there now? The other side's defense line is solid as gold, isn't it too risky for such a small number of people to go over there? I'm not asking them to go on the offensive. He Zhang explained. They are my eyes and ears. Although the Tang army is stable, he has concentrated his main forces on the front. The defense on the flanks is bound to be relatively weak. I want these 20 men to drive in like nails and lurk. They don't need to engage in a firefight, they just need to send back everything they see, in real time. Chapter 55 Invisible Paint Shielding Radar? I understand. Chao Yang immediately went to convey the order.
Meanwhile, at the General Command headquarters hundreds of kilometers away, the atmosphere was equally tense.
Pang Xiaogang, Yenzhou, Guo Lao, and a host of other military executives were sitting upright.
They were staring at the huge command wall in front of them, which was made up of dozens of screens spliced together. On the command wall, the situation of the 4 maneuver areas was presented in real time, with data streams and battlefield situation maps constantly refreshed. The 4th and 6th regiments have already fought, Han Wei said as he pointed to one of the screens.
On the screen, light dots representing the 4th and 6th regiments were already intertwined.
There were constantly dots of light going out, and the battle appeared to be extremely intense. Both of these regiment styles favor pounding and charging, coming up hard and fast, no surprises there.
Guo Lao stroked his glasses and said in a deep voice.
Pang Xiaogang's gaze, however, remained on the battlefield of the 1st and 2nd regiments. There was silence there, and although the main forces of both sides were pressing forward, however, a delicate distance was always maintained, and no one fired the first shot.
This He Zhang, what kind of drug is in his gourd?
Pang Xiaogang's brows furrowed slightly, his tone somewhat worried. The Tang Army's 2nd Regiment, with its strong and well-trained troops, is notoriously tough. It's understandable that He Zhang is taking a defensive stance. But this deployment of his troops seems a little too bland. Yenzhou clasped his hands in front of his chest, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with a sharp light. He looked at He Zhang's deployment on the screen and spoke slowly. To be able to lead a regiment to this point shows that he is not a straw man. Look, he set up 3 lines of defense.
Layers and layers, this is a very standard deep defense tactic.
On the screen, a cloud of blue points of light clearly constructed 3 curved lines of defense.
Like a large net, waiting for the enemy to take the bait.
Standard, but it also means no surprises.
Another officer commented. Yenzhou shook his head. No, the surprise is here.
He pointed to the side of the screen, a corner that was almost on the verge of being overlooked. There was a very small blue arrow that was following the shadows of the mountains. Carefully, it was meandering towards the flank and rear of the 2nd Regiment. Sending small units for infiltration reconnaissance, this is indeed He Zhang's style.
Guo Lao nodded.
It's very bold, and once it's discovered, the small unit will be for nothing. The corner of Yenzhou's mouth curved up. But if it succeeds, this squad can become a thorn inserted into the Tang Army's body. However, this won't change the big picture.
Yenzhou's tone returned to calm analysis.
The Tang Army's advantage is too obvious. His frontal assault group, with its strong troops and powerful firepower, is like a heavy hammer. It's only a matter of time before these 3 lines of defense of He Zhang are hammered one by one in the face of absolute strength. If He Zhang doesn't want to find a way to change the situation and simply defend like this, he will definitely lose. The only difference is that these 3 lines of defense and that infiltration squad. It will make it less easy for the Tang Army to win, and there will be a price to pay. As Pang Xiaogang listened to Yenzhou's analysis, the look of worry on his face intensified. He knew He Zhang, that kid was by no means someone who would sit back and wait for death. But with the current situation, he really couldn't see any hope for He Zhang to turn the tide.
Time passed by minute by minute.
On the command wall, the battle between the 4th and 6th regiments had entered a white-hot stage, with battle losses on both sides climbing. On the other hand, the battle lines of the 1st and 2nd regiments remained deathly silent. He Zhang's troops had completely entered the preset positions, like a dormant tiger that had gathered all its breath. The Tang Army's troops, on the other hand, had stopped a few kilometers away from the first line of defense. Again, they pressed on, seemingly waiting for something. Both sides' radars were frantically scanning, and information forces were fiercely exchanging blows in cyberspace. But on the real battlefield, not even a single shot was fired. The air seemed to have frozen. He Zhang and Tang Jun, 2 commanders with very different styles. Across the screen, across the mountains, they faced each other from afar. They were both waiting for the other side to reveal the cracks first. Inside the command vehicle, the blue dots of light on the electronic map were slowly moving. The infiltration squad representing a regiment had already penetrated deep into the centerline zone. Chao Yang stared at the screen tightly, his brows slightly furrowed.
Chief, we've torn an opening.
His voice carried oppressed excitement.
Should we order the main force to press straight up along this opening? Disrupt the Tang Army's deployment with a single blow.
He Zhang leaned back in his command chair. His eyes were calmly looking at the screen, as if the throbbing points of light had nothing to do with him.
He did not answer Chao Yang's question immediately.
The atmosphere in the compartment was somewhat quiet, with only the slight beeps of equipment running.
Chao Yang, what kind of person do you think Tang Jun is?
He Zhang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chao Yang froze for a moment, not expecting the chief to ask this.
He pondered for a moment and answered seriously.
This person, Tang Jun, has a very hard fighting style.
It can even be said to be somewhat unreasonable. Likes to charge head-on and hard, a fierce general.
After He Zhang heard this, the corner of his mouth curved up into an imperceptible arc.
You're half right.
He looks like a reckless man, but in his bones, he's shrewder than anyone else. If we press on with the whole army now, we'll just fall into his scheme.
A puzzled look appeared on Xiao Yang's face. Fall into the trap?
Chief, but our infiltration squad has already gone in, and they are along the way.
He Zhang raised his hand and interrupted him. They didn't encounter any resistance along the way, right? That happens to be the biggest problem. Will the Tang Army's 2nd Regiment position be like a piece of paper that we can easily poke through?
He Zhang's eyes became sharp. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle on the electronic map. It precisely framed the area that the infiltration squad was entering.
Here, it's a bait. The Tang Army is deliberately selling us a break.
It's to lure our main force into this predetermined pocket. Once we go in, his 2 flanks will immediately close in and wrap us up. After listening to He Zhang's analysis, a layer of cold sweat oozed from Xiao Yang's back. He had only thought about seizing the opportunity of battle, but had overlooked the cunningness of his opponent.
Then, leader, what should we do now? The squad is still continuing to go deeper. Will it be dangerous?
He Zhang's gaze returned to the screen.
Now is not the time to close the net.
I want him to think that his ploy has worked and that I've taken the bait. He turned to Xiao Yang and gave a new order. Have the technical detachment continue to intensify signal penetration. Make an illusion that we're doing our best to find the location of his command headquarters.
Make the commotion louder so that he can clearly see it. Xiao Yang immediately understood He Zhang's intentions. This was deception by technical means.
It was a cover for the infiltration squad's actions, and at the same time, it was also paralyzing the Tang Army.
I'll go arrange it right away. Xiao Yang turned around to convey the order. Chapter 56, this rule needs to be changed. He Zhang's gaze remained locked on those few blue points of light.
They were like lonely glowing fires, drifting farther and farther away in the dark forest. He knew that these warriors were walking on the tip of a sword. But this was war.
The minutes ticked by.
A report from the squad leader of the infiltration squad came over the communicator, his voice lowered but clear.
Reporting to command, over 4 kilometers into the centerline zone.
We haven't found any enemy traces along the way, all is well.
But I think there's something abnormal.
In the command vehicle, He Zhang heard the report and alarm bells went off in his heart.
Here it comes.
The Tang Army wasn't stupid, and there was no way they would leave such a big loophole.
This was a trap.
The situation is not right, defuse immediately.
He Zhang made a snap decision and roared into the communicator.
His voice was no longer calm, filled with urgency and unquestionable majesty.
Don't stop, all personnel in groups of 2, immediately break out in 6 different directions. Hurry!
On the other end of the communicator, that squad leader was puzzled in his mind though.
But the soldier's vocation made him execute the order without hesitation.
Attention all squad, immediately disperse and break out. As soon as his voice fell, the order was swiftly conveyed. The squad members instantly reacted without the slightest hesitation. Working in groups of 2, they stormed out in 6 predetermined directions. They were like scattered birds, fleeing the deadly net with all their might. The moment they had just dispersed, countless tongues of fire erupted from the dead silence of the surrounding mountains and forests.
Tracer bullets drew deadly trajectories in the darkness.
The dense bullets were like a large net that had been woven long ago, covering them head-on.
Da-day-day-day. Boom!
Gunfire, explosions, and the last cries of the warriors. It echoed briefly in the valley, then quickly returned to silence.
Everything had happened so fast.
In He Zhang's command vehicle, Xiao Yang's face turned white. He stared dead at the command screen.
On the screen, those few blue signal dots that represented life.
In an instant, almost simultaneously, they all went out. It was as if they had never appeared.
The entire area turned into a gray color representing death. Xiao Yang's lips trembled. He looked at the blue signal dots on the screen that had instantly disappeared and spoke with difficulty.
Chief. U.S. Our squad, the signals have all disappeared. Inside the carriage, there was a deathly silence.
No expression could be seen on He Zhang's face.
It was just that his eyes became increasingly cold, like the frigid winds of winter outside his position. He was silent for a few seconds, and those few seconds were as long as a century. Afterwards, he turned to his personal guard, Xiao Ma, who was beside him.
Pony. Present.
Pony stood at attention, his body straight. Order the artillery battalion to fire 3 rounds of rapid fire at the target area where the signal disappeared. He Zhang's voice was smooth, but every word carried a force that was going to crush steel.
Tell them to lift that hill over for me. Yes. Xiao Ma loudly led the order, turned around and rushed out of the command vehicle.
The order was conveyed as fast as possible. Soon, on the artillery positions at the rear of the regiment, hundreds of artillery guns angled their hideous muzzles. The artillerymen busied themselves in a tense and orderly manner, pushing a heavy shell into the chamber.
Target area XXX, 3 rounds of rapid fire, release.
With the commander's command. The sharp whistling sound cut through the long silence of the battlefield.
Boom! 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 Countless artillery shells trailing long trailing flames smashed into the mountain forest that had just swallowed the infiltration squad like a meteor shower. The earth began to tremble violently, as if groaning in pain. Fire and smoke rose into the sky, completely drowning that mountain forest. The shockwaves of the explosion were clearly felt even from a distance. Chao Yang looked at the area in the distance that was covered in artillery fire. His mood was a bit excited and relieved. He felt that the head of the group had avenged his fallen comrades with a thunderbolt. "Chief, can we advance now?" he asked, thinking that after the shelling, the enemy's position must have been in disarray. He Zhang, however, shook his head once again, vetoing his proposal. "Wait a little longer." His tone was inscrutable. "My secret weapon, I don't want to use it so early yet." Meanwhile, at the 2nd Regiment's position, the shockwave from the artillery fire sent everyone sprawling on the ground, dirt and debris falling like rain. A communications soldier rolled and crawled his way into the Tang Army's command post, his face covered in traces of smoke. Reporting to the head of the regiment. "Our forward company position is covered by a cloud of artillery fire." His voice broke due to his violent panting. Preliminary statistics. Sacrificed 20 people and seriously wounded more than 10. The atmosphere in the command post was suddenly grave. The staff officers' faces were not very good. Tang Jun's face, however, could not see the slightest bit of sadness. Instead, he had an expression of being sure that this was the case. He had expected He Zhang to pull this stunt. 20 people in exchange for one of his elite infiltration squads, it's worth it. He snorted coldly, his tone full of toughness. This guy He Zhang must think that we've suffered heavy losses and are in disarray right now. He must think that my forward company was crippled by his artillery fire and his morale has collapsed. Tang Jun walked over to the map and swept his gaze across the entire front. He'll soon send his main force to press on, trying to take advantage of our confusion. His gaze was sharp as an eagle. It eventually rested on the piece of land that had been plowed over by artillery fire. There was a crucial highland stronghold. "Pass on my order." Tang Jun slammed the table and stood up. The entire aura of the man instantly became stern. Everyone thinks that places that have been bombarded by artillery shells are the most dangerous, but it's just the opposite. The place that has just been bombarded by shells is now the safest place in the entire battlefield. "Have Company 1 and Company 2 charge up to me immediately. At all costs, grab that high ground position before He Zhang's troops come up." In the command headquarters of the 1st Regiment, the communications soldiers were still constantly reporting the latest developments on the front line. Reporting to the head of the regiment, the reconnaissance drone has reported that the target has entered the predetermined area. A large number of enemy infantry are utilizing shell craters to establish temporary fortifications. Chao Yang's face revealed a smile that was true to form as he looked towards He Zhang. "Chief, it's exactly as you expected. That Tang Army fellow, he really did let his soldiers burrow into the grave we dug for him." He Zhang's expression, however, was unusually calm, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. He only raised his head and glanced at the densely packed red dots on the screen. Those red dots were none other than the 1st and 2nd companies that the Tang Army had just sent up. The Tang Army is still the same. Likes to soldier on and likes to treat the battlefield as his chessboard. He Zhang said indifferently, his fingers tapping lightly on the desktop. He thought I would only count him at the 1st level. He thought that he had seen through my tactics and would win by counting on me. But he doesn't know that my real killing moves are just beginning now. He Zhang's eyes steeply became as sharp as knives. "Chao Yang. Here. Order the Mountain Rocket Battalion to target 8 kilometers away, codenamed Tombstone area." He Zhang's voice was not loud, but every word carried a piercing chill. "Give me rockets and wash that area again." Chapter 57, The Mountain Rockets Are Coming. Chao Yang's heart shook as he immediately understood He Zhang's intentions. The first round was a conventional shelling, to dig a hole, to lure. This round was the truly deadly and destructive strike. "Yes." The order was quickly transmitted to the mountain rocket artillery position at the rear. It was different from the howitzers just now. On dozens of rocket artillery vehicles, rows and rows of hideous launch tubes were slowly raised and aimed at the sky. "Target Tombstone area, full battalion coverage fire, release." With a command, a terrifying roar tore through the earth. Dozens and hundreds of rockets trailed long trailing flames. Like angry fire dragons, they roared into the sky. They drew an arc of death in the air. With a might 10 times fiercer than just now. Toward the positions where the Tang Army's 1st and 2nd companies were, they smashed hard. The soldiers of the 2nd Regiment in the shell crater were just now rejoicing over the commander's brilliant plan. They thought that this was the safest place in the entire battlefield. But when they heard that completely different from before coming from the sky, sharper and denser whistling sounds, everyone's faces changed. "Lie down. It's a rocket." The mournful shouts were drowned out in the sound of earth-shattering explosions. Flames shot up into the sky, and the airwaves from the explosions lifted dirt, debris, and human remains dozens of meters into the air. The shell crater that had just been used as a shelter instantly turned into a veritable tomb. Crater after crater was covered by new and more powerful explosions. Solid fortifications were easily torn apart. The warriors' bodies were as fragile as pieces of paper under the raging shockwaves. The entire high ground, in just a few dozen seconds, was completely turned into a hell of fire. In the command headquarters of the 2nd Regiment, the smile on Tang Jun's face hadn't had time to completely dissipate. He was waiting for news that the frontline troops had completely gained a foothold. But what he waited for was a cacophony of electrical currents and heart-rending screams in the communication channel. A communications staff officer rushed in with a pale face, his voice shaking beyond recognition. "Report, Chief. The 1st and 2nd companies that we sent up were attacked by the enemy. The enemy's heavier artillery strikes." "What?" The confidence and cold smile on Tang Jun's face instantly solidified. He grabbed the staff officer by the collar. "What did you say? More violent artillery strikes?" Yes. The fire density is extremely heavy. We have suffered heavy losses." Tang Jun's entire body froze, and a chill went from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. He had miscalculated. He had calculated that He Zhang would wash the ground with artillery fire. But he hadn't counted on He Zhang being so insidious. Using conventional shelling as bait, there was an even more deadly weapon hidden behind it. He thought he was on the 2nd level, but he didn't expect He Zhang to be waiting for him on the 3rd level. This time, he had truly been viciously set up. 2 of the most elite infantry companies were just gone. Tang Jun's fist smashed hard on the map. His eyes were filled with shock and monstrous rage. At the same time, in the general headquarters of the red and blue sides, the huge electronic screen was displaying the battlefield situation in real time. The blue arrows representing the Tang Army's 2nd Regiment, the 2 that had just burst into the high ground. At this moment, they had already become dark and were flashing a red alert representing significant losses. A commanding officer looked at the screen and couldn't help but marvel. This He Zhang, beautifully played. First using conventional artillery to lure the snakes out of their holes, waiting for the Tang Army's troops to think they've taken advantage. Then continue to press with artillery to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Mantis catching cicadas, yellow sparrow at the back, this is a brilliant play. Another officer nodded in agreement. Yes, the Tang Army has suffered a big loss this time. 2 main companies, just crippled. Chief Peng Xiaogang, who was sitting on the main seat. However, he was just calmly looking at the screen, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. He Zhang, this person, likes to play a little smart in war, and it does have some effect. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through the entire battlefield. However, that stubborn donkey of the Tang Army is not that easy to deal with. Piss him off, what he can do is anyone's guess. Peng Xiaogang's words had just fallen. On the battlefield posture map, the blue arrow representing the 2nd Regiment suddenly changed drastically. The several troops that were originally scattered began to gather towards the right flank at an astonishing speed. As if a red-hot hammer, it ruthlessly smashed into the right side of the regiment's relatively weak defense line. Inside the command headquarters of the 2nd Regiment, the eyes of the Tang troops were bloodshot. After the shock and anger, it was replaced by a calmness that bordered on insanity. He Zhang, do you think you've won with this? He stared at the map, his voice so cold that it sounded as if it had been squeezed out from between his teeth. If you destroy 2 of my companies, I'll tear your bones apart. Pass on my order. Reserves, 3rd Company, 4th Company, Armored Infantry Company, all of them move. Abandon the center area, all troops, concentrate on the right side. Give me the fastest speed to cut through the first ING line of defense. Tang Jun's orders were carried out resolutely. The remaining troops of the 2nd Regiment were like a maddened bull. With a vengeful fury, they charged towards the right flank of the 1st Regiment. In less than 20 minutes, accompanied by the sound of fierce exchanges of fire, the first line of defense of the 1st Regiment was torn open a huge hole. The news traveled back to the regiment's command headquarters, and this time, it was He Zhang's men's turn to be shocked. Chief, has the Tang Army gone crazy? He actually took the initiative to launch an attack? Chao Yan looked at the breached gap on the map, his face full of incredulity. He Zhang also felt a bit surprised. But he quickly regained his composure. It came so fast and furious. He had to admit that he had still underestimated the Tang Army's determination and reaction speed. Since he wants the right flank, let's give it to him. He Zhang decisively ordered. Order the right flank defense troops to abandon their positions. Retreat while fighting and contract towards the central defense line. Establish vertical defense positions and stall them. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the other side of the map. There was an area where the main force of the 2nd Regiment was attacking and the rear was relatively empty. Order the troops remaining in the 2nd and 3rd lines of defense. Hold out for me at all costs. All the rest of the troops, follow me. He Zhang waved his hand violently, pointing to the 2nd Regiment's side and rear. Tank Company open the way, we'll outflank him from the left flank and directly pull out his command headquarters. If he hits my right flank, I'll end his lair. The troops of the 1st Regiment acted swiftly.
The huge tank clusters let out a rumbling roar.
It penetrated towards the 2nd Regiment's hinterland. An even more grueling melee was kicked off. Chao Yang was currently staying in a frontline command vehicle,
staring intently at the real-time images coming back from the drones.
Found it. Regiment Commander, I found the location of the Tang Army's main force. They're massing in a mountain pass on the right flank.
It seems like they want to take a break before launching the next wave of attack.
On the screen, the blue dots of light representing the main force of the 2nd Regiment were densely clustered together.
When He Zhang heard this news, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately grabbed his communicator.
Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma. Please answer when you hear me. Chapter 58 is using anesthetic considered cheating? Rocket Artillery Battalion received. Regimental Commander, please go ahead.
A young and calm voice came over the communicator.
I'll give you a new coordinate.
He Zhang quickly reported a series of numbers.
Lock onto this target and give me the fastest speed possible. Target has been entered, locking on.
After a dozen seconds or so, Xiao Ma's voice rang out again.
Reporting to the chief. The target is locked.
The corners of He Zhang's mouth finally revealed a smile once again.
Very good.
He spoke into the communicator and gave the final judgment.
Bomb me.
The moment the order was given, the rocket artillery positions in the distance roared once again.
A new round of steel storms whistled towards the depression where the main Tang army was located. A few minutes later, a battle damage report was sent to the hands of the Tang army that was still commanding the front line.
Looking at the numbers on the report, Tang Jun's body shook.
There was only one line on the report. Preliminary statistics, the loss of the main force exceeds 50%.
Inside the General Command headquarters, the atmosphere was so heavy that it could almost drip water. A battle damage report that had just been sent back from the front line. It was lying quietly on the desktop of General Commander Peng Xiaogang. Peng Xiaogang's eyes were fixed on the report, his eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. The main force of the 2nd Regiment, the loss was over 50%.
This He Zhang, how on earth did he do it? Peng Xiaogang muttered, some raspiness in his voice.
With just one artillery coverage, the main force of the Tang army was almost crippled.
This kind of battle result could no longer be described as brilliant, it was simply horrifying.
The staff officers around him similarly looked at each other, not daring to utter a single breath. They had rehearsed the confrontation between the 1st and 2nd Regiments countless times. Yet they had never imagined such a one-sided situation.
The maddened bull of the Tang army had been directly blinded by He Zhang's precise smothering blow.
Meanwhile, the main force of the 1st Regiment was advancing rapidly. Armored vehicles and tanks crushed through the scorched earth, emitting a deafening roar. He Zhang stood in the command vehicle, his expression not relaxed in the slightest.
His troops did not rush after the remnants of the enemy.
Instead, after arriving at the predetermined area, they quickly began to construct a new line of defense. A circular defensive line centered on his position and facing all directions.
Chao Yan looked at this deployment with some confusion in his heart. Captain, why don't we write out the victory?
He Zhang's gaze remained on the electronic map, and he replied without lifting his head. The poor enemy should not be pursued. Although the Tang army's main force is damaged. But there's still a fighting chance, pushing him hard won't do us any good.
Right now, what we have to do is wait. Wait? Chao Yang was even more puzzled.
Just then, the communication soldier suddenly reported. Reporting to the chief, a large number of signal intrusions have been detected. The other party is trying to lock onto our position.
Chao Yang's face changed and he was immediately about to order a countermeasure.
Activate electronic countermeasures and block their signals.
No.
He Zhang, however, raised his hand to stop him.
No need to resist, let them sweep.
What?
Chao Yang froze. Chief, this will expose our position.
The corner of He Zhang's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. I just want them to know our position. On the other side, in the temporary command headquarters of the 2nd Regiment. Tang Jun's eyes were red, like a wounded beast.
50% battle losses, this figure almost drove him completely insane. He Zhang. I'm not done with you.
He hissed, his fist slamming hard on the command stage.
A technical soldier suddenly shouted. Reporting to the headmaster. Found it.
We've locked onto the signal source of He Zhang's main force.
This news was like a shot in the arm, instantly injecting itself into what was left of the 2nd Regiment's morale.
Tang Jun stormed over to the screen, staring dead on at the flashing red dot.
He actually dares to stop. Does he think he's going to win? A hideous smile appeared on Tang Jun's face. Pass on my order. All troops that can still move. Surround me from the left flank, the right flank, and the front, all 3 directions. I'll break He Zhang into pieces. The flame of vengeance made Tang Jun temporarily forget about his fear and huge losses. He was going to stake everything he had left on this last siege. Inside the command vehicle of the 1st Regiment, the atmosphere was once again tense. Reporting to the head of the regiment, 3 units of the 2nd Regiment have been spotted.
approaching us at high speed from 3 directions. The left flank strength is about a battalion, the front strength is about a battalion, and on the right flank are the remnants of their tank company. Chao Yang reported the enemy situation while keeping a close eye on his side's battle damage statistics. The numbers on the screen had jumped to an alarming level. Captain, our battle losses have reached 55%. This figure even exceeded the percentage of the main force of the Tang army that had just taken damage. He Zhang's expression, however, remained as calm as water, as if that number had nothing to do with him. He only nodded faintly. Got it. He raised his head and swept a circle of the nervous men in the car. All take it easy, the fish is on the hook. He stretched out his finger and tapped on the electronic map. Chao Yang, take all the enemy units that are actively launching attacks on us and key mark them. Yes. Chao Yang immediately began to operate. He Zhang's second order followed immediately. Order the electronic countermeasures detachment to turn on full band obstruction jamming. Focus on suppressing the frequency band of their artillery calibration radar. Order the reserve unit to move forward immediately. At all costs, intercept the enemy that is feeling their way from our rear for me. One order after another was given clearly and executed swiftly. Finally, He Zhang grabbed the red communicator that was connected to the artillery position. Xiao Ma. Rocket Artillery Battalion received. Regiment Commander, please go ahead. Xiao Ma's voice was as calm as ever. He Zhang's gaze fell on the map that was marked out, the largest attacking group on the left flank of the 2nd Regiment. Main Corps on the left, coordinates XXXX, YYYY. For this target, conduct a rapid fire. Understood. Chao Yang also completed his mission at this moment. Reporting to the leader, the intelligent injection cannon has locked onto all incoming targets. The system he was operating was not a traditional artillery. Instead, it was a high-precision target marking and data chain guidance system. It was capable of injecting target data to its own strike units in real time. Xiao Ma's voice once again rang out from the communicator. Reporting to the chief. Small mountain rockets are ready. Ready to fire at any time. A stern killing aura finally flashed in He Zhang's eyes. Fire. At this moment, Tang Jun was standing on a high ground, observing the distant battlefield with binoculars. In his opinion, He Zhang had already been surrounded by his own 3 armies, and it was only a matter of time before he was overthrown. Idiots, do you really think you can win by knocking out half of my main force? The Tang army's face was filled with contempt and pleasure. How dare you stop to build a defense line, it's just asking for death. He roared into the intercom. Order the 3 legions to speed up their attacks. Don't give him any chance to catch his breath. I want his battle damage to reach 90%. Tank company. Press me from the front. Crush his command vehicles. Chapter 59, Tang Jun is tied to a tree. It was as if Tang Jun had already seen He Zhang fleeing in disarray. He was going to wash away the shame he had just suffered in the most brutal way possible. The battle seemed to be moving in the direction he had expected. Cannon fire raged in the distance, and the shouts of murder were deafening. However, just at this moment, Zila! Zila! A sharp and chaotic current sound suddenly came from the intercom. Immediately afterward, a terrified voice came out from the communication channel of the Middle Road Legion. Regiment! Commander! We're being shelled. Wait! The enemy fire is too fierce. The Center Road Army has suffered heavy losses. The voices came to an abrupt end. The smiles on the Tang army's faces instantly froze. Middle Road Army! Middle Road Army! Please answer if you hear me. He called frantically into the intercom. What answered him was only a dead silence. Tang Jun's heart sank violently, and a strong uneasiness surged to his heart. He hurriedly switched channels. Left flank. What's the situation with the left flank troops? Report your position. There was no response. Right flank. Tank company. Answer me. There was still a death-like silence. 3 attacking forces, except for that one scream. The remaining 2 roads seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Tang Jun's hand holding the walkie-talkie began to tremble uncontrollably. He raised his head violently and looked towards the distant battlefield that was shrouded in smoke. It still looked chaotic there. But at this moment, in his eyes, it was like a giant net filled with deadly traps. A terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Tang Jun's face instantly turned pale. He had a premonition that he had been fooled. Inside the General Command Headquarters, Pang Xiaogang stared deadpan at the electronic sand table in front of him, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. On the sand table, the blue light dots representing the Tang army's main corps in the middle road. In a moment just now, as if they had been splashed with thick sulfuric acid, they were extinguished in large swathes. His mouth opened slightly, and he was unable to close it for half a day. How is this possible? Pang Xiaogang's voice carried a tremor. The main force of the Tang army's center road is just gone? He could not believe his eyes. That was the elite of the 2nd Regiment, the iron fist that the Tang army was proud of. How could it be like papier-mâché, crippled by a round of shelling? Elder Gua, who was sitting beside him, looked unusually calm. He held up his presbyopic glasses, and his cloudy eyes shone with an insightful light.
Nothing is impossible.
Guo Lao slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and powerful. This He Zhang, his guts are bigger than the sky. From the very beginning, he didn't intend to fight a hard positional battle with the Tang army. Pang Xiaogang twisted his head and looked at Elder Gui in disbelief.
Chief, what do you mean?
Guo Lao's finger gently tapped on the position of the defense line that He Zhang had previously established on the sandboard.
He's using his entire regiment as bait.
He purposely stopped and put up a front to fight the Tang army to the death. It's to draw all 3 of the Tang armies over.
Tang Jun is a man, I know him.
What he's best at is relying on fortifications to fight defensive counterattacks. Once he's allowed to unfold his formation and establish a perfect defense system, it'll be difficult to gnaw down again.
Guo Lao paused and continued his analysis.
So He Zhang did the opposite. Using himself as bait, he forced the Tang army to take the initiative,
letting the Tang army's best turtle shell tactics have no use at all. This is a dangerous move. The slightest mishap is the total annihilation of the army.
But He Zhang gambled and won.
Guo Lao's gaze once again fell back to the sand disk.
Looking at the sporadically flickering blue dots of light, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The Tang army has pressed all of its forces. The rear is empty, and the command is bound to move forward. Now, the identity of the hunter and the prey have been quietly swapped. Above the battlefield, smoke filled the air. The pungent smell of blood and gunpowder mixed together, sickening. He Zhang stood on the command vehicle, indifferently looking at the battle statistics in front of him. The battle damage figure representing the enemy had soared to 70%. The 3 armies of the Tang army were now dead in name only. Only a few remnants of the army were left to make a final struggle.
Chief, we've won!
Xiao Yang shouted excitedly. He Zhang, however, shook his head, without the slightest joy of victory on his face.
The battle is not over yet.
His voice was cold and firm.
As long as the Tang army hasn't fallen, we can't count it as a win.
He grabbed the red communicator by his side once again.
Xiao Ma. Rocket Artillery Battalion received. Conduct a covering bombardment on the enemy's rear. Coordinates XXXX, YYYY. He Zhang's order was crisp and clear. I want to completely break the Tang army's back.
Understood. Xiao Ma's voice remained calm and steady. He Zhang put down his communicator and scanned the surrounding warriors. Leave 1 battalion behind to guard this place and clear out the remnants of the enemy. All remaining units, all personnel. His voice rose steeply.
Follow me. Let's go and gut the Tang army's command.
At this moment, the Tang army finally came back from the shock and confusion. The dead silence in the communication channel terrified him more than any vocalized screams.
He was not a little cutie.
When the initial anger and disbelief faded, the cold reality made him fall into a pit of ice.
Bait. Tang Jun's lips trembled as he squeezed these 2 words out from between his teeth.
He Zhang, this asshole, he used himself as bait. He finally figured out all the tricks involved. Why He Zhang dared to stop and establish a defense line. Why did he dare to use a regiment's strength to stand up to his 3-way siege? It turned out that it was all a huge trap. A deadly trap that used a regiment as a price to lure himself, the big fish, onto the hook. And he himself, surprisingly, really just ran headlong into it.
Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately! Tang Jun hissed at the remaining guards and staff officers around him.
Take the command headquarters as the center, shrink the troops and withdraw to the rear. His only thought now. It was to gather the remnants as soon as possible and save himself. As long as he could withdraw back, relying on the strength of the rear, he still had a chance to turn the tide. However, He Zhang did not intend to give him this chance at all. The advance of the regiment was incredibly fast. They were like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood. Bypassing the frontal battlefield, they plunged straight into the area where the Tang army's command was located. The sporadic resistance along the way barely hindered them at all. Reporting to the head of the regiment, a suspected enemy command headquarters has been spotted ahead. The scout's report came in quickly. He Zhang raised his binoculars, and several camouflaged communication and command vehicles loomed in the distance. The corner of his mouth hooked into an icy arc.
Xiao Ma.
He picked up the communicator again.
The coordinates have been sent to you. Blow that place into a flat land for me.
Yes. A few minutes later, violent explosions came from the distance. Flames shot up into the sky, completely engulfing that area. When the shelling ended, He Zhang led his men to rush over. The command headquarters had already been leveled to the ground. There were burning vehicle wrecks and blurred corpses everywhere. However, after careful searching, they found no trace of the Tang army itself. Reporting to the head of the regiment, no Tang army was found. A soldier came to report.
He Zhang frowned. Count on him running fast.
He snorted coldly.
However, he can't run far.